Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Is it there? There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it is not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to August. We have a lot we're going to have to deal with here. It looks like you got in China data, a little bit out of Europe and overseas going on. The rally's kind of faltering. You had even news of Nancy about to enter Taiwan. People were a little shaken. You saw China stocks react. We got a little bit of hype there. And like I said, we are starting a new month. So we're definitely getting off to an interesting start. You remember the rally from the last couple of days, so we're going to see what happens. But you have already heard from a couple of Fed speakers. I believe it was Neil Kashkari as well as, Bill Dudley, and they were discussing kind of the self-defeating nature of this rally. So we're going to talk about that a little bit, and there's a lot going on, but really you got a lot of earnings this week. You're going to get a lot of the Fed, and then we're going to see where we go from there. So, did I tell you got earnings? I think you got earnings, but good morning, Chattadonia. Good morning. Don't let me get ahead of myself. How you living, baby? What's up, Twitch? What's up, YouTube? What's up, Matt T. Bowen, V. Croc? Good morning, T. Sway. Good morning, Matt V. Good morning, Chad Zoraj. Good morning, Rodney. Evan Patel, Screw College, Matthew Orman, Osha Shine. Good morning, baby. What's up, Vincent? What's up, Toaster? What's up, Adam Diogenes? Amari, Kyle. Good morning. Kobe McGuire in the house. Amateur Genius. Oh, good morning. Yeah, we're live, baby. What's up, Rabbit? What's up? What's up, Rabbit? How you living? Philippe, Michael, yo, Diogenes again, baby. Hassan, Matt V, Bill Ding. There you go. Don Gabriel, good morning. I know, we deep in the AM, baby. It's a beautiful day. It's a Monday. Huh? Oh, I hope they feel me, man. I hope they feel me. So good morning, Chattadonia. It is Monday, so let's get this out the way. Shout out to you if you participated with the random comment picker. Again, last time we ended up with the In the Money Amazon, so I'll take it. I'll take it. Let's go. Bless it. Let's go. Oscar, God bless you. Finger to the sky, baby. Amen, amen, amen. What do we got? Ulta, August 22nd, 450 calls. If they're that cheap, I will get 5 of them. I like it. Let's go with it. Ulta, consumer discretionary, women's cosmetics. They've been on fire lately. Amen, amen. Habibi, Kifak, Habibi. Isaiah, into Quayas? I hope you're good, bro. I hope you're good. So, we got a random play. We got a little bit of the breakdown. Chad, just get ready. Watch out for any Fed speak. And again, anything related to China looks like it's taking a heed here this morning. But you also got a lot of other movements there out of Europe and all of that stuff. So, let us get into the news, and good morning, Chattadonia. Earnings are holding up better than feared. Goldman said of the 56 S&P companies that have reported so far, more than half have beat above the long-term average of 47%. That, combined with dovish Fed messaging, has provided equities a boost, but that doesn't mean stocks are out of the woods just yet, said strategist David J. Costin. The rates of beats still trails the average of the last 5 quarters. Morgan Stanley's Michael Wilson also reiterated his bearish view. Apple, they're tapping the high-grade bond market with a sale of up to 4 parts. The longest portion of the offering of 40-year security may yield around 150 basis points over treasuries. A person familiar said there was one overnight trade for UBS. They're among the 6 companies looking to sell fresh debt in the high-grade markets. U.S. futures fell amid the caution's tone. Stocks in Europe ticked higher, and those in Asia also climbed, even as unexpected contraction in Chinese factory activity underscored economic backsliding. The dollar and Bitcoin fell. Treasury yields inch higher. Oil dropped on demand fears. Further market warning, August and September are historically the worst months for the S&P. Wall Street Lord says October is the most dangerous because of the crashes in 1929, 1987, and 2008, but August and September are actually worse. The index averaged negative 0.6 and negative 0.7 respectively in the last 25 years. Hot dog. Where's Nancy? Pelosi held meetings in Singapore on the first leg of her Asian tour. Her itinerary made no mention of a stop in Taiwan. China reiterated its opposition to an island visit, held live fire drills in Taiwan Strait on Saturday. House Speaker will also visit Japan, South Korea, and Malaysia. And actually, right here, you could see it on almost any China stock. There was an update that I believe Nancy is going tomorrow or Wednesday. So we're getting some updates, and that could actually raise tension. So I'd watch China stocks on any Nancy Pelosi news, believe it or not. Ooh, this one, we got to go track this one. Ukraine's first grain shipment since Russia's invasion is on the way to Lebanon, Turkey said. Grain magnate Oleksiy Vladidirsky and his wife were killed in Mykolaiv yesterday in Russian shelling, authorities said. As Europeans strain from the gas squeeze, German cities are dimming lights, lowering thermostats, and preparing public heating havens to avert a winter disaster. But we got to track the ships. The first wheat ship is moving after 9 months. 9 months? No, like 7, 6. Not too bad. Shale profits are in focus with Devon and Diamondback Energy reporting after hours. The top 28 independent producers are expected to report a record cash haul of $25 billion for last quarter, reversing almost a decade of debt-fueled losses. Any signs they intend to break from spending discipline will also be washed. Other top names include Pinterest and Activision. Elon Musk will keep selling Tesla shares this year, with or without Twitter. The latest survey found about 75% of respondents asking bankers said he won't end up owning Twitter. The survey showed Tesla has the least upside among large S&P companies, while Microsoft has the most potential. Tesla signed the new long-term deals with 2 existing Chinese battery suppliers recently. On this day, or when nobody got, Democrats may be headed for big trouble in the midterms if unemployment and inflation are any guide. A new study by Bloomberg Economics took a gauge with a knack of predicting outcomes. The misery index, which focuses on both measures and projected forward through election day, results suggest that the party may lose 30 to 40 House seats and a few in the Senate. So that's by looking at the pretty much misery index overlaid with unemployment and inflation equals political results is what they're saying. 9:45 July manufacturing PMIs, 10 a.m. June construction spending, and July ISM manufacturing, 11:30 54 billion a 13-week and 42 billion a 26-week bills. Earnings include Activision, Pinterest, William & Co., Devon Energy, Diamondback, Arista Networks, CF Industries, and Mosaic. Friday's jobs report may fail to support the recession narrative. Employers probably added more moderate but still healthy 250,000 positions in July, keeping unemployment at 3.6. Job openings data midweek may also underscore a tight market. This week's comments from Loretta Mester, James Bullard, and Charlie Evans. We already got to hear from, what's his name? Dudley and Kishkari over the weekend here, or coming into this morning. Treasury markets are trading may be complicated by the quarterly refunding announcement on Wednesday. Bloomberg Economics said lower deficits will allow for smaller coupon auctions yet again. Most dealers agree the biggest reductions will be across the 7 and 20-year space. No let-up in earnings. Top names include Alibaba, AMD, PayPal, Airbnb, Uber, Lyft, Robinhood, and Carvana. In consumer health, watch Starbucks, Eli Lilly, and CVS and Caterpillar. That's all this week. Joe Manchin made a public pitch to his colleague Kristen Sinema to back Joe Biden's reshaped climate and tax spending deal, stressing it wouldn't raise taxes. Sinema has previously opposed closing the carried interest loophole, which Manchin said last week he's adamant and remains in the bill. ISM manufacturing probably slipped to 52 in July from 53, but there is an optimistic outlook. Bloomberg Economics said June construction spending may have risen 0.2, rebounding a tad from the May 0.1 decline. UK leadership, Rishi Sunak pledged to cut personal taxes by 20% within 7 years. Liz Truss told Telegraph that she won't allow another Scottish independence referendum. Paper also said she wants Downing Street to have more control over the economy and may tap Business Secretary Kwasi Kwarteng as Chancellor. Euro area manufacturing PMI for July improved upon its flash estimate, coming in at 49.8. Germany's figure was 49.3 versus initial reading of 49.2. The UK ticked down from 52.1. Only 20% of Euro area households hoarded savings in the pandemic, suggesting most don't have an extra buffer against inflation. China's economy weakened further in July. China Beige Book International said factory output and new orders slowed to a pace not seen since the middle of 2020, and retail sector employment was the worst in more than 2 years. Revenue growth in manufacturing and retailers deteriorated. Hong Kong's GDP contracted 1.4 year-on-year. Consensus was for a 0.2% drop. Imports, consumption, and investment were hit by rate hikes abroad. Financial Secretary Paul Chan said the city will inevitably revise down its full-year forecast mid-August. Equities from China and Hong Kong are barreling towards more losses as a clutch of chart patterns suggest, and investors remain reluctant to get back into China's stock market. Tanker tracking, Saudi Arabia's oil exports rose 7.5 million barrels a day in July, highest since April 2020 amid a surge in flows to India and China. Iraq shipment fell to 3.7 million even as EU cargoes rose. Kuwaiti flows touched a three-month high. Exports from Russia's Pacific Coast terminals slid to the lowest from 2018, but shipments of Urals from the country's top 3 western ports edged up. Libyan oil production has recovered to pre-blockade levels of 1.2 million barrels a day. Levels a milestone after production has been more than halved since mid-April. In Kazakhstan, crude and condensate production rose about 1.6 barrels last month, but remained below previous plateau. Oil fell after poor Chinese economic data added to concerns that global slowdowns may sap demand. U.S. natural gas and oil products futures also declined. Precious and base metals were mixed, with palladium climbing and aluminum lagging the LME. Iron ore rebounded. Wheat and corn futures fell as grain has finally left Ukraine. Company finance plans are being pulled in at the Americas at a faster clip than anywhere else. IPOs, bonds, everything. Aramco bought Valvoline Petroleum for $2.6 billion. NatWest is mulling a bid for wealth management firm Quilter. Baidu-backed Jidu is considering raising $300 to $400 million in a round. Investors seek valuation of 3.5. Boeing averted a strike by 2,500 machinists, at least for a few days. It also got preliminary FAA clearance to restart 787 Dreamliner deliveries. Shares rose pre-market. HSBC beat on profit and promised to restore dividends, seeking to head off a call by largest shareholder to split up. Heineken fell as investors focused on cautious outlook and tweaked 2023 guidance. Monkeypox is prompting investors to buy shares of firms that may benefit from the efforts to quell the disease. Vaccine producers, antiviral drug makers, and protective kit manufacturers are in demand. Here are the companies to watch. I did not know they had one of these. Hold on. Especially after watching the Sega. Where are they? Where are the names? Where are they? Baravian? What is this? Baravian root? What does this mean? Shares of Baravian Nordic. There's a couple of companies on here. We're going to have to go through this in a little bit. Bain is raising $5 billion for an Asian fund. People familiar said targeted is pool 25 bigger than the previous $4 billion fund that they had. Anna signs MOUs with Airbus and Boeing on decarbonization. Boeing shares rise on postponed strike and FAA progress on 787. Boeing to open Japan Research Center. Intel price target cut to 52 from 76 at Argus. Optum, Sanofi offer low-cost insulin for uninsured with diabetes. Star Trek actress Nichelle Nichols, who eroded racial stereotypes as Lieutenant Uhura, died at 89. She made history in 68 when Uhura and Captain James Kirk, played by William Shatner, joined lips in the show's final season, marking the first kiss between a black and white actor on network TV. NASA said she inspired generations to reach for the stars. Celtic legend Bill Russell, voted the greatest player in the NBA history and first black head coach, died at age 88. What the heck, bro? Why is everyone dying? What? He was a civil rights activist and Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver called him the greatest champion in all of sports. DC League of Super Pets topped a weaker North American box office over the weekend. Animated Warner Bros. Films made $23 million in opening weekend, according to ComScore, below forecast of $39 million. Elon Musk's antics are growing a turnoff for some Tesla owners and would-be buyers, according to consumer surveys. Buyers love their cars and rate the brand highly, but have less time for Musk and his public spats. Self-storage executive and former total fanboy Dennis Levitt criticized him for behaving like a 7-year-old, but he'll probably still buy another Tesla. A Candyland sale. British property mogul Christian Candy sold a luxury real estate in London, including an 82-foot underground pool for $152 million. He bought the manor in 2015 for $29 million and sold it for $152. Damn, son. Weird and hilarious climate solutions are everywhere, from carbon credits to killing camels to cloud-spilling ships that would spray seawater into the atmosphere to cool the earth. Few ideas are worth ignoring. And they say killing camels? What? Like, why would you go after the camels, bro? Like, I take a real offense to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my culture. I don't get it. That's crazy. On this day in history, the Berlin Olympics opened in 1936, attended by Adolf Hitler, who saw them as a way to promote his notions of racial supremacy and anti-Semitism. Jewish athletes were barred or prevented from taking part, and Jewish athletes from other countries were said to have been sidelined. Black athlete Jesse Owens of the U.S. dismayed the host by winning 4 golds. Germany won the most medals ever, 89, with the U.S. was second with 56. Interesting. I know, on this day in history was the Olympics for like 1930s. I'm like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's okay. I guess. What time is it? 6:23. We got a couple of minutes here. I have a couple of other pre-market movers. Beam Therapeutics falls 10%. FDA placed the cancer treatment program on clinical hold. Crypto stocks are in lower pre-market while traders are assessing the strength of the recovery. Colgate-Palmolive upgraded to equal weight. Shares are up 1% pre-market. Comcast was cut to equal weight from overweight at Barclays. Stock is barely down right now. MGAM esports shares surged as much as 49% pre-market trading, set for another day of gains following their initial public offering. Sega shares gained 10% after the stock sank in the previous session following an update from the FDA. Shares of other companies making vaccines are up also as well. Sony Group fell as much as 7% after the Tokyo-based tech giant trimmed profit outlook, reflecting the impact of recession and fears on global gaming. Victoria's Secret initiated with market perform rating at Cohen. Victoria's shares are down 33% year to date. And I think that's it. I got a couple plays I'm going to be watching. Again, MGAM, TSM, any of the China plays. Remember, we got a TSM put on Friday. Airbnb and Expedia for any of the travel earnings. XLF, just with some of the fears here, it looks like a little bit. Banks got hit. XLV, if we get positivity. Caterpillar, pre-earnings run-up. Boeing, they're doing good off the news. Then AMD and PayPal earnings this week. And then BABA related to any of the China headlines. But we got 2 minutes before the American flag, Chatadonia. So tell me, come on, what ideas you got? Again, I think I'm going to be looking at China plays as well as travel earnings and then maybe a couple of the other earnings that we got with like Square and PayPal. And then again, maybe post-earnings continuations if they come back. What else you got? Give me one play. I need one play. What's your first play in the morning, Chad? Yang Gang. Random account winner was a Ulta call. VRT earnings, SoFi calls, AMD, MRO, XOM, Airbnb, MRO earnings, GovX, SPY puts, BP earnings, BABA, Oxy puts. They got earnings tomorrow. After hours, Tesla, AMC, Oxing's earnings run up. Tesla weekly, TGTs, GovX. 3 in a row. 3 people put GovX in a while. The monkeypox play. I saw a lot of monkeypox TikToks over the weekend, bro. Airbnb, Palantir, Pinterest put, Redfin calls, Boeing's up 4% right now. Meta calls, Boeing, Starbucks puts, AMD last chance, monkeypox for real, same. INO monkeypox play. That's true, they are one. I have that list. So Bloomberg has a list of all of their monkeypox plays if we want to go over them. Sega, Simon Property, Tesla, Apple, AMD, last chance, make MGAM free. Yeah, we are up 100% on MGAM at this price if you want to make it free. NRXP, Starbucks, Tesla Q, AMD calls, Illumina, UVXY, and Pledge, baby. Indeed, it is that time. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're having a wonderful, beautiful, glorious day. Okay, it's an awesome one, but here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you. Thank you for your service, and shout out to the vets, baby. And don't forget about the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public servants out there as well, too, baby. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Citizens! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, good morning. Good morning. That's how you wake up in the mornings, huh? Oh, yes. Look at that. The jets have been sent. The stock market's already moving. Isn't that amazing? A bunch of people woke up this early and just started moving around billions of dollars, and you are alive for it, and you are awake. Oh, my gosh. They don't feel me, Chad. So let's go. It's going to be a wild day today. Again, remember, you are coming off a lot of bullishness from last week. You got a little bit of global tension kind of weighing on the market here today, and people are kind of looking for it. The Fed, they already started to pour some cold water. So you're getting a lot of movement, dollar, bonds, oil, commodities, everything's moving, and we still got a big earnings week, but it's going to be a big one. This week has a lot of implications, so stay in the game, Chad. We are glad you're here. Like the video, make a call out, be smart. I know at the very least, there's a lot of people in here who have 100% on one play on equity. So just be smart and do your thing, and let's have some fun, Chad Adonia. And that's about it. Like I said, got a couple plays here off the morning. Going to be watching MGAM, TSM, Airbnb, Expedia, XLF, XLV, Caterpillar, Boeing, AMD, PayPal, and Baba. And again, a lot of people are talking about a lot of these monkeypox plays. Chimrex, they use, so there's Chimrex, Bavarian Nordic. What's Bavarian Nordic? What stock is this? Bavarian Nordic is the only manufacturer with an approved virus shot. That's who they have here. Who's this? Bava? Bava. No, wait, I just had it. I think it's foreign. Yeah, it's foreign. Bavarian Medical or Bavarian Nordics. Then there's Chimrex, Japan, virus detection. Roche said in May developed test kits. Yeah, most of them are foreign, and then there's Sega, and then there's Chimrex if you want that one. Oh, yeah, Uber's tomorrow. That one's going to be good. Yeah, see, Chimrex. This is one. This one's kind of dead, though. There it is. Round one. Fight. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. All right, how are we looking? Random play was a Ulta. You guys just reminded me. I need to get that. It was a Ulta call. It was a Ulta call for August. Morning, Josh. Good morning, my friend. Oh, it's very short amount of time, though. They wanted August 5th on the random. Or no, August 22nd. But they wanted 5 calls. Damn. Oh, yeah, that play is very expensive. Okay, I grabbed an August 26, 465 call. It's $1.50, so it's a little bit more. That was the only way to play that one. Why is Amazon dying? I think just a lot of people are waking up here. I didn't even take off pre-market. People are feeling a little just more uncertain than we were on Friday. Again, it is a new month, too. Remember, a lot of people are expecting buybacks, and now your MGAM is up over 100%. So like I said, just be smart with whatever you're going to do with that play. Is this all closed? Am I tripping? Interesting. All right, I think I bought 300 shares of Chimrex. That one, again, I haven't played Sega or anything else like that, but this one is related to the monkeypox one. There's a couple of other ones that I wanted, but I figured grab 300 shares. I like the shares and go from there. Curb inversion spy. I need to check it out. MGAM's still going. Let's check Boeing. They're actually doing great. How are the China names? Again, watch out for those. Like even the TSMs are moving. XLV barely down. Banks are down a lot more. Caterpillar, Boeing still up. AMD, they're down. Chimrex has earnings, yeah. Again, I put in 300 shares. I spent $600, so kind of like even the MGAM. You know, any of these hype plays with shares, just be prepared to lose about 50%. And that's kind of how I view it. Oh, it's Bradley Frizzle and the Peach in the morning. Oh, tomorrow, that's it. The market's going to bounce from here. Hard up. Oh, Peach Nation. Wow, dude, these early peaches. Are you kidding me? Oh, my gosh, bro. Oh, my gosh. This is amazing. Are you kidding me? Wow, God bless you. God bless you, Cole. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. We've been blessed. Chattadonia, your blessing has came in early today. That's it now. Sega to 100. Or not Sega, MGAM. Maybe Sega. I don't know. Is Sega still up? CMRX. Again, that's the only other play we made right now. But good morning, Bradley Frizzle. Good morning, Peach Nation. I hope you're feeling good. Meta's down 1. Apple's even down. Oh, they're all down. Everything. Remember, Tesla's up. Remember, Tesla went crazy. And then SPY's here at the bottom. We're down about 0.8, actually. Even though, we've been here for 4 minutes. Already got the peach. And the market, surprisingly, is already down a pretty penny. About 0.75%. So we'll see where we go from here. Kramer said Apple to the moon. I mean, Apple was looking good on Friday. I mean, remember, we had a nice post earnings on them. I mean, they're down, what, 0.5% right now? MGAM's still going nuts. AMD looking good. Apple's looking kind of good too. Again, I like some of those. Microsoft's only down like 1% as well here too. Apple's hitting the high ticker now. HTHT. But SPY's kind of bouncing up here. It looks like Apple is leading a lot of the tech right now. Again, you're down a pretty decent amount considering how much we've moved already. Yeah, Tesla's holding up great too. That Roku put expire there. That was only for a daily, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that one expired on Friday. That was $20 for just today. The only play from Friday that's up is the TSM. I mean, old Facebook puts are trying to move. XLV spreads are widening too. Ford is actually killing it. I don't know. Those plays are actually up. The Ford plays are only up by 1 penny though. I just bought Chimrex, CMRX. And then MGAM, bro. Why is MGAM still going up like this, actually? That's wild. $19 on MGAM. Tesla, rip. Roku climbing, 3.2. Walmart's even coming up. Boeing is now doing good. Again, Boeing was a leader here in the morning. And again, just watch the China stocks. We have gains on the TSM. Chimrex is just, it's related to the monkeypox stuff. And again, over the weekend, you had another emergency announcement by New York. A lot more people were talking about it. Futu on the low. It's not showing up here on the chart, but Futu's printing to the downside. I did do the ghetto lockup on MGAM. So I have my order on MGAM. I put a $100 limit. We ain't letting them ride just yet. You know what I'm saying? They gonna have to earn it, bro. We gonna make them earn it. Qualcomm gassing, yeah. Not all the chip makers are holding up though. So Micron bouncing, but AMD just went green right now. Yeah, no, there was a lot of monkeypox headlines over the weekend. Even then, bro, I saw like a bunch of videos of like a bunch of people straight up having monkeypox, and they were like talking about their experience. They were like, I don't know how I got it. They're like, I shared a towel, I shared a bed sheet, and I'm looking at them like hella suspicious, you know. And now you have a lot of people talking about it. Everybody's like, yeah, nah, you could get it by looking at somebody, and I'm like, oh. So, but a lot of people are talking about it. You have 2 emergency designations. So we'll see. But again, just a lot of people are talking about them now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Chimrex is the only that's the only monkeypox play I've played this far. Again, it just showed up there in a Bloomberg article. They have like some way to benefit off of it, but it seems like the people who benefit off of the monkeypox drugs are all European, believe it or not. So like Sega did come up on the list, and they could be a good one. I know some of you guys have brought up INO too in the past because they just work on smallpox, but most of the companies are foreign. It looks like. So I settle with Simrex, $600 for the shares, and then we'll just go from there. Microsoft trying to fight back now. Again, Apple making another move. I like Apple a lot right now. It sucks. I kind of want to make another play, but they've kind of moved up a little bit. Ford came down. MGAM is about to hit 20 again. I did the ghetto lockup. No, I haven't made it free yet. I just put in my order to sell up my shares at $100 just to lock it up. Again, it's $1.5 million float, but I mean, this is already past expectations. I think you guys should make them free. I kind of want to make it free, honestly. $19 is great, but I do kind of want to push it a little bit. But be wise with it. You got 100% plus. Be something good. Nah, Taiwan is looking bad. Again, literally China stocks, right as Nancy said she was going on like in a couple of days, all of them started to drop. So actually they're bouncing here from the bottom. Micron's on the high. Oil's starting to move up here. Again, XOM. Didn't they have earnings on Friday? Roblo earnings. They're doing decent. Airbnb, Expedia. Expedia is down 4. So is Booking. I guess Airbnb is down the least, but watch out if Airbnb catches up with those. Shout out to Peach, bro. XOM, yeah, they had earnings on Friday. That's why I was like, I thought they'd have a little bit more wiggle room. Qualcomm and Coca-Cola on the high. So those are solidly in the green. Yeah, Micron is too. Even Intel. All the chip stocks actually are doing great. Enphase, TAN, that's on fire as well too. XOV wants to go positive. Microsoft now on the high. Microsoft still down 0.75%. Tesla's killing, dude. 920. Oh my gosh, bro. Tesla's actually going insane. And then Apple's picking it up now. Apple went red to positive. Options, they dropped like 75%, and then they just came back up to where they were at open. So that window's kind of gone. But if those come down, that could be good. But Microsoft, Apple is definitely the leader. You're down about 0.4 on the SPY and the NASDAQ, and then actually 0.42 on the Dow too. Amazon's starting to run now. So again, any of these companies that already reported good on the big tech space, those are looking decent now. We'll see if this could wake things up. Otherwise, it'll be an interesting one. 2 times money on MGAN. Way to be smart, baby. Good work. Apple's still going. Ford, let me check TLT and UUP. TLT's up, but staying chill. Dollar surprisingly down today. Again, maybe we could blame the yen, but that's actually looking great. Tesla, dude, Tesla's at 920. Tesla's like absolutely killing it. Intel likes that trip to Taiwan, right? They're like, yes, go visit. TSM just even skyrocketed like crazy, though. Low key, some of the China plays actually bounced from their opening. They were down really, really bad earlier. A lot of those just flipped. Costco and Walmart, they're killing it. OM halted. Outset Med, what do they do? I know. PMI in 4 minutes. Yeah, that could have some effect. Again, it looks like non-farms will be the biggest data set, but, I mean, anything, if it surprises big enough, I mean, it could move. But, yeah, ISM comes out here in about 8 minutes, and then you have the global manufacturing PMIs here in 4 minutes or 3 minutes. Roblo. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. ABMB. NVIDIA, all the chip makers, some are leading more than others, but they dropped and then came back up. Same thing with a lot of China names as well too. They're still really down, but they've bounced there from their bottom. And then Apple is still doing great. Those contracts already made a pretty big move. If Microsoft could come to life, that'll be great. Google's still down. Again, remember we sold out of those on Friday. And then who's the other one? Amazon. And I think Meta's down the most. Meta's actually struggling, and put premiums are moving in a way. Yeah, AMD earnings along with PayPal and Square this week. SPY's at 410.33. Remember, we hit 412 or 413 on Friday, which was insane. CPI. Well, CPI is going to be next week. I mean, it's going to be hard to say. I just know CPI will have the ability to move things. Oxy puts. Again, Oxy's tomorrow, I believe. Boeing's still up. Wally World, Walmart, Ford now moving. Tesla at 922. Bro, Tesla's just ripping faces off. XLV spreads are super wide. If that could settle, that'll be great. Are you down for some Beyond? They have earnings. I don't know. I mean, they canceled the McPlant thing recently. But I like them, but I remember the last earnings is just, I did not like it at all. Tesla, unhealthy rally, acting like dude, it's gone crazy. Again, I was waiting for some of those cheaper contracts, but I didn't expect it to go back up to the higher nines that quick. Apple hitting another high. Like an Uber, they've been improving. Well, that's the key. I mean, there's a lot of, we can feel a lot of way about a lot of companies. I like Uber, but that's why we have to see how they report. It's one thing to have a feeling towards it, but that's why I've been waiting with the long-term deposit, because now it's just like once we get these reports, we're really going to see, okay, who's looking good, who's looking bad coming into it, and then we could, really clear some of the runway coming into the next couple of months. Manufacturing PMI is 52.2. Estimate was 52.3. So PMI, manufacturing PMI, I think it's still near contraction. It's still pretty low, but it came in as expected. Nothing surprised on that side. Uber. Airbnb's doing the best out of all the travel, except for airlines. Amazon's going green a little bit more now. Microsoft is still red by 0.5%. Apple is green, about to go red though, only up 0.2. Amazon's starting to look like the best now. So right now you only have discretionaries and staples in the green. Everything else is red. So utilities are barely green. Healthcare are barely red. Healthcare's down 0.25. And then energy's doing the worst. And then financials. But only consumer discretionary are up 0.72. And then staples 0.6. So very interesting. It looks like only consumer stocks on both ends are looking good. Everything else kind of struggling. Colgate, Palmolive, they're on the high. I think they had earnings this morning. Or they got an upgrade. We read something on them this morning. TLT popping big. Dollars down, but watch here with bonds. This is new high? No, we still haven't broken out of that 140 range or the 120 range, but still. Tesla flash crash. CL's popping. MGAM still at the high. Overstock on the high. Yeah, Apple's ripping now. Google with a candle. Big tech, honestly, it's like every couple of minutes, it like goes crazy, then calms down, then goes crazy, then calms down. Rumble antitrust lawsuit against Google will proceed to discovery. Are they CFVI? Affirm is on the high. Affirm just went green. PayPal's still red. Square as well, too. PayPal already has cushion, though, from the last couple of days, huh? That Elliott management stuff. Flash crash. I think if Europe trips out, I mean, August is going to be an interesting month. Again, like October is one thing, but you know what they say. October is where a lot of crashes has happened, but August and September are historically the worst months of the S&P. MGAM. One more time. KDNY. Apple's still moving up there. TLT's making a move now too. Again, we got more data in about 12 minutes. Meta pushing. They were guttered. They have not been reacting good today. KMX, Google on the high too. What happened? SPY down. We kind of just got off to a weak start. I mean, a lot of global currencies are moving. There was bad China data. Again, even stuff about Europe and energy stuff. And then even energy went down because of the bad China. So kind of just waking up a little bit more or less, I think, with the hangover from last week. And then some of the just more reality of what's not looking good kind of hit a little harder this morning. But, I mean, we might be able to brush it off as you're seeing. We're coming up pretty nice. So we're going to see what happens. Tesla. What is it? CMRX? That's the only other one. Sega. They're all coming down. Nike, PGY on the high. Wasn't that another one of those hype plays? Again with HKD. HKD's still up, but it's down on the day. Still at 300. I am writing that free VGK. Yeah, till September. None of this makes sense. I agree 100%. Yeah, a lot of people were, you got off to again, it just everybody kind of woke up a little bit weirder today. Just after the last week, things were looking good. But again, I think a lot has to do with China. Again, the Pelosi thing affected it, but then China manufacturing numbers are really, really low. That started to affect oil, and then again, Europe, and then even with the yen moving, that even bringing down the dollar. So puts us in an interesting spot. And we have, I mean, at least 150, 200 earnings this week as well, too, that are lining up. My Microsoft play, I need to double check. We sold out a little bit above 50% on the first set, but now I'm waiting for the final ones. And then we sold out of the Google. The Microsoft, they're still up. They're still up about 50% from where we bought them, but they've dropped from the highs of Friday. Friday, they were up for like 120, 130. They were up a lot. CL, Colgate again. This thing has just been running all day. One of the value plays or one of the consumer staples. Walmart's even going up here too. Again, consumer staples and consumer discretionaries are the only things doing good. I think that's kind of the distortion you're getting from some of these post-earnings runners in big tech like Amazon and whatnot. Like TSM is about to go green. What? Our plays are still up on that, but they were down a lot this morning. They're moving up there. Again, that's one of the China plays. And then Baba even bounced green. They were down like 4%. Where's Boeing? Boeing's holding up great. Yeah, the first shipment of grain has been sent from Ukraine this week. First time in a long time. Big news. That's why wheat is down now. Roblo Insane Pop. Yeah, they were actually guttered a little bit earlier. Shopify's going up here too. Remember, they had earnings and everything else. Even though their earnings wasn't good, they went up. So Tesla 2,000 go work. Tesla's still at 922. Ay. And then Microsoft struggling a little bit. Amazon came down. Apple still in a pole position, ready to move and holding up green. NASDAQ only down 0.18. Dow down a quarter, and then SPY down just above a quarter right now. Ford hitting highs. Those plays went up. You got 50%, but, I mean, I kept the play super small. Which one is that? That's actually really good for Ford. Again, I mean, it's just crazy to think about depending on how we move. Again, even where the SPY is at. Like, these were the lows of September. Or excuse me, of February, if you don't realize that. So where we could go from here would be interesting. Abbeville on the low, 139. Yalla. So again, we're getting Airbnb and Uber this week, and then after this, we'll pretty much see where we could put that long-term deposit. Tesla going up on the high now again, too. Abivi on the low. SPY hitting 410.98, 411. BBBY squeezing. It's looking good, 4%. Let's see. GME is even up 3 right now. AMC is even up 1. Snapchat, I still like them. I'm waiting, though. But again, like with this deposit, I'd be going with more value at this moment. You know, Snapchat's no longer, I mean, you could try to day trade it if you'd like, but Snapchat is now fully an earning stock. So, like, if you want to see big moves, if you want to see it come back to life, get movement, or even die, you know, I think it's really going to depend on earnings from here on out. Google's popping. They may go positive. Amazon, Microsoft as well, too. I think Meta's the only one, but Meta's even waking up. Again, chip makers on the high. AMD's hitting a high. Even Pepsi's going up here, too. Yeah, chip makers are looking really good. They were really, really weak earlier. Netflix, I forgot. Netflix, actually, if Netflix gets any benefits off of these, this could be good. I forgot about that 9:30, bro. Or that 2:30. The premiums are still very, very wacky here, though. Be careful. Because even as I look from premium, like this morning, it's not like we opened up like super down, but a lot of the premiums got super cheap. So now when I'm looking at them comparatively, like this little bounce, this made Apple, Microsoft, Netflix, all those contracts got really expensive. You think institutions are coming back? Well, yes and no. I mean, I think you're watching more money play out in the last couple of weeks than before. It looks more like, that plus computers. But the thing that you got to keep in mind right now is that even Fed Bill Dudley said it this morning. A lot of people are talking about this rally being self-defeating, like in the sense that the more that we rally, the more that loosens financial conditions, and then the more that contradicts the Fed. So even Bill Dudley of the Fed this morning, what he was saying was that, he was just pretty much kind of being a bear about it. So it's it's hard to say. It's like, even if big money is really coming in or not, even if we've seen more activity, what I'm going off of is literally you've watched more inflows to the S&P over the last 3 weeks than any other time in the last 6 months. So people have definitely, like, literal money has flowed into the market, but it's still like you don't really have an idea of when it could pull back or if it pulls back just as fast. That's the thing. August, September, seasonally, this month isn't our favorite, and a lot could happen. And then, the fact is, the higher the market goes, if it goes back to 415 or higher, that is where the Fed, might think that conditions are still loose. So it may keep the Fed from ever slowing down. So we're going to see, but that's what makes all of this that much more interesting. Palantir. No, I mean, we'll see with the earnings, but where is Palantir? I'm actually still up on my Palantir position, believe it or not. We bought it very, very low, so now that it's recovered here, but I don't know if I would add to Palantir until, again, like I said, there's just so many other names that you could get right now, even though I think Palantir is a good company. They're still not at that level of profitability. So, again, I think they're just more of a future growth company. Netflix green. I want Netflix plays, but they're expensive. Rally building up. Fed slowing down. Well, let's see. That's why the Fed this week is going to be important. I mean, again, you already heard from Kashkari and Bill Dudley. We got like Charlie Evans, Mester, and one more person this week. MGAM. I don't know. I thought that was going to be candles everywhere. MGAM just took a candle. 2 big ones down, but it's not everywhere else. Market's at 411.70. You've actually moved up a point since breaking out. Apple is leading the way. Tesla, another high. Google, even Airbnb with the rest of travel down now. Actually, very interesting. DraftKings on watch after M&A approval chatter. Mm-mm. Caterpillar on the high. Remember, their earnings is tomorrow, I believe. Meta call premium. Yeah, and the puts have actually moved up today. The PMI came in at expectations. It was like 52.2. You actually have data in a minute and a half here. We're going to get all the ISM, so there will be a prices paid metric, which could give us an idea of inflation here. So that could either cause the market to rally a little bit, or maybe we come down again. That's here in about a minute and a half. Bro, Tesla's going crazy. Ford calls up 100%. Woo. Yeah, they are. Again, that was a small play, 15 bucks. You could either ride that out or take the small profit if you want. You're about 15 cents from being in the money, and we have till the end of the week. So we'll need a pretty big rally. Well, that could be decent. Roblox doing well. This is E-Trade Pro. This one is TD Ameritrade. Microsoft plays are still up now over 50%. Shopify, no. Shopify already reported. I still have my old wheat shares and then the contracts. I'm actually still going to be writing those out here till we get to the end of this, but no, nothing new at this point. The manufacturing data reflect the products that are smaller. I don't know, actually, with the substitutes. Again, I'm assuming they keep the items the same quantity. But, you know, given what I've seen with some of the reporting, I would probably want to double check. I don't have a Uber play except for shares. Nancy Pelosi is planning to visit Taiwan, Liberty Times reported. Again, any of the Nancy headlines, they literally have been bringing down the China stocks. We had a couple in the morning, so just keep that in mind. Elon, he doesn't plan to. That thing I read about Elon selling, that was a survey. They surveyed a bunch of hedge fund managers, and like 78% of them believe that Elon would sell more shares. So here it is. ISM Manufacturing, 52.8. Estimate was 52. Prices paid dropped to 60 from 74.3. And then new orders came in at 48 instead of 49. And then employment, 49.9. And then construction spending came in negative 1.1. Estimate was for a 0.1 increase. So construction spending was bad, but no, prices paid dropped. That's very bullish. Bro, prices paid dropped substantially. I mean, it did drop at the beginning of the year and then rocketed, but this is the lowest prices paid since last year. Relatively. Actually, that's a very, very low print. That's actually, I mean, again, so what that says for CPI, I mean, it's kind of hard. There's a lagging indicator. It might, like, CPI might be 2 reports down, but that actually looks very, 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 very reassuring. Yeah, prices paid dropped dramatically. 60. Estimate was for 70. Yeah, the real estate data, again, it's another bad real estate data. But, again, I mean, if the market, that's where people are saying self-defeating. You got to realize it's like right now as all the bad real estate data is finally starting to hit, if the market goes in full bull mode, it might ease on it. But for the most part, the streak of bad real estate data continues. But now ISM manufacturing and the prices paid, that the prices paid is extremely bullish. So we'll see if we actually get like a real follow through from it. Ford Weekly's got gas. Yeah, they're up over 100%. So, I mean, you could get a small profit if you want it, but if you really want to push that to get in the money, you need 50 more cents, and then it could get really nuts. Dang, that's crazy. I think CPI might come down now. I don't know. Let's get more data sets by the time we get to CPI, but at this point, it's a very, very big one. Very, very big one. And Netflix, again, watch Netflix at 230. That is a big price point. Microsoft still up. Apple kind of chilling out. Micron's going up here. My fundamentals. I get all my data from Trading Economics. So we showed that on Friday. You could go to tradingeconomics.com and go to calendar, and you could get all economic data, the calendar, when it gets released, so on and so forth, even estimate numbers and whatever else you need. Dollar is popping up a little bit, first time on the day. And then Tesla or TLT moving around. Tesla's still high, though. Ford is still going. Boeing's still going. Boeing is a going. Airlines went positive. Those are the only names going green there with Airbnb. The rest are a little bit weak. I got filled on that? All right. I'm down with that. Tesla calming down. Palantir. Tesla. High ticker's getting pretty nuts, though. I think even XOM and oils move. High ticker is actually gassing right there. So be careful off that. A lot of things are starting to move. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. You might be surprised, too. I grabbed an Airbnb put. I grabbed an Airbnb put for August 19th. I'm thinking pre-earnings run-up. And the fact that Booking and Expedia are both down like 2 and 4% today, and they're holding up. So, again, I have so many leaps and other stuff on Airbnb, but I'm going to put there for, I spent about $100. BA is going still. Yep, Boeing's at the high. Meta's on the high now. Ford is even starting to move. This HKD, is that still going? Yeah, HKD's positive again. I mean, that's all right. I'm down. That's why I'm holding MGAM at this point. Airbnb calls. Well, I have a lot. Remember, I have like 7 or 5 leaps. So it's like I have a lot and a shit ton of shares. So that's why I'm figuring if we get a little option play even leading into it, we'll see. Amazon's green. Apple is green. I don't even think Microsoft is green yet. Microsoft's still down 0.4. Uber green. Yeah, Uber's going up now. Meta again. Then watch Netflix. Netflix gets back up to those 230s. We have yet to see a break. That's the whole point. I want one of those plays, though, but they've gone up about 50% from the bottom of the day. Unfortunately. Well, reports. You had global manufacturing PMIs. Those came in at estimates. Construction spending missed by a pretty big margin. And then ISM manufacturing beat. And then really the real bullish data that just came out was ISM prices paid. It was expected to be at 74.3, but it came in at 60 flat, which is very good because that kind of leans that inflation may actually be coming down pretty big. JPM red. Yeah, banks have been struggling today. Banks have not been on one. They're coming up, but they're still red. But banks are actually one of the worst right here. Is XLV positive? No. I guess they're coming back, though, to catch up. Microsoft making a big move off the last 3 candles. They changed the Taking Damage song in Roblox? No. What? I mean, I need to get back on my Roblox game. Roblo up 2.4. Sega. Then we got Chimrex. That one's already down like 10, 15 cents a share. Good news is actually good. Today, we're kind of just wobbly. It's really hard to say. But that news, I mean, again, that news is related to prices. That news, ISM prices paid, I mean, it's not the CPI, but that's closer to telling you about inflation than any other data, right? It's like, and then again, the employment numbers were strong, but, you know, you could try to pick that apart. But at the very least, watching, you know, some gauge of prices go down, that will be very reassuring to anybody in this marketplace. But it doesn't necessarily, the good news, bad news, bad news, good news, just keep your head on a swivel, though. You know, keep your head on the swivel. Making it free would be selling to get your initial investment back. So we bought MGAM for $8. Right now, you could get $18 a share. So for my 100 shares, I spent $800. I could go right now, sell half of my shares at 50 shares and get back over $800. So by doing that, I get my initial investment back. I walk away with the same amount of money in my account, and then I still also get to hold a stock play or option for relatively free. See, remember, Sega had a bad sell-off on Friday, so that's why I was like hesitant towards some of the monkeypox plays, but there was just so much monkeypox news over the weekend, I had to. Between Snap and Goog, what do you think about Roblox? Are these not sympathies? It's an enigma. They operate a little differently. You know, Roblox makes money through people using the app, right? It's like Snapchat. They don't get paid if you go on Messenger, right? And you're messaging people. They get paid through showing you ads. So I think Roblox is kind of in a little bit of its league of its own, but it will get affected. But here's the thing about Roblox. If you've noticed, Roblox has actually been outperforming a lot of names. So, like, my last update on Roblox, I bought at $32 a share. We're up almost 50% on that, if you think about it, which is wild. That's actually, yeah, almost at like 45, 46 will be up. But they've been outperforming. Roblox is holding its levels from March pretty much. Yeah, Roblox has literally been outperforming the SPY. So I think they're just in a little bit of a league of their own when it comes to, you know, trying to find the sympathy of like ad revenue and all that. So just keep that in mind. But I think they're going to kind of be in their own little league there. And I don't think it'll get hit with the same stuff, but we'll find out. Am I bearish? No, I'm not bearish on Airbnb, but I mean, I don't think owning a put there, especially when the puts I got today, I mean, they were just going for $200, $300 a couple of days ago. So you remember, that's I wanted to buy Airbnb at $90, $80, and then it just shot up $10, $15 leading into earnings. So I figured I'd grab a $100 put. I have $20,000 to $50,000 of equity in Leaps or more. I have probably $50,000 on the stock alone. So just gets a little bit of downside, but we'll see. And really for today, all of the travel plays are down like 3% and 4%, and then Airbnb's like, hey, look at me, I'm up. So I was like, okay, maybe it comes back down. Maybe we balance it out a little bit. FOMO is strong. Amazon going insane. Yeah, Amazon, again, anything consumer, whether it's staples or discretionaries, just killed it today. That's probably the weirdest part about today, is that like everything else was like still, I mean, things are going positive now. Maybe I should take a look. Now communications are positive, industrials and tech, but still the leaders are staples and discretionary, which is, I mean, it's just a broader consumer push right now. Then almost 200% on those Fords from last week on the earnings. Costco, Amazon nonstop. Amazon really is going crazy. Sega on the low. SPY's at 412.50. We're getting up to the high. Remember, we hit 413. I mean, this is still a big level. I know we got off to a weird start, but like low key, like you're green now again from a very high close on Friday. It's like you're low key starting to gas again. I mean, it could quickly change. There's not a lot of cushion, but definitely an interesting one. Google, I want Microsoft. That one's still red. Roblo tapping the VWAP of the day. Bro, Roblo's up a lot, 44 again. When is Roblo's earnings? Is it this week? August 9th? Not next week? Yeah, that's next Tuesday. Let me check oil. Oil's down a bunch because of the China stuff. Nothing on China bank collapse. I mean, the only news out of China today was just really, really, really slow economic data. A lot of China's economic data is as bad as like middle of 2020 or beginning of 2020, which has a lot of people freaked out. That's why oil is down 7% because the China demand is a worry. But again, I mean, as of late, we've been ripping since the prices paid. The ISM, that one's good. So we'll see. Starbucks could be moving. Remember, Starbucks has earnings, I believe, tomorrow. Tomorrow or Thursday, they got that big earnings. They're up 0.5. Amazon again on the high. Uber's starting to go. NVIDIA. Even Altria is getting some love here on the high, actually. AbbVie. I think AbbVie's keeping down XLV. SPY Daily, very bullish. Well, until either the Fed pours cold water or any of these data sets. Again, I think most of the data will get ignored this week except non-farm payrolls. But then if there's any bright spot that points to inflation coming down on the next CPI, the market's going to like it. And again, that's what I liked from the prices paid this morning right now. Lyft. And yeah, like I said, this time around, Lyft reports after Uber, which is kind of weird. So keep that in mind if you're going for any sympathy plays. AMD could just be a good one, but I don't really have any. AMD is actually up a lot, too. That's one thing I do know. AMD is, in a weird way, they are kind of outperforming. Companies are going to buy back. They should have been starting already, but we'll find out soon. Deep in Micron. I have those. Those have been bouncing around. So we hit bottom. None. We just have a rally until August 10th. That's it. The next CPI. But again, if that CPI comes in like those prices paid, we might very well rally to 430 at that point, because I'm assuming we're going to be around 415. Maybe we even get up before there, but I think that is going to be a battleground more or less. Oh, Patrick Toomey's talking. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you.
To address comprehensive toxic hazard. This is the burn pit issue, and you've taken some issue with the bill as it is. Let's be clear. What are you for in this bill, and what are you against in this bill?
That's a very good way to put it, right? So what I'm for is the entire set of provisions that will provide new and more generous benefits in health care and in disability compensation for veterans. So I've not suggested any change at all in the substance of what the bill is supposed to be about. And the changes that I'm looking for would not reduce spending on behalf of veterans by a penny anywhere throughout the entire federal government. What I'm against is a completely unrelated provision that was put into this bill. It's a very complicated technical change in the budget rules that makes it easier for future Congresses to spend more money. And it could be as much as $400 billion over the next 10 years. What I'm in favor of is keeping the budget rule as it's been for many, many years, not making that change that's completely unrelated to delivering benefits for veterans.
My understanding is the other 400 number here would be moving from discretionary to mandatory. But isn't that 400 number itself for various health benefits? That's what's wrong with making that mandatory?
Because it doesn't change the ability of the government to make those payments to cover those services. This is an accounting change. This is a change in the way the government chooses to categorize the spending that's going to happen either way. If it is categorized as mandatory spending all of a sudden, which is the change that this bill would do to existing programs, the reason they want to do that is because it then frees up $400 billion underneath the spending caps that discretionary spending is subject to, and it allows for this spending spree on unrelated things.
But doesn't Congress have the keys to its own jail there? I mean, when that came...
Pat Toomey. A lot of people have been arguing about it. I think that's... I don't know if that's related to the new plan with Manchin, but I think there's another one too. OTR at Gassin, Airbnb, MGAM still up, Amazon still killing it. Apple's coming down. Apple's cushion's not too hot. Microsoft, a couple things are moving down now. So we'll see. How high do we get? 412, almost 413. Yeah, that's the one Jon Stewart was griefing about. Tesla, everything's kind of chilling here. We went right under the highs, right underneath that 413, and then we're kind of chilling out a little bit here. So we'll see. Twitter's on the low. Let's see how long you like. Caterpillar's still on the high though. I thought they were. But low ticker kind of moving, but there's still things moving. OTRK, Chad just called that. That one's moving actually. That one's up 127%. This one in the IPO. This is just a big mover. You sell it. No, I'm still holding the MGAM. Again, be smart with that. Do what you need to do with it. I mean, I'm kind of willing to push it. I only put in $800. So, and I like kind of what I'm seeing with HKD and still some of the hype this morning. But I have my ghetto lockup in, and that's about it. But honestly, I mean, it's a great play to get momentum on. You know, if you got in it, got a good one. If it would help your account out, definitely take it. You can't complain about 100% on equity, and that's it. Microsoft coming down now. SPY at VWAP. So if some of those big names drop down, again, just big leaders in the discretionary space, if that flip-flops, that won't be good. Or, again, XLV, XLF, some of the earlier weakness is coming back here. You're back negative on the SPY and Dow. They were just positive, and only the NASDAQ is green right now. Uber. Bond prices coming back up. Tesla's starting to give up now. Yeah, TLT is climbing. Is the dollar green yet? No, dollar is just super weak, though. Very, very weird. Maybe, I don't know. I'd hate to see the dollar drop and then bring down the market. That would be an interesting correlation to watch. Twitter, big drop. I saw it on the low ticker. Yeah, Twitter kind of actually pretty decent sized. And then Meta's still up. They were actually selling off earlier in the day. MGAM, we still got that up there. Amazonian. Anyone still holding MGAM? Chad question the Chad. Chad. Market expecting Fed members to push back. I doubt they have the balls to tighten more. Well, we already had a couple. So far. I mean, Dudley was very hawkish this morning. So he had a written statement that he gave out, like an op-ed, and pretty much Bill Dudley was saying that all of this is Bill Dudley called this a self-defeating rally, just in the sense that it's leading it to, it pretty much just hurts the objective, more or less. Yes, you're still holding. TBLT squeeze coming down. Made MGAM free, holding 50 shares, holding till Friday. Feel like MGAM finna fail. I got MGAM 820 entry. Nah. Yes, MGAM on fire. Price target 25. So a couple people got it. Still holding. I think, and then again, I mean, I don't think it's dumb to sell out and make it free or take the profit. I really think MGAM at this point, it just depends where your account's at and like kind of, do you want to risk it or not? That's all I see with MGAM. Again, I'm still not even I'm not really even excited about it, if that makes sense. It's just more like, okay, we got it. It's doing its thing, and it's just going to come down to, if you want to push it, you can. You push it. If not, you take that profit and run. We just hit a nice hit, 100%, over 100% from waking up. It's beautiful. Electric bill and natural gas for the CPI. Maybe energy costs, coming down, but I think a lot of people are going to be very strict to reacting to the data sets. That's why I think that prices paid was very bullish. We're surprisingly now, we're like right below or right at the low end of the candle of the prices paid coming out. So we'll see. Put 30% of cash to work end of June, holding off, adding to things. Market has so much run in the last month. That's why, again, literally saving cash and then putting some to work and letting it do its thing. It could do what it needs to. So that's why, we have 2 deposits, but we've got to put stuff to work, and it's I'm excited after we get these earnings. But yeah, I got the June deposit. I don't know if it hit. It should have. We could log in, but I got it. I know at the very least. And then we get Uber, Airbnb earnings, and then we're going to be good. Then we'll see where everything's at. Oil is down because of China. So China manufacturing data and PMIs were really, really bad. And then it just kind of put another one of those worried about China demand issues. CPI comes down and then comes up on the next report. Yeah, 100%. And that's why we'll be more volatile. But if there's anything that could get us to see 2 days of it down or 2 reports, it'll be very, very good. No, the deposit hasn't hit yet, but it should be soon. Should be soon. Let's see. Does this change the plan on oil? No. That's part of it. China demand back and forth as people expect it to increase or decrease. It affects it, but nah. Oil's playing out we're right below 100. We're coming into now the later months. Again, I know we've been talking about it for a long time, but hopefully you could see it. Just like today is August 1st, and the moment it hits August 1st, people start talking about the seasonality again. People start talking about getting ready into October. So, just think about how much has changed from May until today, like May 1st until today, and imagine what we went through. That's the same time period from today until October, pretty much. So that where we go from here will be wild. But that's what we're keeping our eye on. No, I don't think the bottom is in. Not at all. Again, I think we have a temporary rally on our hands until the CPI data will either keep the ball rolling or it'll stop it. But I think the market is if Powell is data dependent, so is the market at this point. And I think a lot relies on what data sets you get, especially pertaining to inflation. And then we could find out what's going on with Powell. And that's why employment numbers and other stuff will be there. But it's going to be super, super data dependent at this point. Arctic family home sweet home. We love you too, Josh. God bless you. Fed going to ease into midterms. I agree. Remember, we had a video a long time ago at the beginning of the year. I don't know. It's sad because at that point we were expecting way lower rates. But do you guys remember that video? And we went over the possible scenarios of double, quarter, double. And pretty much, though, I had one timeline met where they raise really aggressively and then stop at November right before the midterms. So we're coming down now. SPY below VWAP the first time. Apple might go negative. They're only up 0.6 now. Microsoft's already negative. Amazon was the leader. PGY, that's a hype play on the high. Did Meta come down? No, Meta's still actually holding now. Meta's up more than Apple. So that was a nice little flip-flop. AMD coming down. Bull trap. AMD's actually looking pretty good. I'd watch the China names too, because again, there was a lot of weakness there. The TSMs are still up from Friday, but that is something I would keep my eye on. Nancy's plane goes down. Well, no, I don't think they're going to take a plane. But every time, every single point, again, they were fighting over it this morning, and they didn't think Nancy was going. But right when the news hit that she said she was in like today or tomorrow, you started watching the stocks drop. It's going to be weird. I mean, pretty much people are forecasting that even if China doesn't go to full all-out war because of it, they think China is going to do something to try to punish the U.S. if she does go. And then it's hard on her part because now the trip is so hyped that if she doesn't go, it'll look a certain way. My weekend was good, man. It was chill. Feel very well rested, very excited for this week. TLT on the upside. Do we buy UNG Leaps again? No, I think you need way more discount. TSM, they're still down again. If the China plays, if I watch the premiums go down, I would love to double dip on a China play. If there's a China play that's up right now, where the stock is green and you don't pay a premium compared to Friday, I would buy it. Like maybe Baba with the volatility. But Baba's even below 100 already. I have no idea why she's going to Taiwan. Like the actual purpose, like what they hope to accomplish. But again, it just now the next question is, what does China do? I know a lot of people want to like all out war, but that might not happen. CMRA, Comera Life Sciences. She's literally going to piss off China. Yeah, the whole, I mean, that's what they did with the Saudi Arabia stuff. They label it as a tour. So remember, like, you know, Biden didn't go just for Saudi Arabia. He went to tour the Middle East. So it's the same thing here. But otherwise, I don't know what her reason is. I mean, right now, the point is, though, it's affecting some stocks, and just take a look at who is going to get affected, who's going to kind of be winner or loser on that. Puts on BA, huge order. But BA had a lot of good news this morning. Roblox is tearing. Yeah, bro, I don't know how, honestly. Like, we are actually up. Our last Roblox purchase was in the low 30s. Roblo is, like, doing, like, kind of extremely well. I don't know how to describe it. A little too well. If Netflix goes, that's fire. I would love a cheap Netflix play, but they're not. They're just not. You're not on my YouTube page? Well, we're up there, baby. We're up there. Go youtube.com/thestockmarket/live. Yancey pumping the blocks. Maybe. I mean, she's still in it. She still has her leaps. David Einhorn, long on Twitter. Netflix coming up. Twitter's popping off of that. David Einhorn or Eichhorn. I think it's Einhorn. So someone just took a stake in Twitter, it looks like. New China guy, tweet on Pelosi. Let her go to Taiwan, but pray before her departure. Wish herself a safe journey and wish herself not being defined by a sinner. Starts a spiral escalation, expanding military frictions to a large-scale war in Taiwan Strait. Dude, this guy's like so aggressive. Honestly, I wouldn't hang out with him. Like he's like the editor or whatever. Like he's like the I thought he's like, oh, they changed out editor. But like I wouldn't. This guy's crazy, bro. Is it weird that I want to reply to that tweet with a Kodak Black quote? I'm like, y'all ain't believe in Jesus. Why you wear a Jesus piece? I don't know. I just feel like that's the appropriate response to that. I typed out the first couple lines and then I stopped for a second because this dude is wild, bro. Don't mess with him. Not a good risk to reward. Quite frankly, I'm not scared of the China state-affiliated media guy. I've been saying he's really aggressive, and I'm low-key. I'm pretty sure it's Xi Jinping's burner account, but at the end of the day, I'm not like, I'm more scared of Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton. What are you saying? I am not. Nah, these guys, that's fine. Believe me, that China, the China editor guy, he could come get it. But that's, nah, man. It's like, nah. That's good. Twitter. Netflix is going now, so everything's at VWAP. We're kind of chilling out, though, so maybe a little bit good. There's the Netflix run right there. Let's see how far it goes. AMD. Phasal drip. Starbucks, they're still holding up pretty good. Getty, G-E-T-Y on the high. AMD's killing it now. AMD and Netflix are kind of doing their own thing as the market is kind of chilling out at VWAP. Not everybody's doing it. There's this dude. There's so much flip-flop today, but it's just like what's the word I'm looking for? It's just very fragmented. Again, like different names and different industries are operating a little bit weird. Greenlight says they purchased Twitter at $37 a share. Greenlight Capital, David Einhorn letter saying Greenlight has a long position in the stock. So David Einhorn, that news is confirmed that he bought in at $37.75. That just came out right now. I think he posted it, but it is confirmed across the wild. Bye-bye, Elon. I think that'll help Elon, though. I'm not too sure. It's kind of hard to interpret. So, TLT making another move. Honestly, the upside's kind of good for TLT. Again, the bond-dollar correlation been very, very wacky the last couple of days, and dollar is still just plummeting. So, we'll see. Netflix going up, though. That's a good move. Zoom is on the high. Apple's still barely green. Meta is outperforming Apple somehow. And then Google and Microsoft are the ones in the red. And then Amazon is the leader still. Unity on the high. Roku, Ulta. No. That's another one. But Netflix still going now. Get ready. 2:30. I need it. Well, the Twitter news was posted, and I just got it confirmed. But Jesus posted it first here in the chat. That's where I got the news. And then I saw it, back-tested it, got to see it on Twitter. And then it popped up on my news scanner. Russian central bank keeps neutral rate estimate at 5 to 6%. Yeah, Greenlight news is confirmed. I think, yeah, Twitter should by October. Should be less than 60 days. Damn it, man, those Netflixes are going. I wanted one so bad. NVIDIA wants it. Yeah, AMD too. Remember, those haven't reported yet. So they kind of have a lot riding on the line, so they could get a little jumpy here. And then Airbnb staying pinned right below red. SPY still at VWAP dancing around, even though you're getting these pops. But bonds are moving the biggest right here. Tesla is still up 2%, though, but it gave up that extra gains from the morning. MGAM slowly. MGAM's holding up great. I'm surprised. MGAM killing it, yeah. So we had a lot of talks on it. Honestly, I just want, if you have a good opportunity, take a winner, take it. Look at your account. You're either going to gamble on this one or not, but make up your decision again, because we're going to bring this up. Whatever happens, I'm going to remind you. I'll be like, remember the first hour of the day when it was up over 100% and you had a decision? You know what I'm saying? So just speak now or forever hold your peace. If you make your decision on it now, it's better. If you make it free, that can make all of your decisions a lot easier. But just be smart with it. We got an awesome play and we hit it. But again, the uncertainty is still lurking. So SPY kind of coming up. Netflix still looking good. Amazon is the leader there on the high. Service Now on the high. Roku. A lot of random runners here. Dude, even Roblo's still up 5%. Big drop on Tessie. Kind of. It's still up 1.75, but it's given up some of the days, the moves from intraday. Yeah, bonds up is good for some of the growth stocks. Until they're not, that's my next question. So, again, like even with the dollar too, that's why I'm waiting. I'm like, where's the breaking point where eventually we see people shift? But I honestly, I think we're not going to get anything until we get the data. And that's why, I think the CPI is very important coming in August 10th. But even stuff like prices paid and what we got today kind of highlights a little bit. Ford, PayPal's on the high. Ford is good. Again, our Ford plays are actually up. So you have 200, 300% on that post earnings, $18 in a 50. So, but then we're like, what? We're about 30 cents, 45 cents, 35 cents from the being in the money. Hexo Sark on the low. Netflix wants to make a move. We're getting right back up to the ISM candle there. The price is paid. UMC going to try to pair the gains from last quarter. Earnings coming up. We will find out. Again, that earnings will be huge because if it's good, I'll even be very bullish on UMC. Get high CPI. Fed going to say transitory. It will, but there'll be another. It has to be 2 CPIs in a row. You're right. But one CPI will still add gas to the market if it's positive. But it will take both of those CPIs to come down leading into the Fed for there to be a noticeable shift. But if they're all I'm saying is that every CPI move that comes out from here has the ability to move the market 4%. I could say that with confidence. Pretty much like your next CPI, there will be a 4% up or down reaction to it. If it's bad, we're going back down 4% minimum. If it's good, I think we could maybe 2.5 on the upside, maybe 3% or higher. But for the most part, every CPI is going to move the market a big amount. And that's kind of just the easiest way to look at it. AbiVi had not bad earnings, but they had a couple of charge-offs for other liability expenses. They came in a little bit below revenue. I think their EPS was good and even everything else, but it wasn't the best, it wasn't the worst, but they were outperforming the S&P by 30%. So they're kind of chilling out now, but it's honestly, it's a blessing. I like it. I'm waiting. I need them to come down in value. And then I want to wait till Airbnb and Uber because then we're going to have a nice choice this quarter. I'm telling you, this long-term shit is setting up beautiful this month. We have 2 months of saved deposits. We're going to get all of the companies we want to report. AbiVi is down on the value side. So it's like we got nothing to really worry about here. By the end of this week, I'm sure we're going to find we're gonna know where to put our money, and we're gonna have options. I'm very happy to have these options. Again, I could even get JP Morgan at a discount if I wanted to, but it's like we have 2 value options we could buy. We got 2 growth names we could buy. We're gonna get the earnings too, and then so either earnings is gonna make them more cheap or more expensive. Even if they get more expensive, it's like we still have another discount elsewhere in the market. and we still have just the prices are still low. So I'm very, very excited about it. So we're just going to wait till by the end of this week. I'm sure we're going to have a long-term pickup, or at least have a better idea of where we will want to put that money. AMD's earning my biggest hold in the long term. Yeah, and they could be good. They are outperforming. That's one of them. I know a lot of people actually still have gains on AMD. So, like, even if you bought in, like, 2020, 2021, and you bought in an AMD, the gains are still holding. It's actually a name that is actually still up. Airbnb made another pop. Uber's running. A lot of things are starting to make their move right here. PayPal's at the high. TLT's still going up. I need Microsoft. Amazon's still holding. Apple's about to make another push. Now Meta. All big tech is about to start running right now, except for Google, but they're all kind of near the highs, and then a couple of the smaller names are starting to move. Roku is going bananas. They are up 8 after dropping that 26. Grab the Ford to grab Ford profits. Grab Abivite, a major discount. Is good. If it has, again, 140, I mean, it's not the cheapest, but it's not the most expensive. I just, I like to really, really push it. But I like it. Disney just follows along with Netflix for the most part. Disney is like almost exact. It's like a little bit more watered down. Bro, Netflix, you need to get above 230. Come on, man. Just do it for the kids. Snap calls on watch. SoFi. Anything AMD before 2020. Even in like 2020 though. Like even if you got 2020, even 2021, there's people still up on those positions when they got them. We do keep forgetting Intel. Intel is actually killing it after that bad earnings. I mean, Intel's moving the same as AMD right now. Same thing with NVIDIA. TSM still down, but they recovered from the morning. Spotify's up. Shop and Pop is up. Microsoftian, ASML, Meta's going now. TLT on the high. Always been down month of July. I mean CPI. It should, yeah. And again, we're the data we got today. Most people are forecasting CPI to drop, but I mean it has been very elusive, and we don't know. Just because oil and energy drops doesn't mean CPI will come down, but it could have a pretty big effect. It just depends how things go. But that's why Bill Dudley of the Fed this morning even said it, where he was saying that this market rally is kind of self-defeating because although inflation has naturally kind of been coming down on some of the factors we could watch, if the market starts going up again and people start getting, encouraged to spend, it's not going to, it could kind of do the opposite. So we'll find out. But at the end of the day, your market inflection points are going to happen at CPI. I could say without a doubt at this point. So inflation might come down, but demand is going up. Exactly. There, said perfectly. There's a lot of evidence to say inflation should have gone down in the last month. Again, commodity, food prices, stock prices, even real estate prices. But at the end of the day, it's like if demand starts coming up, it may come down on this one, but then if the next one brings it back up, we have a problem. But we have to wait till the report. So it's like, don't get frustrated with the market. If you see it go up or down, I really wouldn't trip on it because it's just like at the end of the day, that next inflection point is the CPI. Even if the White House tries to front run it, it doesn't matter. If the CPI comes down, positive. If CPI stays elevated, very, very negative, and a lot of the bullishness is going to get sucked out the window as everyone's like, oh, shit, well, maybe CPI is not coming down. Oh, no, Mal Powell needs to do 100 basis points, and then we start the same, freak out that we've done, every other 2 or 3 months. CKT. VRAX breaking out. I feel like we saw that on Friday. I can't type it. VRAX up 66. There's a couple of random plays running up here. They could kind of be like HKD and MGAM. Even HKD's still up. That's wild. Shopify's on the high. Roblo's going again. Uber. Random play was Ulta. Upstart, I haven't looked into it. How have they done, actually? OPEC July numbers. We have OPEC August 3rd, too, on Wednesday. So that can move some stuff as well. Roblox is pulling a meta. Dude, Roblox is like outperforming to a stupid degree. I kind of want to even see if there's an earnings preview just to check how much it's up. Oh, price! They got a price target increase today. Did you know that? MKM Partners analyst Eric Handler, he raised the target on Roblox from 28 to 40. Maintains neutral rating. And then Needham, last week, they got another price target increase. I guess so. Maybe analysts have low-key been favorable on Roblo coming into the last month. So SPY's coming up. Sega on the low now. So I don't know. My other monkeypox play got clapped in the morning. It's down 10 cents, but, I mean, it's still holding some of it. But Sega's dropping now. Ray Lane, blessings to you, my friend. I have Ford weeklies already. So we bought them at 5 cents. They're going for about 25 cents now. Analyst, Airbnb, I have not checked. That was just recent. Again, you know, you can't control it when they like upgrade it, but it looks like Roblo has had 2 price target upgrades before. Actually, this morning, Key Bank, they cut Roblox price target to 145, or Airbnb, excuse me. Airbnb 145 from 195. KeyBank Capital Markets, they imply a 31% increase from last price. And then investors who have followed Justin Patterson, the guy who downgraded them, they have an average return of negative 25% in the last year compared to a negative 23% on the shares. That's a nice fun fact. So pretty much he went from overweight, price target 207, to lowering it to 145, and now he's neutral. So that's the guy. So they give you stats on the analyst. So, like, sometimes when an analyst does it, like, if they're big enough, it'll let you know kind of their history. So there's another one, Airbnb price target, Lee Horowitz at Deutsche Bank, but they didn't give his statistics, but those were about a couple weeks ago. And then remember, Airbnb, they added the Amazon guy, Carney. They added one of the Amazon heads to their team, so keep that in mind. Ford is going up here now. AMD 98. Ford is looking great, bro. Those plays almost 500%. Netflix 227. SPY. New high of the day, ladies and gentlemen. New high of the day. Snap is getting up a little bit, but they're actually still red. Again, Meta and Pinterest are both doing very good today. And those are both on the high right now. Roku is also going crazy. Crowd. Where's Bowen? Baba. The China plays are chilling out, but TSM wants to go. Biden's still COVID positive. I forgot about that over the weekend. He made that. It's because he made the Walter Reed joke, and then that's it. COVID said, nah, man. COVID is very petty. He's a very petty disease. Uber's going up here now. Even Airbnb, too. Tesla at 1,000, I don't know. I do not know. Hard to say. M. Gambale, that's on you. We talked about it a lot today. Again, it's like the third or fourth time I brought it up. It's just if you want to run it, it really depends on your account and your risk tolerance. I mean, I'm still holding it. I put in $800. I really don't care what happens to it. And I've gotten a couple of other hits this week, or last week. But at the end of the day, it's like you just got to decide. It's a good profit. You've had a 100% for several hours on equity. It's just a matter of, are you willing to take the risk and watch this go to zero or go down 50%, or do you want to go for it? Or the easiest way to go about it is just make your shares free. You could get all your money back and then ride the rest out, and then you got nothing to worry about. Take the profits when you can in this market. That's why I mean, a lot of things flip. And then, we've seen it a lot. You could either sell out very early, or you could sell out and, you'll be happy when it turns around very quickly. So that's what I'm saying. It's just like it's a play of risk tolerance at this point rather than not. Let's go. I want to say thank you. One of the cult members, Julie's listed in my house today. She'll be under the contract on my dream home this afternoon. Huge shout out to the long-term, baby. Hey! And all the co-working together, baby. Amen. Horna. I love it. God bless you. Bless you, baby. Amen. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's really hype. Colt on Colt. It's beautiful. Semtech to be buying Sierra Wireless. SMTC. I don't know if they're popping off that. They may go down. Yeah, S-Tech, SMTC reacting. They're going to buy Canadian Sierra Wireless, said to be announced within days. So could be a pop and lock, but you might get a reaction. SPY at a new high right now. Sierra volatility. Pause due to volatility. Oh, yeah, Swir. You could get them. SWIR. Yeah, their SMTC is buying SWIR. That's coming out right now. Pelosi is expected to visit Taiwan Tuesday. People familiar said. This run is insane. Till we get the day. Remember, if anything, that prices paid data today was bullish. So, but then the rest of today was just kind of wonky. But little by little until we get to the CPI. Pelosi expected to buy out the money Lockheed Martin calls. Actually, though, like low-key, now that I think about it, like low-key, there is a big LMT pop today. And they already had earnings, right? LMT was trending on Twitter earlier this morning. No, they honestly might do good, though. Again, just remember when LMT went crazy at the beginning of all the COVID stuff? After all that, we're only up 0.3. On the SPY, NASDAQ's up 0.7. I would either do debit spreads or get some time. It just depends, though. Airbnb, I grabbed a put this morning, but I do think Airbnb will do good, but just trying to get in, take advantage of some of the premiums that we got. I just want to see one of the Lockheed debit spreads. I want to see how much if I could scam them. Pretty much is what I'm looking for. Still says 40 cents. Oh, they ain't gonna hit that. Okay, what's the natural? 40? Oh! All right. I took it. I said anything above that, I really want to do it. I guess you got a decent amount. I bought for 65 and then sold at 25. Yeah, 40 cents. Really not bad. So I'll tell you, it's for the next 2 weeks. So short amount of time, pretty big amount, $400. I grabbed a 460 on Lockheed, then shorted the 485. But honestly, this is just any Taiwan news in the next coming days, just as people go back and forth. It's good though, but that play it'll be 400 is a call. It'd be $400 if it hits. You'd have to have Lockheed Martin go to 480, but it would be a $20,000 gain off 500. It's nice. I mean, it's decent, but it's just literally the only way we make money on that is if there's like a volatility pop on Lockheed, like there was after like the Russian invasion. You see what I'm talking about? So remember, Russian invasion caused one big run up, then it chilled out, and then you had pop number 2. So keep that in mind, but that's kind of what I'm saying here. But I don't know how likely it would be. Tesla red. They were doing great all day today. Netflix is still going up, but Tesla's fighting a little bit. Microsoft, there he is, finally. So Microsoft really started to outpace there, and then Google's trying to play along right now. Tesla, make it or break it. No, I think Tesla has a little bit more cushion. I think y'all playing him right now. Logistics firm Terra Worldwide is said to explore $1 billion sale. That better not be the other Terra. Then Union Square Hospitality Group names Chip Wade as CEO. Putin, there could be no winners in nuclear war. It should never be started. Is this related to Taiwan or is this related to Russia? We're NVIDIA. I mean, the chip makers are just getting ready for earnings. And they all went crazy, even though like there was a couple of good ones, but mainly bad ones on Friday. But again, the people who did bad usually meant the people doing good could benefit off of it. But right now, just before you know it, AMD reports, I think, tomorrow or Thursday. Tesla analysis. I think Tesla, a lot of consumer stocks are doing very good today. Ford is going up, but besides that, I don't really have any other analysis on Tesla. Google Chicle. I'm surprised Microsoft came up real quick. That's what we needed. Yeah, they moved up a little bit. They're at $1.30. Damn, I already lost 100 on the debit spread. Does that mean they came down? Oh, you get it at 30? You get even cheaper, Habibi. Very good deal. Why is Pelosi? I have no idea why she's going. I think it's just, maybe she needed a vacation. You know what I'm saying? But, like, I know she defends us a lot. And, like, she usually always has everyone's best interest in mind. So I'm sure, like, there's probably, like, some safety benefit or something about it. So I'm sure it'll be chill. NVIDIA, I would watch AMD first, but I like them. But so far, I don't know if you guys have realized, like, a lot of the like, chip plays have done bad. So it's actually kind of hard to say. That's why we're going to see what happens. Someone said there will be war. A lot of people have been saying that. Even, like, China media have been getting really aggressive. But, a lot of, I forgot who it was this morning. It was, like, one former, like, head of the government. They were just talking about how, it may not lead to war. I think that's, like, the most extreme. But it's definitely going to lead to China doing something. China is not going to be happy. Maybe they might, like, ban LeBron jerseys or something. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It all really depends. But they're going to do something, but not necessarily. I mean, they're not going to shoot down a plane. That's it. If they knock down our plane, it would be war. It'd be World War III. That's it. What do you mean? If you shot, bro? You can't even talk about Nancy's trades. What do you think would happen? Like, what? No, it would be insane. But I don't think anybody'd be willing to bear that cost. But something else would happen. LMT should be going up. LMT should be. Netflix. Run, Habibi, run. EVGP or EVOP. Everybody in VOP. Evo payments. They're up 30. Isn't she like the third in line to presidency? Nah, man, y'all ain't getting this right now. See, we got a problem. See, y'all missed it. I told you this last week. I rightfully was fearful. Stop playing with me. Why? One, Mr. President, he got COVID already for the second time in 2 weeks. Okay? He got COVID more consecutively than bringing gas prices down. But still, even then, I filled up at 580. So shout out to Biden. Thank you, Biden. He did. So I felt my $30 saved yesterday. I felt it. I really got to put an extra 30 in my pocket yesterday. I did. I'm not even joking. I know this sounds mad sarcastic, but I'm serious. I was very appreciative. I was thinking about the families. I was thinking about my family. I was appreciating. I said thank you. I did say I thanked the Lord Jesus first, but then I said wow, he did bring it down. At least I said that's fine, okay? But anyways, number one, Biden already has COVID. Number two, I don't know where Kamala is. Number three, Nancy Pelosi is flying and Taiwan is tweeting, or China is tweeting that they gonna knock her down. That means number four, your new president is Janet Yellen. Stop playing with me. We got a problem. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I told you, this is a weird timeline. I don't know how it added up, but this is the closest Janet Yellen has become the president in a long time. So I'm just saying, I don't even want to talk about it because anything can happen. But I still, I'm a positive individual. Hell nah, bro. What's wrong with Janet? Listen, man. Nah, bro. This is too close. I know. I'm not even, we ain't even going to talk about it. I'm not even going to entertain it. Nah. Yellen is way too close to this presidency right now. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. It's okay, but let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. I'm a prayer. Where my prayer warriors at? You just gotta pray for the best. Wikipedia says Yellen is fifth in line. I thought she was like third or fourth, because I thought it went Biden. What's her name? Gosh, I forgot her name. Kamala, and then Nancy. Who comes before Yellen though? Unrealized capital gains. Wiki, that got changed. Mitch? No. You said Trump. I don't think that works like that. Oh, it goes Speaker pro tempore of the Senate. It would go Patrick Leahy and then Anthony Blinken. And then Janet Yellen. Oh. Jeez. Michelle Obama may run. We will see. I feel like everybody's trying to not announce their presidency, though, because I guess they say that the first, 3 people to run in a party always lose. So everyone's waiting for the first guy to do it. They're like, you do it. Nah, you do it. I don't know yet. I'll think about it. Let's just focus about right now. They're like, I'm just focusing on right now. Microsoft. So we're kind of chilling out here. Again, we made 2 little moves here. Still very, very elevated. Surprisingly, all indexes are green right now, which is good. I watched that back in the day. I don't remember it, though. I watched some of it. I didn't give it the attention it deserved. We can't have Yellen for president. I mean, technically, it's closer than not. I'm just saying. Just don't get me started. Why is the rally halted? Oh, hated? A lot of people, they call this so far, the last couple of weeks, they've called this the most hated rally on Wall Street. Because it's it's more sustained, but then it's brought us back up. But just remember how fast we fell to the 360 level, and then we bounced literally. It was just off of 372. We went to 415 in 2 weeks. And then again, and then the data, you see it. It's not as if your economic data is going, literally, all of your economic data has been plunging in the last 2.5 months. You have not got, even if it reported in the last week and we reacted positively because it didn't go lower, not necessarily because it bounced back up to the levels it was at. So literally half of this bounce is because a lot of numbers didn't go lower. That's it. So 50% of this, even without Powell, is simply that things did not go lower. Your ISM data, your manufacturing, all literally economic output, misery index, consumer sentiment, durable goods. We could go down the whole entire list. None of it has gotten worse than it didn't get lower than where it was at. And that's what got a lot of people good. But that's why people don't like this, because we've moved off of such low levels. It's done it very quickly. And then again, even while the Fed is raising rates at an aggressive pace, inflation is still elevated. But the fact things didn't get worse, it brought things up. And then again, there's some names, even on long duration, that are outpacing the S&P. Legitimately, Roblox is outperforming the S&P 500. And why? I wish I could tell you, but that's kind of the problem here, is that you've just rallied at a very historic level since even 2020, but the economic data has just been violently destroyed. and that's what puts us in this weird situation of complaining about recession and this and that, and then why is the market bouncing, but everything's bad, I thought we're failing, and then all of that. Yeah, the curve is inverted in all of it too, but that's kind of why this is such a hated rally, more or less. Nancy to arrive in Taiwan Tuesday, 15:30 London time. Next earnings will still be a big one, but for now, earnings has a big effect. We saw it already, so it's not as if we gotta be totally worried about it, but there's some effect. But I think CPI and Powell will be the ones will be key. Oh, I got the hiccups. I don't know why. If Etsy gets shut down, how big is the flash crash? At least 10%. It would be insane, dude. You would go to war. Like, that's it. It would be World War III. That's why it's like, it's not going to happen. Like, that's it. That's like if my girlfriend was like, yo, if you go to Vegas, we're breaking up. I'm like, yeah, right. You ain't starting World War III. You know what I'm saying? It's like you go to Vegas, you come back, she gonna get mad, you know what I'm saying? She might not talk to you for like 2 days. You know, like there will be some reaction, but like they ain't going to war over a visit, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, come on. It's not like you ain't gonna blow up you really wanna blow up the plane? Cause it was a 1-day visit, man. Come on. You know, they ain't gonna do that. They're gonna be like, all right, yeah, they like, nah, they gonna just not talk for 2 days and then do a couple of other things and then they'll chill out. But they ain't gonna just like, nah. That guy on Twitter though, mad aggressive. I kind of want to like keep tweeting him. Wait till I use that with my wife. Well, listen, man, I have my degree in political science, but that's not a recommendation. I don't even think that's political. You might get clapped, so not a recommendation. Do not trade. The disclosed Twitter. China put out a lot of threats this weekend. I mean, it's not. This was very, very talked about and very like publicized, and China was getting mad weird with it. Again, every announcement, we got to see what's going on with it. The man without the face, Josh answers, prodding foreign media. No, but like I do want to mess with him for a little bit though. Met someone majoring in political science. Really? We're all pretty weird. The political science like majors are hella weird. But I feel you. I got political science and philosophy. Why does China hate? No, China likes Taiwan, but the debate is that they say Taiwan is China, but then Taiwan is like kind of its own country. Like honestly, I don't play for the NBA, so I could say it. Taiwan is its own country, but China gets really mad if you say that. Honestly, we should tweet that to the guy every day until he responds, because he will respond. If I tweeted this guy every day and said Taiwan is a country, oh man, they get pissed. So it's yeah, there's a lot of like history behind it too, but that's the big problem, is that pretty much China says Taiwan is ours, but a lot of the world, it's like they view it a little differently. And again, that's why why would you visit Taiwan instead of China? That's what they're saying. Like Nancy Pelosi should be meeting in China and meeting the people in China instead of Taiwan. But then if you go and you say Taiwan is a nation, if you draw them as a country on a map, and then you go and visit their leaders and you treat them like a legitimate, country, that makes the other country that thinks they own them worse. Honestly, what a lot of people don't realize, in a very weird way, Taiwan is just the Asian Ukraine. It's a little different, obviously, because Taiwan and their industrial output and relation to the rest of the world, it's very, very big. But in a weird way, it's the Asian Ukraine, more or less, where China is viewing Taiwan. They're like, no, that's our territory. Just like Putin is like, no, Ukraine is ours. They want to be a part of ours, so on and so forth. Plot twist in, she's testing them to retaliate, hence LMT rise. I mean, it's big. It's not, the Nancy thing is just a giant game of chicken. That's all. You don't know what's going to happen. Like, again, I don't think the worst case is going to happen, but that's why it would totally be a black swan if it did, if it really led to like major escalation. But for the most part, it's just a giant game of chicken. They're both driving towards the hill and they're trying to see. It's like Nancy's taking a big step by visiting Taiwan, and it's like it's a big deal. they're giving a lot of rhetoric, and they're saying, if you do this, so we're going to find out what happens. It's either Nancy's going to show up, and then we're going to gauge the response, or she doesn't, and then that's it. But this is a giant game of political chicken at this point. But the consequences, my friend, are very very unknown. That's why everybody's speculating it, and you're watching even equities move in response. But it is very, very unknown. Nothing good comes out of this visit. Well, you get to protect democracy. That's what Nancy said. And I was just like, and then I just realized how much of a protector of democracy is. So I'm excited. You know, anything could happen. Anything could happen. I'm sure they always have our best interest in mind. That's what I've learned this year. Did you? I did. I become very obedient. It's very good. It's very good. Taught me so much. No one asking what Taiwan wants. That's true. I think Taiwan wants Nancy to come and visit. Taiwan, I mean, they do want to be recognized as their own thing. Offer was accepted. I'm nervous. First house. Wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for you. I know, and you were killing it last week too, baby. Hell yeah. I'm excited to hear that, man. Hard. That's actually super hype, bro. I remember you were talking about the gains you hit last week. I got this. You went from flexing to offer. Let's go. That's the game plan, baby. Amen. God bless you. God bless you. Sad boy, welcome, my sad friend. Welcome. Hopefully you're happy. Why are we treating China like we are treating Russia? I mean, honestly, we could talk politics. We could talk. This isn't even politics. If y'all want to talk, macro global political tensions, we can. But I mean, for the most part, I would watch for the stock market effect. But it's just like when it comes down to the China, Russia, it's like we've talked about it before. I mean, everybody's weak right now. Everybody has an incentive to kind of press the other person. Where it's like, again, like Russia, we were looking weak with inflation. They made their full court press. Again, China, although a lot of people think, oh, like China and this, it's like China's weak too right now. So you could press them. So everybody's just playing this game, but we're going to see what happens. But I don't know. I just trust Nancy. She's here to protect democracy. That's all. That's all I think about. Anytime I have doubts, I just think about Nancy protecting safety and democracy, and then my doubts go away. Because I trust them. It's going to be great. The budget's going to be tight depending on where I'm working. Should be fire. Summer's all right. We'll manage it, and that's the key. Remember, as long as you could set aside money to save up and account for those, you'll be good. And just don't forget to, in this market right now with real estate, one big thing to realize is that you could always rent your property for a lot of money right now. Again, what I've been seeing in the rental market is I feel bad because I'm like, damn, I don't know how people are paying this, but the rental markets are very, very strong right now. And you could still, absolute worst case scenario, don't forget your house has the ability to generate a lot of that income that you need to pay for it. We're going to go over War of Yancey. We'll find out. We'll probably find out by tomorrow. Tomorrow or Wednesday. Any updates will give us a lot. I paid almost $70K in rent over the past 6 years. That's not bad. I mean, relatively speaking, for that, because you said 7 years. So, and I hope you guys know too, there's nothing wrong with rent. Because if your rent, pretty much, if you're telling me you paid $70,000 for 6 years, what I would have told you is rent wherever you wanted, go pay that rent, but then go buy a house that could make you that money in income. So sometimes rent's not always, that's actually pretty good. $60,000 for 7 years, man, is actually, I guess it's almost like, that's like less than $2,000 a month. But I mean, usually $70,000 is less than the down payment and whatnot. But it's like if you have low rental, that's something I've been telling a lot of people. They've came to me to buy a house, and then they're like, oh, I have this property that I'm renting, and it's so small or so cheap. And I was like, yo, you should just live there. If you like living there, keep renting that, and then go buy a house to rent out instead of a house to live in. And then that way you get all the flexibility of living. You could even get good deals if you could find a good rental, but then you're not forced to, you don't need to really pay any rent, and then you could make a lot of the money from a rental unit to bring in the profit. We gonna get earnings compression. Maybe, I mean, right now it's only like 20% have dropped below earnings guidance, but we still have a lot. We have a lot. In regards to rental, I've been looking at property in Vegas. Sad to be honest, I think the rental market's cracking. Seems like it's cheaper to rent there than buy. Yeah, than rent. But Vegas is a different market. That's what I've always said. I've said it for years. Like, Vegas had the slowest recovery because a lot of Vegas is a cash market. So, like, literally, bro, like, don't underestimate the impact of the strippers, the clubs, and a lot of people get paid under the table or in cash in Vegas. So, lending standards play out a little well. But if you're renting out and most of your people work in hospitality or tourism, it'll be dependent on that, and it'll be dependent on the cash. So, it's interesting. But I still like Vegas. I think Vegas is good, but that's what I'm saying, though. It's like if you could rent out, like literally, if you could rent in Vegas for cheap and that's where you want to live, and you go get a good deal on a rental in Vegas for you to live in, you could go buy a 5-unit in Ohio with the money, and then boom, that 5-unit in Ohio should pay for your rental that you're spending in Vegas, maybe even a little bit of profit. And then you have, you also have, what's it called up there too? You have equity, and you have your money actually invested in real estate. So then you'll actually have money that's working. I still got the MGAM, yeah. Well, he just had a little flush there. Still up 100%. Paying $12.50. But yeah, but that's what a lot of people is. Again, I'm all about buying real estate, but some people think that they have, like, the rule of wealth is to go live in your house that you own, that you buy it and live in there. But again, it's just like a way you could do it is making sure you still own homes, but you don't, like, if you want the freedom to live anywhere, like you want to live in somewhere dope, like that's what you could do. Like, again, like for me, if I wanted to go live in a penthouse and I wanted to go, I'm like, all right, I'm sick of this house. I just want to go. I would go rent something super dope, spend a bunch of money, and what I'm paying for is the actual enjoyment or the deal. And then I go make the money back through rental properties. That's fine. Like, I could do that now. If I wanted to, I could go rent out my entire house. That'll bring me enough money to go rent out a 1-bedroom on the water wherever I wanted. You see what I'm saying? But, like, that's what you could do if you really wanted to. And it's not a bad move. So it's like if you could go rent for cheap in Vegas and then just go buy a bunch of units, eventually it will be able to pay for you. Rent to own, you don't own the house. But I'm saying if you buy a house and then go rent somewhere separately, a lot of people overlook the advantages because a lot of people think that they're like one side, they're like, oh, renting is bad. I need to own a home. But then you go and look at owning a home. Costs are expensive. You see the volatility right now, or some people are hesitant. But then it's like if you could get a cheap rental, go rent that house to live in, but then just go buy a cheap rental somewhere else so then you could lower your budget but still bring in income and still get leverage. Long term, baby. Tell them, Bakersfield. The king of Bakersfield. Tell them. Hope you living good, my guy. See Mexico running out of water. There's a lot of places with the water situation, but, I mean, the plays would probably be, there's only, like, AWK. I've held that since, like, 2015, 2016. That's a very, very good one. You think residential housing will someday triple net like commercial rents? Yeah, some do already, but I think that depends on the laws, though, because you have different laws of how it's based on the location. Meta's going, bro. Meta's going crazy. Google, Microsoft, Netflix, too. Coca-Cola. Yeah, Boeing killed it again. The 787 Dreamliner coming back, and then they found a way to not get into a strike, which was good. Tessie puts, nah, dude, the premiums are jacked. I mean, I feel like the puts would be cheaper, but the way it's held up, it would be good if you did catch it at the right time before it flipped. But I feel like, you know, with Tesla, the put premiums, they even get jacked up as the price goes up. Pinterest will miss. We'll find out. I mean, it'll say a lot. They did good last quarter on their guidance, but that one's going to be hard to say. They're getting a lot of steam, though, leading into today. Airbnb, Meta still up. SPY's at 412.95. We're just chilling right below the top. I think Uber, I like it. I just want to see what happens with it, though, for earnings. They might be good, but again, I mean, they have a lot of variable costs. So depending on how things have played, like for real with inflation, how much they go on spending, that'll be the key. Again, it's one thing about just don't forget all of the other every earnings had just different factors that people like. So, I mean, if Uber could increase free cash flow, if they could lower expenses, even if the top and bottom line miss, I think they'll do good. But then vice versa, if they beat on top and bottom line but costs go up, or they factor in lower earnings, then we could have a problem. Pelosi inspiring the market. Well, that it has a big effect. Again, like if you weren't watching pre-market, all of the China names are actually up, believe it or not. But then it was right when, like, look at this was pre-market. TSM was up. Like all these names are break even. But then right when the Pelosi announcement came out, so this was like what 15 minutes prior, 15 minutes before the bell, the Pelosi stuff came out, and then it sold off super, super heavy. So there is an effect, and China had bad economic data. So China had really, really bad, academic economic data, and then their economic data led to oil dropping, and people are kind of worried about demand. Let me say, before 55, the Fortune 5 had paid no federal taxes since 2020. Even though they made $40 billion in profits, the Inflation Reduction Act will help end that. Adding more DraftKings. Somebody said there was like a buyout rumor with DraftKings today. I thought that was interesting, but we needed to get bought out above like 30. They put inflation in the title to make you feel better. Yeah. Or they actually know what they're doing. And every time they've brought something forth, it's had positive impacts on my life. So I don't know. I think they just have a really good idea of what it is and how to handle it. I don't know. That's just what I thought. MAIA, that's the other MGAM one. MAIA, that one's actually going vertical right now. It's up 37%. MGIA. That was the other one. Literally, this was the same day as MGAM. There's MAIA. EL in talks to buy Tom Ford, Estee Lauder. Meta's on the high still. Bonds are climbing up. All these runners are reminding the first GME. I think it's a phenomenon. If you really you want my tinfoil, I have tinfoil. I have a phenomenon. But you know how it works, Chad. It's Monday. You know, we're open up here at 8:30. I'm going to have to charge 50 likes for this if you would like the tinfoil. So if you're interested, I would love to provide it for you. We could talk about the IPO tinfoil. Right now, I just need 50 likes. That includes your tip as well. So if you're interested, like the video, and I'd love to be able to provide that for you guys today. Oh, wow. Okay. Payment in full. And the tip. Oh, wow. You tipped 100%? Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. That's amazing. 100% tip. Damn, you guys are balling. Inflation who? I just got double tip. Wow, that's amazing. All right, so here it is. My theory is that there is a IPO phenomena right now. And what I mean by that is that this is why you're watching HKD, MGAM, and the rest of them go crazy, because pretty much all of the volume got clapped. So right now, IPO volume is lower than the last 2 years. So really what I think is going on is I think the criteria works. I think the criteria is still full in effect, but now you have about 90% of all of that IPO FOMO chasing money. It is dipped out. That's it. So I think that's what's creating some of these run-ups, because then once it starts running, the money returns. Pretty much you're starting out with no demand on these IPOs, but then once it goes crazy, all of the hype traders return to it, and then that just starts turning the flow over and over again. So that's kind of my theory on it. But I think it's a real phenomena. I don't think it's going to last, where what I'm telling you is that it's a unique opportunity where IPO volumes are low, but there's still traders and there's still low float IPOs that meet criteria that are moving around. So anybody could be next, honestly, but watch. That's what I'm saying. Just watch how it plays out. Because again, we still have our criteria, but the problem is with the IPOs, pretty much if the volume goes up, if the hype increases, that's what will end it. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why it's a phenomena, because what's making it so hyped is that people aren't hyping them up. Do you get where I'm saying? Because again, your initial demand is so low, the market makers aren't going to try to scam you if 10% of the IPO market is showing up to trade it. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's where it gets a little bit crazier. I called out HKD at 40. How come you only talk about it after it reached 450? You weren't the only one, so I know you want your credit for it, but humble yourself. You weren't the only one. There was probably 100 different chats, and again, I put it up there from the minute it was brought up. But you know me. I mean, whenever you ever seen me go okay, yeah, woohoo, I'm excited about it. It's I didn't know what it was. It was a China name, risky. It was an IPO. We didn't know about it, but then right when I started seeing the MGAM, and right when it was at 450, and then I started seeing the same situation, I put $800 on MGAM after watching it go up to 450. So here's what I'm trying to tell you. If it went up to 40 and didn't go up to 400, we wouldn't be talking about it today or yesterday or Friday. But if it came down, it wouldn't have anything. But the fact that a random IPO with no news and a random IPO just went crazy, then that right there has me looking at it, and that's where I'm sharing this thesis where it looks like some of these IPOs have been operating in a very weird premium mode because the demand has been very, very low. But pretty much if HKD never hit this price, there's no discussion we're having. But the fact that it did this kind of beneath everyone's noses, it made me want to put an $800 play on MGAM, and I think it was worth it for now. It seems very spag. It does. It really does. I don't. My hopes aren't high for any of them. But that's what I'm saying. I definitely want to see what happens though, because it seems like something's going on with these IPOs. But we're gonna find out. But if it could keep going, it'll be even better. You called it out at MGAM. I don't know. There was somebody who called it out before you, though. I'm sorry, you guys. I hate to break it to you. There's a lot of chats. There's a lot of chats. Most of these plays hit very early. The question is, though, when does it become compelling, or when does it make sense where it's okay, it's a home run when it's all said and done. But I know. That's what I'm gonna do now. Every time somebody's like, everybody wants to call it, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, someone called it before you. I'm sorry, I know, because I feel like it hurts just as much. They're like, no, it's okay, man, it's okay. As long as you got to play, that's all that matters. That's it. Exactly. So exactly. You don't need a participation trophy. As long as you got in, if you made the call out, you protected yourself, that's good. That's all you need, baby. That's all you need. I called it. No, 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 hey, no. No, I called it. Come on. Come on, man. No, it sucks, though, because when people call it out, I do like to give them credit for it, but sometimes everybody goes crazy on it. That's why I was like, maybe we should make that a thing. Anytime you guys should just you guys should all just say you called it. And be like, no, I called it. No, I called it. And then maybe but then I don't know. I feel like people would beef. Never mind. I feel like some of y'all would take it very, very offensively. YouTube hype train, baby. Amen. The Taiwan army posted on WeChat. I don't know. MAIA again. So that one's part 2 now. This one, it's not as up from like MGAM, but again, this one was the same time as MGAM. We all want to rule the world. Nah, man. I'm chill with bro, give me like a coconut water and some good food and a Bible. I'm chill, man. I'm chill. You know, give me the Chad. Some good vibe Chads is beautiful. The bottom is in. I don't think so. But like we've been talking about for the last couple weeks, you have a lot of, you got a lot. You got a lot that you could do up until the CPI comes out. Come on, let's go. Do they give you hype trains on YouTube? I don't know. I don't know that. XBI looking tired. Sustain momentum. Is that logistics? Oh, no, this is the biotech ETF. Biotechs are going to be risky. I feel this one is the CPI play. Telling you, because if everyone freaks out again, the biotechs will lose a lot of that rebound that they got, but the biotechs are also still like heavily discounted on the year. Again, biotechs haven't been this cheap since 2001. Relative to like cash values versus market cap, it's like crazy. So like the biotechs, I think is 50-50, but I think you'll get a bigger one on CPI. But it does look like it is giving up a little bit. So V came back up. That's slowly edging. Snap hasn't moved much. Very surprising. Indicative it's going to continue the decline. I just think Snapchat's an earning stocks from now on. I think any big moves up or down or data, if there's like a surprise like news that comes out, but that thing up until there's earnings are going to be the only thing that'll move that. Biotech players winning in crypto. They're still up, though. There's still a lot of value in biotech. That's why it's like a big driver there. How activist movers made Rite Aid move 15. I think we might be up on it, or we might be break even. We have old shares of this, but Rite Aid, there's just been a lot of activist rumors. So, like, Rite Aid is really a company that could sell. So that's the only reason I would believe on that, or why it's bringing it up is because like Rite Aid really does. They've been talking about selling it for a long, long time. When stuff gets pinned, it freaks you. I feel you. That's a good observation, though, because that pinning, it does tell you something. All that's on every single name. Shopify ripping. Shopify on the high right now. Yeah, Rite Aid's for 2 years. But now, again, the cheaper it goes and the more it gets talked about, the better. But I just think it's more likely than not. Shopify, I mean, they had the bad earnings, but since they sold off 15% prior, that's it. I mean, they're literally just right back up to when they cut like half of their employees or whatever. MGAM now below 18. Our 100% is out the window, but you still got mad gains if you want it. USEA, I have not looked into it. Where's Altria? They're still holding. Abavacious came back up. Meta still. Just take Facebook with you, man. Or just take Netflix with you. Facebook is Meta. What am I saying? I still can't believe Meta is Meta. Like, they really did the full pivot. MAI, no, I don't think I'm, because if I'm going to be holding the MGAM, I don't think I'm going to push the other one. My transports are indicator of positive change. They give you an idea of just kind of the overall macro. Again, if they kind of slip up first, that'll tell you a lot. And that's why, like, even here, I mean, they have bounced to the same level. So, like, the only difference is that transports are definitely not as high as they were in February, even though the S&P is. So, if they're going to match up pretty much, transports would need to go up to, like, 240. And yeah, I got MGAM at $8. Not just Ronald Reagan Carrier Strike Group is near Taiwan. Amphibious LHA-7 is near there, too. Do they have pictures? What is this? This is where all the ships are? Let's see. Which one is that? I'm looking at the wheat ships. I'm trying to find the one that started moving. But there is a little bit of movement. So remember, this is the original wheat map I showed you. But this one's moving. This one's moving. That means it should be coming to Ukraine. And then this little guy right here, he's starting to move. But there's not actually too much movement. Again, this was a big headline here. I forgot. We could even check the boats on, what's it called, for even Taiwan if we wanted to. Yeah, they left it. They left Odessa the first time. That was today or yesterday. Grain spoil. It can, but it's more resilient than you think. So it's a lot harder to. Heard the famous wheat exporter died. I did not. What's his name? Then MAIA is going up. MGAM is dropping while the other one's going up. HKD. That one's dry. It's red now, but still holding. APD on the high. There's LMT. Visa. Forgot about those earnings. Big guy in Ukraine, him and his wife. Oh, that's, I think I read it. I didn't know they were wheat exporters, though. Actually, yeah, they got killed in the shelling. October calls for Unity. Maybe. I mean, remember when Roblox used to follow along with Unity? But Unity hasn't came back up. Roblo did, so maybe. Honestly, I feel like Unity is either going to just die or it's surprise. When's their earnings, actually? Earnings August 9th. Actually, I don't know. Unity might be a decent one. The big guy in Ukraine isn't Joe Biden. That's a really good joke. That's a top tier joke. Considering what we just spoke about, that's a good one. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I bought it. I like it. I like the Unity. I grabbed one. Now that I'm thinking about it, I mean, for 45, it kind of reminds me of the Affirm play. But you just need them to kill it on earnings. If they miss, it's clapped. SEC press release. Meta being more savage. No, I didn't get the Octobers. Those are too expensive. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Unity for September 16th. And they were about $40. I only grabbed one, though. Pretty much I grabbed one. Like I said, it kind of reminds me of Affirm here. And they have a correlation with Roblo, but they've broken it. But pretty much it's like the chain doesn't run deep if they have a big supply. I'm thinking it might be able to surprise. So we'll see. Might put $40 on it. 1.5 sell order on MGAM. That's literally the whole entire company. So I don't believe it because I own 100 shares. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think something's going on with I don't know how, but I feel. Again, you still have nice gains if you want to sell out, but I'm in it. Yeah, I got a Unity call. Call on Unity. Bro, if it just surprises and goes crazy, that's it. Again, that one has one of those pinned. Like you can see, the chart is pinned. So if their earnings is in a week or two, earnings is either going to shoot this thing up or it's going to get totally clobbered. But I want to say they did good on the last earnings. I'm not too sure. I got till September. So a little bit amount of time, but the Octobers they go for $1. I thought that was a good one. I mean, I spent less than $50, even though it's like still like 100% out the money. I mean, they're a big mover, so we will see. Current long-term Microsoft, Amazon, NVIDIA, Micron, HD, Visa, UMP, Blue Cap, Mega Caps. Do I need more aggressive speculative plays? Total portfolio yield, 1.72. I mean, a little bit of growth. I mean, you don't have any like crazy speculative growth, but all your growth is high quality. So like every growth stock you have is like super high quality. Maybe just go for like a higher yielder. Honestly, like I would throw Abivai in there because you could get 4%, even wait maybe like a week or two. Let's see Airbnb and Uber and all that. But if like Abivai would be a great addition because then that would give you 3-4% yield. But then it's still like a value play. So you could go get high quality that'll bring up the yield. But other than that, like honestly, I really like what you got going on there. I think more volume with dividend would be great for you. But yeah, if you could get a healthcare divvy, that thing will be perfect. Got the deposit today. Got off the plane. Couldn't wait to tune in. I hope you had a good plane, man. Good plane ride. Hopefully, I hope it didn't get canceled or delayed. Abivai should be it should be right at 4%, I think. Yeah, Abivai is exactly at 4% yield at 141. So right before it was just a little bit lower, but that's a solid yield. Bro, 4% yield is great. on a name, again, on a name that you know could grow. The dividend is even going to increase. The yield could get higher too, but I do like the yield that they offer for what the company is. But just that 140 price is a little risky. Meta on the stair really is, man. Abivai could split in the next. That was my 10 for the beginning of the year. I feel like Abivai actually is. I feel like they are closer to splitting than not. But they haven't done it in their history ever since they got spin off from Abbott. But Abbott would have a pretty consistent split history. BJ Pop, new IBD buy. Oh yeah, they're doing great. They're up 4%. NVIDIA, AMD, quality. The best trading day in your whole career. Let's go. Lock it in, baby. Lock it in. August 1st, the first of the month. You're never going to forget it. Microsoft, they're not stair-stepping. Dude, Meta is insane. We just need Netflix at 230. It's still a problem. How are Airbnb doing for profitability? They're up and down. No, they've been up. Again, I haven't. It's been almost 2 years since I've lost money on any Airbnb. Like, my worst month was like April this month. And then I still made a positive like return, but it was like I made 100% instead of like 400%. But no, it's killing it. I think I did like $7,000 last month on the cabin. So after mortgage and expenses, it was like $5,000 net profit. Traded in the market garbage. I missed this fat sell-off. It's good for now. I mean, some relief at least is good for the long term. That's why I love Airbnb. But Airbnb is just like, it's stupid though. How, like, again, this whole year, while thousands of companies were cutting guidance, Airbnb was raising guidance and beating their earnings. So it's just like it's in a weird spot. And then the stock is down, 26% from the highs there, or at least where it opened up on the year, which is wild considering, relatively speaking, they've just performed good. So, I mean, it's going to be an interesting story because we need to see how they go and where they go from there. Airbnb has a similar model to Uber, but the benefit of Airbnb versus Uber is that Airbnb does not have the same variable costs. I'm just attached to it. I'm not. I don't think I'm emotionally attached to any stocks. Like I'm saying, like I love my girlfriend, but even then, she'll even tell you, she'll be like, she asked me to be more. She's like, I need you more involved. You know what I'm saying? Like she wants me to be more emotionally attached and show more signs of that. But I'm not really. I don't give a shit about any financial investment when it's all said and done. I'd probably be more emotionally attached to real estate, but even then, but like I'm saying, tell me whether you're emotionally attached or not. But like, can you deny the fact that in the last 8 months, there has been thousands of companies that have missed guidance and cut guidance while Airbnb has raised guidance and beat expectations every time? That's a fact. So it doesn't matter how emotional I am, doesn't matter how much I own of this stock, doesn't matter what I like or don't like about it. Again, and I could tell you all the bad things with Airbnb. We talked about that on Friday, but it's very, very simple. That's a fact. They've raised guidance while everybody has been dropping it down there. So it's simple. It's because you were rich, Chad. No, I just don't have money. I just refuse to let money have that impact. Again, everything I've read from Richest Man in Babylon to Earl Nightingale and Growing Wealth, having a less emotional attachment to money will always make you more money in the long run. Again, Intelligent Investor, Benjamin Graham, a sound fundamental framework for sound. A framework for sound financial decisions. That will take you a long, long way, and that doesn't require any emotional commitment. Again, if I was emotionally committed to any of these stocks, that would be the only stock I would have. Yes or no? Or that I would only have 3 stocks if I was emotionally committed. If I was so in love with Snapchat, I wouldn't have bought Abivai. If I was so in love with Airbnb, we wouldn't have bought JP Morgan. We wouldn't have bought Altria. We wouldn't have gotten Coca-Cola. So that's where you go down the list with all of it. It's just like you could go look at emotionally attached. How many people only held GameStop? How many people only held AMC or only held 1 or 2 of the companies and then ignored everything else? So for me, something could lose for me, bro, and I can move on to the next one, bro. I got another girl waiting. It's already ready, and I encourage you to do the same thing with your long-term and finances when it's all said and done. So that's even Richest Man in Babylon, ensure future gains, ensure future wealth. You can't do that with only one. Made so much. We did good on AMC did too. That's it at the end of the day. And it's Benny's birthday. Benny Beats, baby. I heard he's bullish. Oh, where is it? Oh, nah. Amen, amen. Amen. Aren't you scared your girlfriend is listening? No, my girlfriend will tell you this. You should talk to her. I'll have her come on, and you could ask her about Josh's emotions. She'll even say, she even gets surprised, bro. That's it. She'll tell you this ain't just talk. She sees me after this stream, and it's the same thing. I mean, a lot of it. Again, I've been pretty positive and excited. Again, she was even asking me. I remember I told you that. She's like, "Don't you ever feel like when your stocks go down, like don't you like react a certain way?" I'm like, nah. And it's Benny's birthday too, baby. Hey man. Happy birthday, man. I'm proud of you. Benny Beats has came a long way. I've seen a lot of amazing trades out of him, but above all else, I've seen him grow a lot, and I've seen him actually act on stuff. He acts on his trades. He acted on the real estate. He got in there, baby. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Happy birthday, bro. UNG popping again, still down 2.9. Getting a pop there on natural gas. Happy birthday. The 1st of August. Many blessings. Unity doesn't have September 19th. It does. I don't know where you're not seeing. I don't know if it's on TD Ameritrade, but Unity is right here. September 17th or 16th. Maybe I was off by one day. Do you think stock traders start losing on the emotional quotient in life outside of trading? Do you mean that it makes you jaded, or do you mean it could hurt you other ways? I mean, I do believe that your trading could factor into your outside life. It could make you more jaded, but I think it just all depends on your it depends on your emotional attachment to money. So you don't need the stock market to be attached to money emotionally. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen. I mean, how many people do you know never traded a stock, but they won't even part with their money, or if anything monetarily happens, it will change their attitude, their behavior, all of that. It can get you pulled away, again, if your emotional attachment is high and you suffer a lot of losses, or you go through stuff, or the ups and downs going from win to loss, and then kind of getting, and then you might go into a dark place where you start gambling crazy for a little bit. It just really depends, but it definitely can affect it. But that's why I always, this is why we preach a lot of PHILO, and we talk about it. But, your emotional attachment to money, it goes beyond the market. And that's why I think of how you manage it and how you manage some of your finances and not really caring too much about it. Again, I love stocks. I love to be a part of it. I'm really excited about the future of these companies, but I do not have an attachment to it. Again, success and failure in the stock market, I do not get my validation off of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, you guys, and I really hope you do the same thing. You should probably find your validation somewhere else. This is what Warren Buffett says. You know, just because your stock went up, it doesn't make you smart. But vice versa, just because your stock went down, it doesn't make you dumb. But I see it every single day. This is why people want to be the first one to call something out and everything. I see it every day. That's what a lot of people do. Where literally, boom, you buy the play and it hits. You're like, I'm a genius, bro. I'm a fucking wizard. I could do this. Wow. You're like, look at that, bro. Like, it's crazy. That's why I said that one line, that one rap where he was like, people talking down, but in a bad situation. Like, bro, you could really have somebody straight up just have one play, make them feel a certain way, and then boom, that it don't matter if they're losing on everything, if they lost on everything, that right there will make them feel a certain way, and then they feel smart about it. But then once you experience a loss, it's not about losing money. It's not like literally, I don't think y'all realize there's like 20%, 30% of the emotions. It has nothing to do with what even happened, but then it's other people. And then it's now you feel stupid, and now you feel weird about showing somebody or talking to somebody about stocks because last time you were like, yeah, it went up, I'm so smart, you were flexing, and then now you got to come back and then it goes down, you're going to feel dumb. So that's what Warren Buffett said, just don't feel smart when your stocks go up, but then you shouldn't feel dumb when they come down. And that right there is a lot. But then now, that's just like, think about it. That's a lot of ego. We're not even talking what the money means to you. That's the fucked up part. Because again, someone's like, oh, you're just rich. Oh, like you can afford it. No. Everything I talked about right there about being smart or dumb relative on the performance of stocks, that has nothing to do with how much $1,000 is to you. You see what I'm saying? Think about that. Because now 1,000 to you may be a lot. 1,000 to somebody else, it may be a little bit. 5,000 may be a lot. 10,000, who knows what it is? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I didn't even talk about that what that means to you. We're just talking about straight up feeling smart or stupid depending on how a stock moves, and that gets some emotional attachment. But now, if you are really attached to your money and you need it, and then you do not go out with a budget and you start trading with money that you need for rent or your car payment or for food, or you know what I'm saying, and then you start taking it down a whole different road, that's when it could start to hit a lot more. But having an emotional attachment, having feelings created through success and failure in the market, that's where you're going to get clapped. That's it. Like I've said, you know, at the end of the day, it's like we've had a lot of good plays, but like I try not to even get too hyped on them beyond, you know, what they are. Like, you know, that's just all what it is. When it's all said and done, there's a lot. But even then on the bad side, that's why it's funny because I know a lot of people, they want to call me out very quickly on a bad play. But it's like, hey, I've missed a lot of plays too. But then it's like you know, what did Uncle say? I got so many wins, I can't trip about a fumble. I really don't care either way. And that, I'm telling you, if you could get into that mindset where you understand stock performance does not define you as a person, and then you could kind of just slowly pull back from the market where you could stay involved, but then you can't really, you know, where you're not really caring about it too much, I'm telling you, it will really, really help a lot. But I have a lot of other experiments you could work on for emotional attachment to money. We've had a lot of PHILOs. Maybe we'll make it a series for you guys, but there's a couple out there. We've talked about it a lot. God didn't answer. Well, God bless you. And I hope y'all take it to heart, you know? Take it to heart, just be wise, and that's why, I don't know, our culture here at the Cult is very different, but that's what I'm saying, like, just be careful of Wall Street, man. Like, y'all don't know, like, at the end of the day, it's like the big banks, but it's like the culture that you read, the stuff you see on social, all this stuff you're taking in, all the interactions you have. Like, if you don't think this is affecting you, like, you got to wake up a little bit, man. It's just like, it's a toxic community. It's a toxic culture of money flowing around, going back and forth. Everybody wants to flex it. You're competing with people who have damn yachts. Like, just think about that for a second. And then you got people making their run up. There's a lot of ego in it. So I think one of the big steps you got to be able to overcome is literally like the impact of Wall Street, like overcoming like being able to stay connected without getting kind of caught up in the mud of everything going on. Baba might be pricing in 9, but that's a good point. Baba does have earnings on Thursday. And Boeing, bro, 7.8. Don't get lost. Yeah, don't lose yourself, for real. Like, you have to, at the very least, maintain some level of just disconnect with it, and then don't let it, describe so much about you. You think all the news we consume affects you? Yeah, especially over the last, 2 years, man. It's just, I see news and I get sad. Like, bro, all the news I read every day, that's, I don't know if you've noticed my sarcasm lately, but yeah, it does definitely have an effect. But then, even then, it's it's one thing about the news, but then how you circulate it. And I'm not talking like you or me, like when we drop the news. I'm saying it's when you talked about news with your friends, and then someone brings it up, and then you start venting with another person. Then you would don't watch out, because sometimes venting is the damn devil, and the venting will get you to react to it a little bit more than you thought. So just be careful with it. That's all it is. When just the world is hectic, Wall Street is hectic. Again, there's just left and right. You got to deal with so many things. But it's just how connected are you to it? And I hope you could control your ego in it. But and like I've said this many times, is don't let it validate you. And that's the key. That's the problem. That's where it's funny too, though, because again, it's you see it every day. People validate themselves off of a trade. I hate to break it to you. If you think I have any confidence in life that I have just because of the stock market, you're gravely mistaken, because that's what happens. It's very easy to feel on top of the world when it's good, but then if it's bad, a lot of people will dog, you're going to take that after hours. You're going to think about it when you go to bed. You're going to wake up in neutral now, and it just gets wild. So, for real, that's why, detach yourself from it. Find a way to not really, just move on quickly. If you get success, smile like you've seen it before. If it's a failure, just move on and keep pushing. And that's really the only way to go about it, I see. VA can't even make a Ford profit. Ford just spends a lot. UNG just went crazy. We recovered 3%. About what's needed. That everything on the job site will be used. If it's still there, it means it's necessary. Blinken, North Korea preparing to conduct 7th nuclear test. Ford is that AMD again? Nah, they're chilling out a little bit. UNG is popping, though. I don't see any news. I feel like there'd be oil news or something. First of the August Swiss Miss. Is it Switzerland's birthday? Too much nuclear war talk. Bro, people are the China stuff. People freaking out, man. People are freaking out. At what point does venting become the devil or toxic? It's very difficult. I mean, you could probably figure that out on your own. But usually, if that's all you do, then I think that's an easy answer. If you vent more than anything, then I think that should say something. Twos and oh yeah, I want to see the yield curve. Still at 0.29. Still pretty bad. Still pretty bad. Man, oh man. Venting is not complaining. Depends how much you do it. I don't know why. I feel like that's fair, right? I don't know, because some people seem so like they seem a little jumpy towards that, but I mean, just think about it. Got some cool fish. Let's go, baby. It's been a while. Euro cover earlier, but look at the drop. Did it drop on the ISM? Because again, I think that made the long end of the curve go up. I think the data was what, like right here. They dropped it a little bit, then bonds went up. I went. What point did you get in life where you didn't care about the outcome? And I went to be able to go the same. I mean, you're not gonna like the answer. It's when I really started like reading the Bible more actively. It was like right before we started even like streaming more. That's why I started streaming. I wouldn't have streamed if I didn't have that attitude. Just because it wouldn't make sense to sit here and put that much time towards it or do anything with it. But it was just like I didn't care I loved it. Like I said, from day one, shout out Babinski, shout out a lot of the early OGs. Like it was just something that, I didn't care about what was going to happen in the future. I didn't care if it led to anything. I wanted to do something. I enjoyed it, and I didn't really care about the outcome. But I loved interacting with a lot of people early on, and that's what led to it. So, I mean, the word of God, man, it goes a long way. But it's something. Everybody has a personal journey. I think you'll get to it at a different stage. Like what I'm trying to say by that is that the Bible helped me. Maybe it's not the Bible for you. It might be something else. It might be something that gets you motivated or gets you kind of, just tapping into a more fati lifestyle, like loving whatever happens. Again, just a more fati Epictetus type, control what you can't control. And it went a long way. Went a long way. Chad having a great day. Amen. Microsoft sucks, man. Microsoft was getting back up there. We're back to VWAP again, and this is it's a little higher. I'm pretty sure VWAP right now is actually right when the data came out, the ISM prices paid. About the book Instant Millionaire? I've not. Can you pull up LTRPB? It's a long ticker. LTRPB. Sounds like a police station. Oh, wow. This is a Liberty TripAdvisor? This thing looks wild. I have no idea. I'd be careful. I mean, it doesn't. That's why I like the, what's it called? MGAM comparatively, because it was just like this IPO phenomenon was like clean, where just like 3 days of trading, that's it. Nothing else in the way. 1 day of trading. So, but I don't know. And then ACLX is popping, but I have no idea what LTRB is. Man, I'm 2600 in 2020. Well, HKD and MGAM are IPOs, but this one isn't an IPO. That's why I'm saying it looks a little bit more messy. It's not as clean cut as the other ones. Like even MAIA, this one was an IPO, I believe, too. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like these are more clear cut, like doing their thing. Yeah, volume's thin. So be careful, but it's not, doesn't seem like it's following the same criteria as the other ones. AEMD, Skyrocket. Athelian Med up 50. Dude, there's so many random names that are up like 30 to 100% just randomly. It's actually kind of wild. Netflix. What's the other one? Netflix. MGAM. Oil coming up. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit. It was up a lot more. Again, the China demand really hit them on the head. A video of ice cream truck music in the background of Jill Biden's speech is digitally edited. Oh, I thought there was a clip. MSTR put maybe, but I wanted to look pinned, so that like little pin that we talked about. Remember, that's when we played it last time. But I want it to stay pinned, more or less. This one, it kind of looks like they're going up. I need crypto to just like stay pinned and then more to the downside, like pinned in between like 13 and 11 on the other one. I feel like if I had more capital, I could hold longer. I missed out on meta gain. So do the reverse. That's your solution. You know what I'm saying? Your solution isn't that more money would make it better. Actually, less money. So if you go smaller on meta, you could ride it. Like I'm in a Ford right now, and they're up like 500%. But why am I willing to ride it up to 500%? Because I only spent $16. So you got to, it's kind of a 50-50 because when you play smaller, you get a lot less. But at the same time, it's like, that will help you to even get some. But playing smaller, believe it or not, might be the solution to that, and until you work up your capital and then get used to it. But that will definitely help up a lot. 16 times 100? No, 16 times 1. Like $16, like the price of a number one at like Chick-fil-A nowadays. I think it's like $12, but you get what I'm saying. Yang calls. I grabbed LMT. I'd rather go with defensive stocks. But Yang could get affected, and then I got the TSM ahead on Friday, and those went up a little bit, but they came down, but they were up a lot more in the morning. No, I have not peeped the Naira, but thank you for looking at it and reminding me. That's what I'm talking about, Chad. That's why I love sharing just all these like little things with you guys, because if I miss it, you guys will always bring it up. It's beautiful. But the yen, bro, this has been the biggest drop in the yen since February. The biggest streak. Naira, it's up today, but it's still like, we're not at a danger zone yet. So like we said, we need this to get out of, so I know we looked at it the other day and it looked big, but like I don't think it held. We just need it to break above like 415, 420. Have you heard of Tantra? Like the restaurant in Tulum? Otherwise, that's the only thing I've heard of. PTCT, popping a little bit. I don't know why it's not updating. Spy kaboom. When we're going off VWAP, we got to get past 413. That will be the key. FOMO for 2 months, then fear for 2 months, then FOMO. Oh, talk to them, baby. That's been the pattern. Talk to them. They don't feel you. They don't feel you. Pins earning. I have an old leap. That's about it. Well, I went for a debit spread. I'm already down on it. You could actually get it a lot cheaper. We did this one live. Actually, is it up now? Wait, I think it's up. They're same price. I bought them at 40. I grabbed a 460 call, then I shorted a 480. So pretty much I got a 460 for 40 cents with a little bit of upside. I spent a decent amount. The idea is if there's any volatility pop, those LMT contracts do not move, but then once volatility comes in, they're going to skyrocket. Remember, we took like 3 different LMT plays like $1 to like 1,500, or I think it was 2 different ones. And then I ended up holding the last one that got clapped. USB Pelosi flying to Singapore to avoid the congressional trading ban is such a flex. For real. New York for the weekend, let me tell you, it's the new Las Vegas. It's lit there right now. Well, Las Vegas got flooded. But then Mumu went to Las Vegas. He was trying to get me to go. And I was like, no, man. But he said it was fake news. He said he didn't experience any flooding. I was like, that flooding looked crazy in Vegas. There was like holes in the casinos. It's crazy. Oh, we have not checked the Lambo index today. Let's take a look over the weekend. Hot dog. 379. Last time it was 375, and then it was 370. I just grabbed LMT calls was the last play I made, I think. That is a good deal. Just a little cheaper. But yeah, 379. Civic Index, we need somebody to get a number. We haven't really like hit it down yet. We need that number. I want to, wasn't it? I think it was like 17,000, 18,000 last time. Happens every time it rains in Vegas. City's designed for it. People were freaking out though. Like, and the videos look crazy. And then Mumu, I was like, dude, you're in Vegas. I was like, are you alive? He's like, yeah, it's fine. He said fake news. Does that mean inflation's going up still? Not. If the Lambo index is going up, that means inflation most likely coming down because supply. That's how a recession leads to your prices coming down. People don't realize this. People think a recession is just a word. But the point about recession is when economic activity slows down and people start selling things and increasing supply of stuff, that should make the prices go down. It was so like they're dropping in value. That's why like the more Lambos that go for sale, the lower the prices of the Lambos. It's not vice versa. It's not as if more Lambos pop up and the price goes up. Actually, it's the reverse now. Like even then, you know, from personal experience, like I sold my Lamborghini for about 30 to 40% more money than it's worth today, just 8 months ago. And that's because comparatively, there's like 100, 200 more Lambos being sold in that time frame. So it's like as supply increases for automobiles, that is where we'll begin to see the prices come down. Max Payne Lambo, that's pretty much. Roblox earnings, I think it'll be decent. I mean, they are an outperformer. Somebody asked me today how they apply to everything else, but I think it's good. Again, I think they're just a little bit decent. How are the G-Wagons, though? They won't be making them. They're up. They're elevated. The supply I haven't really looked at, but the G-Wagon is held up way better than the Lambo. Though, and they've even raised the price. So even Mercedes has raised the price 25, 30,000 from the factory. So they were, instead of everybody charging premium, the dealer's starting to take the premium now. Car loan would be the 08. It could be similar, but not as big. Again, just even in general, the amount of leverage with car loans is not as big. And you got to think about it. Every 5 years, 5 to 7 years, a lot of cars get paid off. So the amount of risk that existed in like 2016, if you had a 5-year loan, I mean, all those cars are paid off now. So actually, so in a weird way, the debt moves a little bit differently, but overall, the overall value is a lot lower than cars or than houses. They limited car buying. Yeah, that's why we look at the Lambo index. And again, you could do it with Hondas or anything else, but the amount of car like inventory is still just very, very low. No Uber plays except for shares and old Leafs that are clapped. Would I go 150 after with Airbnb if it's good, but I wouldn't buy it after if it pops. So pretty much we're just waiting. If Airbnb's bad, we're going to buy the shit out of it, or we'll see relatively to Uber. But for the most part, if it goes up, and again, I mean, I'm hoping with some of the optimism, maybe Airbnb will be rewarded. But like I said, it's just Airbnb is one of very few companies that has been raising guidance and beating earnings into all of this, just when it's all said and done. So it just really depends. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Just not every company is like this when there's just thousands that have already did it that guided down. Again, here's with Airbnb June 2021. Expectation was loss of 47 cents a share. They did loss of 11 cents. Expected EPS September 84 cents. They did $1.22. December they were 0.05. They did 0.08. Again, they were expected to lose 30 cents. They did 0.03. And again, with revenue and everything else increasing too, but it's just like this is a very rare company this year that has done that. So the question for this earnings is, again, I'm pretty sure they're going to beat, but how does the market respond to it? That right there, we can't control the analysts. And again, it does have a high PE. That is the negative part about it. But even then, just in this environment, that is one thing that's given me a lot of confidence. He worked for Marriott. They did good. Yeah, Marriott, again, the CEO. Remember, he was on the Biden thing, and he was he was excited about it. He was very, very excited about it. Clove, $3. I don't know. Maybe shares if it's at $3, then you could just hold it forever. Airbnb, Bali's, Mad Book, but they're going to get hit off of Bali because it's foreign. So Airbnb has great foreign bookings, but they still get like 30% of revenue overseas. So dollar may have an impact on them. We will find out. Yeah, Roblo's climbing up here too. Carnival will go bankrupt. I mean, people have said even if they raise like $2 billion in bonds, they are still going to actually be in a pretty bad position. Gold, just wait till the dollar like really comes down, and then that will be fire. But till then, I wouldn't. Until the dollar is like clear cut going down and chilling out now, I wouldn't go in for it. Cars have been switching to 7-year loans since 2014. But even then, that means a lot, assuming you didn't fall behind. Should be paid off by 2021. Great morning walk out. It's a good day. Good day. What's up? What's up, man? We living good? Altria. I like Altria. I would buy if I drop below the dividend. So we had a nice gain on it, but it recently switched to down 3. but I've held this stock for about 2 or 3 years, so we get dividends at like 8-9%. So my logic with it, I like the company. I mean, I was just up 30% on it since some of the other stuff came out with Juul and all that. But my logic is you don't buy down till you're down the amount of the dividend. So right now it yields about 9%. So pretty much I wouldn't buy it until I'm down 10% on it. So if you're starting in a new position, you got a little bit of wiggle room. Again, you pretty much could get it 3% cheaper than I did, but with 3 years less of dividends. But that is what I like about it. Damn, we got the 7. They gave us 3.5. That's hype. That's crazy. We're yielding 3.5 shares on the drip on Altria at this point. I don't even know how many. It's been what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.8. Maybe like 6, 7, 8.8, 8 10.9, 11 is 12. Probably got like almost 20 shares back. I did not sell MGAM. Yes, it is push-up time. We missed it at 8:30. We had a lot going on there. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Wow. Wow, it feels good. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wow, relax those eyeballs. It's beautiful. Then drop your shoulders. Relax the shoulders. Fix that nerd neck. Nobody's attacking you, Chad. Okay, you're relaxed. XOM is dumping. Oil's getting clapped right now, so don't clap your shoulders or spine. Let oil drop, but bring your chest up. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. Boom, looking good. Then now, we already did optometrist. Relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Now legs in front of you. No legs right behind you. Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? Come on. Come on. Don't play us like that. All right, so do the push-ups. I'm going to go to the bathroom and get my resistances. I love you. Amen. Follow me on Instagram or hit me up on Snapchat. Why are you so shy?
And it's important.
Don't be shy.
So the Chinese government has made no uncertain terms and there will be consequences. What sort of consequences might you anticipate?
Well, first, there'll be more tension. Clearly, that's one consequence. Second, I think China will double down and trying to be more self-sufficient. With maybe more decoupling. Certainly, they're focusing on semiconductors and all of the new technologies of the future. They'll also double down and trying to tie their relations with other countries, especially Southeast Asia and the Solomon Islands, for example, in Africa, in South America, and they'll really double down. There also will probably be some kind of military action short of engagement. They've got to do something. Otherwise, they have egg in their face. They got a save face. They'll do something. I don't think they'll do so much as to the provocation involves engagement at the point of war, but it'll be significant if this is increasing tensions, and that's unfortunate.
Well, I'm sure all of us, including President Xi, and certainly in the United States, we don't want a war at all. At the same time, what I've read, what I've seen is often the best way to avoid a war is to be prepared for one. Are we better prepared for a military engagement with China today than we were 10 years ago? Or, in fact, are we more at a disadvantage?
I think we're better engaged, but at the same time, China is better engaged. China's PLA is much, much more sophisticated, modernized today compared with what it was 10 years ago. And I think they feel that they're going to reach their maximum potential in about 5 or 6 years. We are diverting more resources to the Pacific, but it's a little catch up for us too. We have ships a little bit old. we'll do okay. We're America. We've been tested a lot in wars. Some of them may be a mistake, like Afghanistan, Iraq, but we've been tested. No, it's the best way to avoid war is to be strong. But a better way to avoid war is
I got a lot of faith in American
diplomacy, very cleverly and with lots of wisdom.
Yeah, a lot of wisdom.
Find ways to reduce tension, and there are ways to do so. For example, when Speaker Gingrich visited Taiwan.
Okay, thank you, sir. That is Max Baucus, former U.S. ambassador to China. ARC, a lot of names with A on the high ticker. Like literally like 15 of them. I don't know what it is. But high ticker is actually gassing, even though the low ticker is kind of calm, but you're getting a red candle. Did dollars start climbing yet? Nope. Square's up. Unity's up. Roblo. Boeing still up. TSM kind of bounced. Chips are still holding. Where's Netflix? Oh, Netflix on the end. You are so close to the target. Yes, Pelosi tomorrow. So honestly, by tomorrow, I think by like 11 a.m., you'll probably get a bunch of headlines on there. Price action weakness on the Ikumocho cloud. What headline? The headline is just Pelosi visiting. Like literally, they again. Here was TSM and even BABA pre-market. Like, look, BABA was up. Like BABA was actually in the green pre-market, and then right when they confirmed that Pelosi was coming, it dropped. So then we got more headlines today that tomorrow in the morning she will be there in Taiwan. So depending on how that plays out, whatever happens from there, I would watch out. We will get some level of movement. It could be large, it could be small, but the point is you already saw it this morning. Like you really got to see a reaction to any of that news. Mulan moving. The big deal is that China does not recognize them as a sovereign territory. So China views Taiwan as China. So if a government official visits Taiwan from another country, especially America, it gives more legitimacy for Taiwan to say they are their own country, more or less. You don't remember LeBron in the NBA? Y'all forgot about that? Are you for real? Y'all all forgot about like LeBron, and y'all don't remember. And then anytime, then you don't remember when Biden, like, he made a mishap and China got pissed. Yeah, I love China, Taiwan, China. Oh, fuck. I meant China is not. We believe in one China policy. Or Taiwan's a great country. I meant a great council. Where's LeBron? He apologized in Mandarin. No, I think that was John Cena. Yeah, John Cena. That's it. They said Fast and the Furious. Nah, they were about to smash that. Then they, what's it called? China. You know, China even banned the new Buzz Lightyear movie because apparently there was a scene of boys kissing, or I guess it was Buzz Lightyear was making out with some dude, but I guess they banned it from there. So China, but usually if you say anything about Taiwan, they'll ban you or stuff. China's China, man. China's China. Oh, it was two women. I thought Buzz Lightyear was like. I said, "Hey, Buzz, I ain't gonna judge you, Buzz," but I was like, "Damn, I didn't know." I didn't know he swung that way. I was like, "Damn, Buzz Lightyear." He said, "To infinity and beyond." Amazon's coming down. XOM, oil plays. Again, oil's already gutter, but Microsoft's going now. Is Apple in the red now again? Yeah. They're losing a lot better. Microsoft. Who else was there? TXN. TXN's actually hitting a high right now. IoT, don't let SPY fool you. Are they lower? But IYT is still trailing beneath it. So IYT is green, but it's like IYT should be up another like $7 if it's really going to play out a certain way. Oracle cutting staff. So it depends how big it is, because remember, if it's big like Shopify, that'll cause a big move. It just depends on how much. I'm not seeing it on the wire yet, but you're getting a Chick-fil-A. These shipping companies, high dividend yields. Yeah, they're underperforming though. That's the thing. On this latest bounce, transports have not bounced as much. So that's either going to create a divergence or one of them is going to catch up to each other. Airbnb put down 10 cents. I bought it for $110. It's at $1 on the ask, 95 on the bid. Oracle still dropping a little bit. That candle got a little bit bigger there now. Again, the news is just coming out now. I haven't even been able to confirm it yet. It's not hitting the wire just yet, but the way it's moving is definitely something's going on with it. Bullard might pour cold water again. You had what's his name, Bill Dudley today, and he was very Bill Dudley was like shitting on the rally. Like Bill Dudley said, he was like, this is the most self-defeating rally, and just saying how it wasn't good. So he was pretty much Bill Dudley was like, yeah, the Fed's not slowing down anytime soon. Get that through your head. Because he was like, what's the point of, why would we slow down if now the market starts loosening conditions by rallying into everything? So Oracle, here's the source on the information. Yeah, it just hasn't hit, so I want to see the scale. Plan thousands of cuts for its 160. So we don't know the percentage or how big. You will probably get an update on that, and you'll get a second move. I think once some of the full numbers come on how much, because again, it seems like if you cut more than 10-15% of staff, that one creates a very negative reaction. Oracle's popping off of it now. But SPY is also bouncing here too. Again, a lot of tech names went red right there. Like Apple just hit break even again. Yeah, Uber's looking great coming in. Again, it all depends on the earnings, but they are looking nice. A-Net's popping up as well too. Even Abivi's shaking it off. XLV might go green. Be honest, layoffs will be good. Yeah, they're free cash flow, raising up money, it's good for the company, but it also depends how much. But there is a point that when you start there's one point to cut staff to save money and free up expenses, but then there's another point where you are cutting staff and that highlights a change in expectations, right? So that's what you got to be worried about, because like if companies start cutting 20, 30, 40%, it's like, gee, you're not trying to save money at that point. That means you're trying to save money and you forecast that your amount of revenue is going to come in a lot lower. There's no point to be able to have that much supply to work if you're not going to be expecting that much demand. LTRP running twin sister of LTRB. So just be careful with those. Again, I have no idea what's happening with those. There's a point when the labor market is strong, gets challenged. It will. I mean, again, I'm in the camp where I'm a believer that, we don't see everything of a recession just yet. But like we brought up on Friday, that those tweets that I retweeted, it's just like, I do think there is a possibility that labor and unemployment just lags heavy. So this is the tweet I'm talking about. Again, we posted on the Twitter, but pretty much leading in the 70s, this was a recession, but you didn't watch the employment numbers reflect it till 10 months into the recession. So that is the best evidence that I've seen. So I think you're right, where eventually the unemployment narrative will shift, but it's going to be hard to read. Again, I pretty much think it's going to lag very, very heavily. But for now, I am still in the camp of I don't really see recession knocking at the Grim Reaper is not standing outside, is what I'm saying. But he's on his way. Elon owned PayPal? I don't think so. The latest news with PayPal ownership is Elliott Management. Get it in there. Jim Cramer said Apple had an extraordinary quarter, inexpensive. Well, Apple is like the closest to its highs than almost any stock. So we'll see. But, I mean, I like the post-earnings rally if the market operates like this. But, just how sensitive the market is, some of these other global headlines now related to war or anything like that, Taiwan, we'll see. But it just really depends. Oh, LMT, are they going up now? That LMT, those debit spreads are going to be weird. What plays? We started off with Unity, Airbnb put, and LMT calls. So Airbnb put leading into earnings just in case we get lucky on it. Or we get, what's it called? The Unity. Unity is a random earnings play. I honestly, that's just like a $50 gamble. If they kill it on earnings, we're going to get super lucky. And then the other one, Lockheed, if there is any more damages that occur. What is Unity? I have no idea. No, I think they do gaming stuff. So they're like kind of similar to Robux, but not really. What do you think? What's the actual goal of Pelosi's visit? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I genuinely, I don't know. Maybe it could be for the chips. And maybe they're trying to do something. That's the only thing I could think in my mind. Otherwise, it may be a plan to even weaken, kind of put China in a position where they're more vulnerable as they kind of defend Ukraine or defend Russia. You know what I'm saying? Those are the only two things I could think of. But quite frankly, I just don't know. LTRPA. That's the other one. I think they got halted. They got called out. Someone put a super chat for it. Again, I just don't know what is going on with it. Again, this thing moved up like 2,000% in 2020. I could keep it up if you guys want to. I don't think I'm going to play it until I could have again, the other one, like MGAM, it just made sense to me. Until I could make sense as to why people are bidding it up, then I can't buy it. Taiwan is responsible. Yeah, they've said it. If there was a war with Taiwan and they shut down TSM, our chip it would cripple all of the chips all across the globe, especially in the United States. It would like clap us so heavy. As Mary Barr to make those right to the Intel. My new Inflation Increasing Reduction Act will lower inflation by spending more money. It's amazing. We have some of the best minds working on the Hummer and inflation. I'm gonna let the Fed do what they want to, need to, have to, must. But I'm not gonna influence them until the midterms, okay? Okay, goodbye. Rivians used go for 120. I mean, I was seeing some Rivians at 150. I was like, that's crazy. Some people had a choice between a G-Wagon and a Rivian and bought a Rivian. It depended on if you got the G-Wagon early, but still, I was tripping out. I said, that's crazy. Yeah, Uber is looking very good right now. But be careful. Again, the move leading into this today means nothing. So, again, we learned that with Snapchat. You should always know this for every earnings, but at the same time, just remember, in this season, it all depends on what is going on with the actual earnings. So it's a nice run up. The market's feeling good. Things are going up there. But remember, we need to see how they report top and bottom line. Do they cut guidance? How's their free cash flow? Are they able to maintain growth guidance? Those are the things that are really going to keep something up and keep it running or not. Twitter is still there. Thessalonian, ORGN, After Hours Wednesday. Let's see it, baby. If they have a killer earnings, that could wake it up, and that would be very good. I'm excited. I'm glad. Thank you for the random play. I'm glad I got my exposure through you. It's good. It's good. Have we gone over what exactly is the Inflation Reduction Act? Honestly, you just sound like an asshole right now. I think it's very simple. It is an act that's going to reduce inflation. Do you not want inflation to come down? Why would you be against this? Again, like I said, Nancy just wants our safety, and so does everybody else. And, there's a lot to it. But, I think it's very clear that it's going to reduce inflation, nationally. Because it's an Inflation Reduction Act. So that's why I think we all want inflation to come down. We all know it's a problem because inflation is high. So I think it's simple that it's just an act to reduce inflation. So, and it's going to protect democracy and keep people safe. And that's, for that reason, I'm in, Howie. I'm in. Yeah. What, do you not want inflation to go down? Maybe you would vote for the Don't Bring Inflation Down Act, huh? They never get it. Is it a joke or not a joke? Honestly, I don't even know anymore. But I'm bumped. EVH. I think that thing's is Enphase still going up? Nah, they chilled out finally. Apple went briefly green, back to negative. KEKW. I think I just saw that on the high ticker. I have 2K. Where should I put it this week? Why do you have to put it this week? What was the other one? There's something with K on the high ticker. But if you don't have to use it this week, I mean, one, I'd either go for pre-earnings or I would wait till a company reports, and then I would play the afterwards. I think I was thinking of Clack. They're the ones I think KQ is a meme. Only 2 green stocks are Abivai and Mulan. Mulan is still green? It's crazy. LTRB unhalted again. LTRB and the other one, LTRA, I think, are ripping. Where's MGAV? MAIA. Ford. Yeah, Ford is looking great. I mean, our premiums are up a couple 100% if you have them. But even then, even on the shares, like, we actually got a nice gain on the shares now. That woke them up. But they still, bro, they just, it's crazy because when we look at where the SPY is. Like, the SPY is right at the lows of February 23rd, right? So, like, not every company is really just there yet. That's the interesting part. Like, even IYT and a couple of others. So, puts us at a very interesting spot. But the SPY, because of the big tech holding up, I think Apple especially has recovered a lot. But a lot of names, I mean, it's crazy to think about getting back to February levels, even though we sold off pretty heavy from January to February. It's like February levels are still kind of high, man. I'm kind of excited about it, like on any of the upside. Because then it's like, wow, okay, not so bad. And then imagine when Ford was down, you were just getting mad dividends for super cheap. That's the best part. Like, our last drip was 4.4 shares at $13.70. Just off the drip. Since I flexed that gain the other day, I feel like it's only right to report 12K is now 7. You pulled everything out except for 100. I was going to say, man, I thought we have an offer. We going to have closing costs, man. You're going to have notices to perform, bro. What's happening? Don't gamble it all. Ah! Yeah, Ford, we're up. We're back. I'm back up to 30% on the Ford shares now. So we've got to hold the dividend and everything else, but now it's 30%. The long term is at 10% on the small one. It says 20% on the snap because we closed the covered calls. So we were at about, like, what's it called, 12%, but now after realizing the profits, it's gone down to a net 20 or net 19%. So we're not doing too bad. Hold on to your gains. Well, yeah, he getting in real estate. MMSI, pop in. MMSI, don't know what this is. Big pop. Merit Medical. MMSI. Shares are up. I'm not seeing any news on it. They had a price target lowered a couple days ago, or even earlier. I think they had earning, or they have a. Oh, they're at a conference. They're announcing something right now. They're at a health conference. So wait, I'm seeing PE firm is nearing a takeover of Merit. So a PE firm is interested, and then there was also reports of them presenting at a conference about 30 or hour and a half ago. Yeah, PE firm GTCR. It's that, and they also have that event right now. They're at like a virtual tech conference or something. TLT is kind of ripping. Again, it's kind of having a positive impact. That's what I'm trying to see when we actually get that breaking point. Will stocks ever be the same again? Of course. I think in a couple of years it'll return back to a 2017, 2018 type market, I think. Mm. $7K on this bond play, either bond play or yield curve. But I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I'm excited about the yield curve, bro, and I hope you guys. I know some of you are paying attention too, and I love it. Just get ready though, because like I'm saying, no matter what, man, it's like, let's say you're really frustrated, and maybe maybe patience will help you out to chill out for a little bit. But I'm just saying, like, whatever happens in the next 6 to 12 months, the chances of there being a very large yield curve type play, I mean, it's there. So I mean, I don't think it would be unwise playing a lot more reasonable, even chilling out and just stacking up and waiting until we get something of that nature. Just don't miss it. That's all. Stay in the loop, stay with it. I'm excited. I've been hearing some of you guys are vibing with it, man. I know a lot of you guys have been listening. I was very surprised. Some chads hit me up on Snapchat. I said, just wait. And they said, I know, man, I'm watching that yield curve, so let's go. How'd you play it? Well, when the moment arrives, just right now it's on watch. Pretty much the yield curve is giving us a signal to just be on the lookout, but there's no other data besides that. But once it really kind of confirms what it's going to do, I think it'll be clear cut. But trying to I feel like speculating on what's going to happen now will probably confuse us more than it'll help us when it's all said and done. So that's why we're chilling for a little bit. Yield curve, we got a bunch of videos on it. It's the difference between short-term and long-term interest rates. So pretty much short-term interest rates should always be lower than longer-term. But when they start to increase, it starts to say something about funding stress, even stress in markets, bonds, all that. And then SPY finally broke VWAP. We're getting a little bit lower than the ISM data, which is quite interesting. When's Ford's next dividend? How come it says not available? They didn't cut their dividend again, did they? I don't think so. LTR. I have no idea. That's just a hype play today. There's like LTRPA or RPBA and then PBB. There's LTRB and then another one that's even cheaper. Like, I don't know if it's a warrant or not. Tessie, low of the day. Even Uber coming down. People were getting hyped on that. Airbnb starting to drop a little bit. Even Ford divvy August 10th. That's ex-dividend or payout? LTRPA and LTRPB. There it is. So there's LTRPB and then LTRPA. That one's a penny stock, and that one's going crazy. Again, just different series or types of shares, Class A, Class B. Ford payouts, so ex-dividend will be August 10th. So that's good, though, for those plays we have. We might even get an ex-dividend run-up. I'm down. And then little mini bounce here, CLX on the high. Colgate was leading this morning. They still are up. Watch the MMI one, the Merit Medical. And then Sierra Wireless Semtite combo. Highly unlikely, Roth says. Tesla, I don't know. It was crazy in the morning, and then now it's chilling out. But it's still up a decent amount. I don't even think Tesla's red. Yeah, Tesla's hitting the low ticker now, but it's still firmly in the green. There's another one, QRTEB. There's all of them. If there's reasoning behind it, I would prefer those. I'd be down to play one. So if there's a hype play running and they're up a lot, but there's a compelling thesis behind it, let me know. Again, because I feel like I've put up probably 5 or 6 different big runners here. Damn, bro, these fish look crazy, Matt. Look at this. Doesn't this look like a video game? Look at Matt looking all swole, too. Look at New Year, New Matt. Look at the fish. That's a huge-ass fish, bro. It looks fake. I swear I used to have that on my wall. And then he would sing, what was the song that he'd sing? Happy Days, or what was it? What was the fish song? No, you know what I'm talking about? That what song would it sing? Yeah, the Billy Bag. Yeah, it would sing a song about happy. It was happy, don't worry, be happy. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, though I don't even know. How come I only know that line about that song? Yeah, the don't worry, be happy. If you didn't have that, I had that. That was a hit in my household. We were Middle Eastern, man. So you got to understand, bro. That little singing fish, bro, to all the Arabs back in the day, that was high-end technology. My parents would freak. They loved it. They would freak out. They said, "Oh, look. Oh, wow. Oh my God." And then I loved it. As a kid, that was my favorite. Tesla, kind of little bounce here. Ford still holding up too. They're calling out ISPO here. Is there, again, if any backing on it too, if you guys have the reasoning for any of these plays, again, right when we were able to find out HKD was an IPO, it made more sense for, I put MAGA, it made more sense for MGAM or MAIA, where again, both of these were IPOs, they're following the same logic. So it's LTRB or whatever any of them are, it's just if we have a reason, it's easier to connect, what's going on to say, hey, this is why we could go in for it or not. If someone bought LTRB off $60, $60 of 800K in volume, if one person buys it, how can they offload their shares? Well, it's not usually. That's pretty much not one person all the time. So sometimes they'll combine 50 orders and then do all the orders at once, technically speaking. But that's the problem with any of these companies is that you're right. The market maker might be able to support it, but if somebody really wanted to sell all at once, and you added that supply and the demand wasn't there, it would bring everything down. Back to school, good take. Well, some people are saying, back to school shopping at some consumer places, they're not really hitting the same. So you got to be careful of it. Do kids still go to public school? I think so. I think public school is a pretty big industry still. UNFI, don't they have earnings in the morning, or did they report this morning? No way someone asked that, yeah. I mean, I'm a product of public school, so we did good, man. We did good. That's it. I don't know how. And then anybody I knew who went to the private Christian schools, they were all worse than me. Like, it's crazy. That's it, bro. Like, after I went to public school, and then I remember the kids from church, they all went to private Jesus schools, and they were trying to sell me weed. And I was like, yo, this is crazy, but that's fine. I'll take an eighth, but still. But, like, it was wild. I was like, no way. That's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, you think he meant, like, online, like, showing up in person? I feel you. I hope war doesn't happen. I love how, like, every 3 to 6 months for the last, like, year and a half, we've, like, had war, like, news every time. It's like, oh, my gosh, we just, like, clapped one of the heads of, like, the Arab, like, ISIS. Oh, my gosh. And then they're like, they killed Soleimani. Then it was, like, Afghanistan. Then it was, like, another one with Iran. And then it was another Afghanistan. And then it was Russia. And then now it is Taiwan. So it's crazy. It's crazy. This is serious news, I know. Maybe you guys get drafted. Who knows? I'm down. I mean, I'm down to squabble a little bit. I'm going straight for the editor guy. That's all I'm saying. If somehow this unfolds into like pure war, you know what I'm saying? And we all get drafted, bro. We're going to be the Chad unit. You know what I'm saying? The Chad squadron. Well, I'm going straight for the Chinese editor guy on Global Times. That's my first target. That's it. You said I'm going for Yao Ming. Cold wars are bullish for growth. You're right. But that's I think a lot more people today, and then depending what happens with Nancy, I think a lot more people are worried about what China's going to do. I mean, who knows? Otherwise, China's either going to be a lot of talk or there's definitely going to be a consequence. But like that guy on Bloomberg said, what we talked about is that he was saying how it is more or less just the consequence itself is tensions rising no matter what. Good time to sell the long term at this short term top. If that was your plan months ago, then yes. If that's what you want to do. Again, do I think that's a good idea? No, because you clearly see, like, before you know it, it took 1 or 2 of these weeks to get it. We're right below February, so obviously I think you know where I stand with it, but if that's like a genuine question and you already have that plan, you want to sell out on the rips right now. So you could wait out a little bit, but you might want to start taking advantage of 10, 15, 20% gains that you're getting across the board. If that was your plan. Again, so if you were in the camp where you're like, oh my God, I hate the long term now. I need to leave. Oh my gosh, this is so bad. Oh, I can't believe the economy. Oh, I just want the money. That's it. Even though I don't have a plan to put it towards anything else, I just want the money. If that was your plan a couple months ago and you still feel that way, then you sell right now. This is your off ramp, beautifully provided for you. Otherwise, again, like, I'm still locked and loaded. I'm very excited about where I'm going with the long term now. We have deposits, we have earnings, but these are the rips you want to sell. And you will have a little bit more upside, I think, coming into August 10th, but that's it. Are we in recession? Bloomberg. Everyone's talked about recession. We've heard recession more and more. And again, my logic is, I've always said it, recession is not a cause of anything. There's no such thing as a recession. I view a recession as a symptom. So I think recession is a symptom of other things happening with the market, the economy, funding, the value of the dollar, all of that. So currently, I don't think the symptoms are screaming a positive. We have a recession. I think we're headed towards it, and I think we're really on a one-way street towards it, but I don't think it is there yet. If I was going to be wrong, I will be wrong with employment lagging. That's the thing where I really expect it. That's an area that could shift my thinking a lot faster, and I don't think we're getting quality data on it today. So that's the only X factor I would say to my theory that could speed it up or slow it down. But I do believe that we need more symptoms. We need stronger symptoms to be able to say there is something going on the recessionary front. Keeping an eye on employment. I am too, but now we have to just factor in that employment data could be so far delayed that it doesn't even give us the signal that we want. That's why I like the yield curve is more accurate than employment, I'd say, at this point. Again, both of them are, you don't really, they're longer dated and they give you weird signals, but I think just right now, unemployment is just I think it's strong and I think it's holding up, but the fact that it can delay, that is the X factor. Positive on Roblo. I know I was only down like $8,000. I mean, it's a lot better than where it was, but like Roblo's came up a lot. But be careful. And again, like this is the moment though. If you really were shitting yourself at the lows, take your profits now. Go home. Nobody wants to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Where just like this, speak now or forever hold your peace. But if you're really gonna stay married to it, not change your mind on whatever the stock is, just get ready to ride it out. But there is upside that you can take advantage. So if you had a plan and you could bring it to fruition, this is a nice gift. So on the 23, we're gonna find out the real companies are. I agree. I mean, that's the crazy part is that, bro, it's almost the end of the year. Before you know it, we're gonna be doing the same dance as last year, where like right away, November, December, then right when the new year hits, everyone's expectations, the plan. Now looking at 2024, it's gonna get wild. So I agree with you. I really, really do. That's why I'm saying. That's why I don't think the recession symptoms are as strong just yet, because I think with more time, the closer we get to it, and then that's all we need. Vic Man, welcome, my friend. You living good? I hope so. What am I? Oh, yeah, long-term. Well, we're going to wait till Airbnb earnings on Tuesday. I believe Uber is Tuesday as well. Abivai went down a little bit lower today, so pretty much after we get the earnings, I'm going to see how they perform, and I'm going to go either I could grab Abivai since it's down, or if Airbnb drops, or if Uber, depending on which price is better, I'm going to go with one of those directions, I think. And again, we have 2 deposits, so we have a lot of flexibility. We could get more than one play. We have our favorite value stock came down, 6 to 10% in the last couple of days. So I'm very confident about the long-term deposit here. So just going to give it some time. Just get these earnings out the way. Let's see who's popping and what they are offering, and then we'll be good to go. Damn, it's already 10:21? Oh, my gosh. I didn't even see that. What? I need a coffee or something. Maybe we get some PHILO. Oh, my gosh. Oh my gosh. I did not even, bro, it's already 10:30. What? SPY's coming back down. This is getting to the lower point here from the early morning. Well, we're going to have to see. Most anticipated recession of all times. What the hell? Look at all the Chad fishermen. You guys are like, you want to see a fish? Bro, you guys caught a shark? Look at this. My man's caught a baby shark, bro. Like, how did you, bro? You're like, baby shark, do, clap the shark, do. I clapped the shark. I clapped the shark, do. Dude, that's crazy. That's wild, bro. Look at the Chad. My team's so different. I know, bro. I'm telling you, man. I could say a joke about like weed or like a drug dealing joke, and then half of you be like, ha 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 ha. They'll be like, yo, I got a fish. And then the other half is like fishers. I'm like, yo, this is crazy, bro. We got fishermen, we got Republicans, we got Democrats, we got libertarians, bro. We got everything, bro. That's it. Oh, man. What are we short of? China claps Pelosi, China stocks, no care, ISO bomb shelter, U.S. stocks. My bass won a Blue Marlin World Cup. You won $650,000 catching a fish. Oh my gosh. See, man, screw y'all. Some of y'all, because like you guys are like, oh yeah, you do this, you do that. But I'm like, bro, that seems like the dream right there. You just caught a fish and got paid $650,000? Like what? Yeah, bro, that's like living the dream right there. And then SPY coming down a little bit more. All right, they're talking. What are they talking about? IMDb. I'm gonna just get a drink real quick. Hold on.
The first half of this year was a sea change in investor expectations. So literally every person over the next year, as they're building and looking at their model portfolios, says, what can I do to add diversification? The 60-40 trade has broken down. If you want diversification bang for the buck, you start with managed futures. And then if you can get the issues right that I've described, then you have a product that solves issues for clients.
All right, Andrew, thanks so much for coming in and making the pitch. Andrew Beer,
my pleasure. Thank you.
There of Dynamic Beta Investments. Before we go, here's a look at another ETF that focuses in on dividends.
The Wisdom Tree U.S. Mid-Cap Dividend ETF trades under the ticker name DAWN, targeting mid-cap U.S. stocks that regularly pay cash dividends. The fund weights its holdings on
we're not
dividend
listening
per
to this.
share.
Way too close to Donald Trump. Nope, we need to stand for freedom, democracy, and safety. How dare you even say Donald in an effort to spread misinformation? How dare you? How dare you? Sorry, I just wanted to keep you guys safe, Chad. You know, you gotta stay safe. TV tower in Moscow, China, Russia is with you. Should have called it something else. I like dividends too, but not those dividends, not those unsafe dividends. And I'm not talking about the company not paying them out. I just mean safe. Open FTC action. Open door. Hot dog. They're dropping. I mean, the stock's only at $5 right now. Check news on that one. Ah, shit. I'm slow. I messed up. I put in the wrong ticker. It's not too big of a response, but just keep your eye out for it. I play call for IV. That could be big, though. Again, FTC Trade Commission going in on one of the iBuyers. That just doesn't sound all too positive. Volume going to weekly puts. It's starting to develop there. Yep, it's confirmed. FTC releases action to stop home buying firm Open Door Labs from cheating potential sellers. Yeah, that is confirmed too. So for cheating potential home sellers by tricking them into thinking that they can make more money selling their home to Open Door than on open market using the traditional sales process. See, that's why I tell them. I tell them the opposite. I'm like, listen, man, you could get way more money not selling to me, but we could do it quick. You like speed? You like fast? Open Door's like, nah, we're going to give you the best deal. They did, though. Open Door offered me a good offer, remember? Like, I would even buy house flips, and then I would take them to Open Door first to see how much they would pay us. They offered us $200,000 on a flip before us doing any work. So I bought a house, and then Open Door offered $200,000 more than I paid, and they said they'll just buy it, and we didn't put a single dime into it. But then the house ended up selling for $400,000 or something net. Open Door still has my house I sold them listed. It's been 60 days. Oh, they bought it from you and can't sell it? That's good for you. They bought my home for $623 and they listed it at $604. It looks like a lot of y'all did it. They gave you $260 and listed for $305. Airbnb tanking. Well, Airbnb, remember all the travel names were leading today. But surprisingly, the premiums are still cheaper now. Now it's down to $277. You could buy it back if you really wanted to. The interest rate might change it a little bit, but it's always a plan. I mean, I was even thinking about it with the Lambo. Bro, I could literally go and buy the Lambo now for cheaper than what I sold it, and I could walk away with all the cash and have the same car. But I was like, fuck it. I said, let's wait till everything. I want a Bugatti for 50 cents. I'm just kidding. I don't mean to propagate this romanticism of a stock market crash. Sorry. Because everyone's like, yeah, I want my house for $1, Bob. Like, okay. Calm down. A Bugatti. I want my Bugatti. I need my Bugatti. It's simple. I got a Bugatti. Give me my Bugatti. Oh, M-Game's selling off now. EWG came back down hard. Everything kind of did. I mean, EWG was more in the red. MIAI. That one's going up while MGAM is dropping, so that's good. XOM on the low. Ford is still holding. LMT staying chilling. Where's Airbnb? Buying land in Joshua Tree and rent out plots to campers. Could be good. It's going to be hit or miss because there's a lot of demand there and people are into that stuff, and Joshua Tree is cheap, but you could still overpay. And just make sure you kind of have a plan and understand how much it's going to cost you to like actually bring that to play. Here's take on home buying becoming a corporatized market by private industry. What do you mean by that? Like it's kind of already been like that. Like a lot of like apartments are corporate. Like, and you have to go like most of the like minimum requirements for renting. FTC proposes Open Door pay $62 million and stop with the deceptive tactics. So they're dropping off that now. $62 million fine, and then they have to stop the deceptive practices. But pretty much just along the lines of like it's kind of already been corporatized. But I mean, I'm telling you now, it's like the big banks and corporations, they are trying to get real estate. I mean, I don't know if you want to look out this far, but quite frankly, I think in the next 30 to 40 years, those who own houses versus not, that will be the separator between wealth or the rat race. I eventually think in 30 to 40 years, this amount of people owning homes is not going to be like this. Most of it will be held by corporations and companies, and literally they're just going to rent it out to everyone. There's no land anywhere. That's it. Like when you look at, bro, like I drive around the beach, you even see how close together these beach houses are. You go in downtown and like everyone's just going to start building up in the next 20 years. There's just not enough room. There's as simple as that, especially if you want to do parking and anything else. But essentially, you know, people will still be able to live places. They're going to rent. That's why I think the price to buy property will in the next 30 to 40 years will be unreal, and the only option will be renting. I don't think that's too unlikely unless you want to live in the middle of nowhere, relatively speaking. There's plenty of land, yeah, but not in San Diego, not in Los Angeles, not in New York, not in Dallas, Texas, not in Austin. Austin, Texas, a little bit more, but again, you see how quickly they went from having land to not really. So that's kind of the problem. No idea how to plan 34 years down the line, long term. Well, you are planning for it. Long term and owning property will even one property will go a long way. Dump oil. It kind of depends on what happens with China. Are you kidding me? All of you guys got even Chad's sons, even your kids are catching the fish. Look at that guy's huge. It's bigger than the kid. Good work, Robbie. My man, Robbie out here. That's fire. He caught that yesterday too. Man, y'all go fishing like crazy. I want to fish now. What the hell? It's the bulls. Man, just give me a fish. Shout out, Rod. Buff little kid, right? There you go. Get him in the gym. But let him get taller, though, too, because I was working out too early. Now I'm like 4'4". Yeah, Open is flushing now. Microsoft on the low. Nowhere will become somewhere happening right now. Yeah, definitely. It definitely will. But that's what I mean by like when you say commercialize or corporatize, I just see a lot of companies and people buying and holding it. And then in like certain places, if you buy property and you've held it for a long time, it makes more sense to just hold the properties and never get rid of them, especially with the increase in rents and all that. So that's what I see is happening, but not, that's pretty much all there is to it. Oh, yeah. I banned that one message. I don't really want to talk about it, to not give any attention to anything. But whether any jokes made or not, it's just simple. I'm very offended by the fact that we silence so many people. That's it. And I don't think there's a justifiable reason. And it's sad that our kids are going to grow up in this world like that. That's it. You guys, how people are acting with silencing people nowadays is how my parents acted with a lot of stuff. And that's why I say, I'm like, you got to understand what you're creating when you're like, oh, there's a justification to silence someone. It's like, what's going to happen when your kid grows up in this society, has an idea and wants to pursue something, but then he gets silenced because everything is taught that if it's not like this, and if you don't agree with this, you get treated a certain way. That's just sad, man. I don't honestly, I could understand where people come from. I totally do. Where it's like, yeah, you shouldn't be like saying certain things and how things could get there, but it's just very simple. It's just like, if you don't understand where my frustration comes from, it's like That's the society people are going to have to live in. Like, what do you think is going to happen to the kids? Like, for real. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, for real. Like, what do you think is going to happen to the kids when they have ideas and they want to do stuff and they want to get creative and then they don't disagree with you? Like, I didn't disagree with my parents. Imagine if my parents in the world silenced me the same way they, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't have, it's sad. That's why I'm like, the people who fight for it, and you're like, yeah, we should silence them. I stand with it. It's like, just come on. I really hope you see what the long run really leads to. It's very, very sad. Oh, that was for the Twitch. I should have probably just addressed the Twitch. That's it. I hear you of Hitler, but that's the thing. We're not going to play the game. Hitler's not alive. The point is, this is America, and if you even play something that, even if it's debatable, there's no rules set on it, and that you will get silenced for it, or that if you don't say what most people will agree with, you will be literally excommunicated from the internet. Like, just think about that. That's just not like that's just what we live in through today. So. Unfortunately, we could have a lot of hypotheticals, but what's actually happening now is like it's very clear what's going to happen in 10 years, 5 years. It's borderline the dark ages, 100%. That's why I'm like it. So that's why I think my jokes are funny about it. I mean, at this point, I just make fun of it because literally I can't do anything else. Like, do you realize that, right? Like, you can't even, and that's part of the problem. But I hope you see it for the future, man. That's all. If y'all don't have kids, or maybe you're going to have kids, but think about the kids, because that means there's going to be a generation that if they disagree with anything, they are all going to be silenced. That's it. When it's all said and done. Like, it's actually wild. Like, I guess I'm lucky I was on the latter cusp of it, but you wouldn't be listening to me. You wouldn't be listening to other people. Again, I would have listened to every single thing my parents or whoever said, because if they censored me in that same way. It's not fear-mongering. It's not. It's very simple. You see it every single day, little by little, and then I make jokes and people get mad, and then they get offended by it, when it's like, you should be more offended that they're silencing people left and right, and all you're given is the scraps. Our kids are watching the creativity of the scraps. That's it. It's not about who's most talented anymore. It's not about showing athletes and artists and people who are the best to the best. It's who's willing to bend the knee and agree with the fucking narrative. So, actually, I don't think that's fear-mongering. It means we're all left with literally dog shit and scraps, because that is now taking priority over everything else. So, yeah. Well, they don't feel me. But yeah, it's for my best interest. So I agree. Who's can't? No one, but like, I'm just saying though, like, if you really can't vibe, because again, I'm like, I joke around about it, but like, I don't even like, I'm clearly not that into it. It's sad, but that's what I'm saying. If you're going to try to press the conversation, I'm going to go off on these rants, but I'm just going to ban it. Like, I don't want to, like, that's it. Like, it's very simple. Like, it's either you're going to vibe with it or not. Again, I provide free stuff every day. I spend thousands of dollars for resources. We give it to everybody. We don't judge or discriminate against one person. Now, everybody could access the same exact thing. And the fact that you would see people want to silence that for something that I didn't even say, but for playing something when there used to be a law that would protect us to be able to play stuff in the name of education and learning and what's going on in the world, and I can't even do that, then fair enough. I'll joke about it in a way that doesn't literally, they will let me joke about it because it brings off their point, but it's like, I personally, I wouldn't want to deal with you as a person. If that's the case, then just don't bring it into the chat. You could believe what you want, but that's it. Otherwise, just as simple as that. Like, that's all it comes down to. You constantly disagree, doesn't claim it's chill. I for real, bro, and I don't care. And if I could give information that will help somebody financially, even if they disagree with me or whatever, man, that's what we're about. I will not judge or discriminate one single person. If you show up and give it the same respect me and thousands of other people do, that's all it comes down to. And that's why it's sad that this ideology and silencing and stuff, and people will let it get in the way, and they would be willing to take down a public resource like that just because it's what? Well, for what reason? You see what I'm saying? For what? For playing something? No, that's very wrong. Like, and that's why I'm saying I see people stand up for it, and some people try to justify it, but I'm like, nah, man. It's like, at least let me joke about how ridiculous it is in peace. Otherwise, it's like you know, just I genuinely I hope you don't have kids, because they're gonna live in a shitty society. That's it. It's a very, very simple. Because I know what it's like to be told what to do and be forced into a certain way. Like, it's amazing I grew up when I did, because I wouldn't have been confined to that. But it's a little different now. Both sides silence each other. Well, I mean, again, like I'm saying, you have a free open source here. So that's what I'm saying. Otherwise, it's just like, we're either going to go for it or not. But again, we wouldn't get in trouble if people weren't reporting on stuff and if people didn't take it so aggressively. Revlon popping 4 or 5 big candles there right now. I'm not selling any stocks, but the latest discussion that we had, you know, if you were scared about the, you know, the stock market dropping a couple months ago and you were worried about your long term, and you really were like, wow, you know, I've actually made an assessment and I want to sell my long term, now would be the time to do it while we're rallying big, okay? But that's kind of where it is. What's my take on gender ideology? Unfortunately, we can't talk about that stuff. That's just when it's all said and done on anything. That's the whole point I'm saying, where it's like, you would love to hear it, but you won't get a because if we have a conversation that does not you know, meet a certain narrative, we're not allowed to have those conversations. And again, that's, I don't really, and I'm a pretty open person, but it's just sad that we can't even discuss it. And that's the problem that I'm stating. That's why I say it's for my own safety and it's good for me, and I'll just nod and accept and I'll vibe with it, man. Yeah. Like, this is, I don't know if no one's told you, but you're not allowed to talk about it. It's like China. So we'll see what happens with Taiwan. In fact, you can discuss it, but this is what there's consequences. That's it. It's just, that's all there is. Like, if you want to have a real conversation, there's consequences to it. That's all. But the consequences do not match up with what is happening. Like, literally, if you even have an academic discussion and go over it, it's actually wild. So that's why, for me, it's not worth the consequences to be able to provide what I provide for people at zero cost. It's not worth the consequences of talking about what is happening in the world, unfortunately. Do you ever really own water rights? Are you talking about with real estate? It depends. But I mean, any land and property rights can always be taken from you. Simple as that, by some degree, from the government, but they will compensate you. You should have known what comes with recognition. Nothing. Just watch out. Again, I just feel bad for the kids. That's all I could say. There's no other. That's it. I've already came to terms with it. I'm making fun of it. I laugh. I have a good life. I had a great weekend. I just feel bad for the kids. That's why. I just hope anybody promoting it to me, I just hope you don't have kids, and because they're gonna hate you. Like, it's just at the end, because believe me, I grew up in that household. Trust me. Ad break in the political pushback makes a man think. It's like, get new G Fuel. Amazonian. Everything's. I can't believe we're about to go. I can and I can't, because we started off very, very negative, but we'll see what happens. And a few times you see this. Let's check. Head of division, China says we are fully this is a China video? And then SPY's really selling off now. We're coming down to the low. This is crazy. Is there music? See, they don't got that American motivational music. You know what I'm saying? This doesn't get me as into it. Nah, they need some like, I love rock and roll. You know, where it looks like we having fun. Like America, I don't know why. You put them in like a tank. Americans just look like they're always having fun. Like it looked like a rock album. This is just like, is something wrong? Like I feel like, okay, well, what's happening? This don't even like, yeah, this don't, it just, I don't know. It don't hit the same, I feel like. Yeah, step up your propaganda, right? Come on, y'all have been doing this for ages now. There you go. There you go. Get a couple American flags in there. Bro, get an explosion. Come on, bro. Bro, we launched fireworks for a holiday. I ain't seen one explosion in this video. I'm just saying. They don't know how to do it. What's up? Oh, there you go. There you go. They took my advice. Now they're talking. Okay, you got to put that in the beginning. So you see that came in like a minute 30. We need that in the first 15 seconds to garner an American response. You see, there you go. Look, now we're talking. Oh, see, they just have bad they had a bad editor. He had a bad editor. That's it. We get new music. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Yeah, the trailer for Top Gun was a lot better. That was more intimidating. I'm laughing way too much. I know it sucks though because like we're borderline 24 hours off of like God knows what. So that's the part. It's like we might be laughing a little too soon, but we'll find out. Yeah, Revlon's going crazy, up 25%. Over Rev, peace through beauty or something. Yeah, Revlon's is going through the roof right now. Anybody got news on that? I don't have anything. Revlon, it showed up with gaming, but that's it. The MGAM, just when I searched it up. Revlon, I think they're just working out the bankruptcy proceedings. They popped up a lot, then they've chilled out there as there was no headlines, but they're up from the first one. Rev gets court approval for $1.4 billion bankruptcy loan. So there's the news. That would make sense. But isn't someone buying them? Revlon gets, yeah, there's the Reuters news, the confirmation. Good work on that. Isn't it Albani? Yeah. But I feel like we haven't got an update on it, though. I think they might have been waiting for that court approval or something, but it might make it go crazy there. But keep watch on it. It's definitely going nuts. All right. Okay. Give me a second. PepsiCo data check.
Part of a long-term distribution agreement.
Oh, they're about to go to ad. I just need to go pee real quick and then get y'all some good PHILO, maybe. I think we got time. Doge pot off of that. Elon Doge tweet. TXMD. I mean, we were selling off. I don't know. They might.
Date coming up. Apple set to tap the high-grade bond market with a sale to fund.
It's weird that Apple, they're selling a long-term bond, but it's like slightly higher yield than treasuries. Usually Apple's debt was coming in below treasuries. So if you want something close to a government bond, you could get into Apple bonds. Maybe you'd be interested. Yeah, TXMD is going, though. Again, a lot of medical bio plays. We've seen a lot of hype stocks move, so keep that in mind.
Downturn, the big
they're back. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
Was just
Follow me on
above
Instagram
1%.
at the Trading Fraternity.
Joining me with more is Andy Walden, Vice President of Enterprise Research at Black Knight. Andy, in a way, that sounds impossible. That it's just 1%, the slowdown in growth back in 2006. What's different about what we're seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, everything, right? There's a lot different with what's going on right now. And certainly we were at much higher rates of home price growth heading in. So I think to be expected, right, with rates rising as quickly as they could or as they have, that you're going to see a slowdown in prices, but certainly seeing the market slam on the brakes very, very quickly here through the summer months.
So what happens to people who bought at the peak?
Yeah, and I mean, really, when you look at it, about 1 in 10 mortgage properties has been bought over the last year, and the dynamics are going to be very, very different depending on where you buy, right? We're seeing some areas of the country slow and even pullbacks in prices in some areas of the country, while other areas of the country remain extremely hot. You're also seeing larger down payments and lower LTVs than you traditionally do, right? So I think it's going to vary significantly depending on where you bought, at what time you bought, how big of a down payment you put on your home, among other factors.
How does this change the behavior of existing homeowners, right? We were just talking early in the program with a local bank in Texas saying that people are taking out more home equity loans and doing work on their existing home because, hey, it doesn't look great to buy something else. Is that what tends to happen more broadly?
It does, right? And the dynamics around equity are kind of interesting, right? I think you'll see more of a shift from the cash out market that we had seen very, very heavy last year to more home equity lines of credit, given the rate dynamic. You're also seeing some equity pullback, some early signs of that here in Q2, especially in those West Coast markets. We saw 4 of the 5 most equity-rich markets actually lose equity here in the second quarter. And so I think you're going to see a lot of movement going on from an equity standpoint, right? Some borrowers going out there that have locked in very low first lien rates to refinance their home. And maybe other areas of the country, you're going to see it pull back as prices pull off peak levels.
Is this the Fed, you think? We haven't seen this kind of a slowdown in growth in a long time, but we haven't seen this pace of rate hikes, 275 basis point hikes in a row in some time either.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely it is, right? And this is really the intended effect of the Fed. They wanted to slow down the economy. I think they had an eye specifically on the housing market. So this absolutely is a result of rising interest rates. The other thing that it's a factor of, though, is the Fed's policies during the pandemic that push rates down to record low levels where we saw all of this home price growth. And so now we're seeing a little reversing, of course, because of how strong home price growth has been in recent years. And then the secondary effect of rising interest rates, and those coupled together are really pushing us to the lowest
Atlas
level of affordability we've seen in 40 years.
All right, you pump the brakes, the car slows down. Andy Walden with Black.
There it is. AAWW. Atlas paused due to volatility already. Advances most in 2 years. Advanced talks to buy Atlas. Yeah, Apollo. Advanced talks to buy Atlas, sources say. So, dude, how does Apollo buy everybody? ATSG, is that a sympathy now? ATSG, they could air transports, they're moving too. Yeah, ATSG is a sympathy. Revlon's going again. ATSG is kind of cheap on some of the options, but pretty much break. But literally, it just moves 6%. Revhol. I grabbed a ASTG, $20. They widened the spreads there, but I grabbed one for September. Don't trade that. Literally $28. I'm down. I want to see when AVW, but we don't have any idea with prices. So watch out. The chain's nuts now. So they're trying to, if you want to snake it, just be careful. They just raised the asks to $1 now. BA on watch after ATSG buyout chatter. So it's not ATSG, it's AWW. They're the ones getting bought out by Apollo, but then ASTG is moving off of that. AAWW. BA equals ASTG. AAW equals APO. This sound like calculus, man. Fuck. I hate this. What's this? YMX plus. What is it? It's one of those. Press briefing by Pierre. Corinne Jean-Pierre. Yeah, it's like BA equals ATSG, which is equivalent to AAW equals APO. But I'm like, I don't know what the coefficient is. And I'm like, wait a minute, but what about the variable? So it's getting a little tricky here, but they're just sympathies. Again, I don't know if ATSG is halted, is it? So be careful. Again, this one, I only spent $20, but if we get any craziness, could be good. White House says Speaker Pelosi has not confirmed any travel plans to Taiwan. Oh, the plot thickens. So apparently Pelosi has not confirmed a trip to Taiwan. Oh, man. They just getting everybody worked up. Pelosi's scared. I think they're just making in the middle. I think they're just a little bit of a, what's it called? Misdirection? Sleight of hand, misdirection, play action. She's like, we going. Just kidding. I don't know. We're not going. And no, we're going. I don't know. We're going. We'll find out. I haven't confirmed anything, but I'm going. But not confirmed. But I haven't gone. So I'm not going yet. But if I do go, then I would be going, but I haven't left. So, we'll see when we get there. A little confusion. She said, God willing, inshallah, Habibi. Inshallah, we make it to Taiwan. Inshallah, we'll see, Habibi. We'll see. TSL, there is been a response on the stocks. So, like, anytime a Pelosi headline has came out, we have actually seen a reaction. U.S. does not support Taiwan independence? Really? Well, they say that a lot. I mean, remember a couple weeks ago, they said the same exact thing. They said that, so it might be a little bit older, but that's why it's so weird because a couple of them came in before. No, we've said that, though. Again, I think, or wasn't it Biden said it during the thing where he said AAW's unhalted? Oh, it's still going. So ATSG's coming down. Premiums are still elevated. I don't have any plays on AAWW, but I have a play on ATSG, excuse me. No more hot dog. AAW is still going. Again, we got that early, but the sympathy, we need a little bit more running from the sympathy. Need more sympathy for it. Yeah, Taiwan said that. A lot of people, there's been 4 or 5 headlines today on what the hell Nancy is going to do, but we don't really have any direct confirmation. And then AAW's there, SPY coming down. All right, and then hold on to those stock questions for a little bit in the Twitch, because you guys will be good. I'll get back to that in a second. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, how you living, man? I hope PHILO don't get interrupted. We are coming down to a low, so we'll see how it plays out. You got a couple of things popping off here, but ladies and gentlemen, I got a weird PHILO for you today. Actually, with today's PHILO, I'm just gonna give you kind of like my summary of the weekend. I feel like every weekend, man, I like to do this a lot. Like, I don't know, like even on like certain weekends, I try to even have like a theme, usually like a verse or something sticks out. But this weekend, there was just so much. Like, there was a lot of things. I was a very relaxing weekend, got to see the family, got to do a lot of different stuff. But all throughout it, there was like, I kept hearing different Bible stuff from my mom. I would hear stuff about life from here and there. I got to talk to a couple of people, and they would like let me know stuff. And there was just like 3 points that I got this weekend. Usually I could boil it down to like one theme of the weekend. But I got 3 different themes here that I want to share with you very, very quickly. Is that okay with you? The first one is from Mama Answer, so maybe you might like it. But yeah, so follow with me, chat. First theme, very simple. Mom told me this one yesterday. We were talking about a lot of things. We were talking about just, seeing a lot of improvement. We were talking about how we've seen a lot of people that we knew both improve. We were talking about some people, they went a different direction, but more or less just seeing the blessings in other people's life and watching, again, it's funny because like we could talk about, it's easy to point out what's going crazy in the world, but I love it because my mom did point out a lot of good things that were happening and a lot of good things that we could see, and just in general, like just people together. But she brought up one verse to me where I think it was Paul was on the boat, and then there was a storm, but then Paul, they got saved. Even though Paul was worried, the whole theme though, this is what my mom told me, and she said, just so you guys have a reminder, are you ready? Everybody around you gets saved. Amen, amen. So there's a story in the Bible where like Paul is on it. Was it not Paul? Or was it Paul or Peter, I think? Again, I'm confusing the P's, but Paul or Peter, either or, they were on a ship, and then they were worried. There was like a big storm, but the message came to Peter. He was pretty much told, nah, not only will you be saved, but everybody around you will be saved. And honestly, man, it was just, it got me really excited to hear that, because I don't know. I feel like it was very easy to get doom and gloom over the last couple months and weeks. And just to hear something positive that like, man, y'all are going to benefit off of something that may not even be for you. I don't know if y'all feel me on that, chat. So I took it as very, very positive, and I liked it. I was like, "Oh, Mom!" I was like, "Okay, you spitting right now." Just remember, Peter got saved, but it wasn't just Peter, okay? It wasn't just Peter. That's the first part, okay? And then here's number 2. This one was wild because this came up twice throughout the weekend. I listened to like an old pastor talk about it, and then I saw the new TD Jakes come up, and I was listening to that while I was driving. But both. I forgot who the first one was. It was like an older preacher. Oh, but they brought up 2 different things, man. It was crazy. It's crazy. Are you ready? And I love this. You've heard it before. I'm just going to give you, again, here's a little reminder. Are you ready? The story is not over, Chad. Biden more clear to China. Xi Congress is independent. But yeah, you've heard this, Chad. The story's not over. I know, but here's just a quick reminder because I got to hear it twice, and this is why it stuck out to me, because the first person was talking about Abraham. And they were saying that, like, if you really look at it and look at Abraham's story, like, you got to realize he got to the point of being 70, right? He did so many things in his life. He watched so many things happen, just had so many kids already. Not really any kids, but just he had so much of his influence already. But then a lot of Abraham's story didn't start till 70. So it's like, I don't know, if you were living that in the moment, it was pretty easy, you know, at 70, I think a lot of people would probably give up if your dreams did not happen by the age of 70. But the whole point is, everything started for him at 70, and then that was like the whole thing, like the story's not over, right? But then here's another one. Are you ready? David. Again, and then I heard TD Jakes talk about it yesterday, but then he brought up David. And then guess what? Go look at David's story. He had to be a shepherd first. He had to go through that. He still had to fight Goliath, right? And then after fighting Goliath, he still had to wait until Saul couldn't kill him. And then all of Saul's descendants passed away before he became a leader that started his 40-year reign. Oh, y'all don't feel me on this. Y'all don't feel me on this, man. Y'all don't feel me on this. Chad, come on, bro. Think about it. At one point, David accomplished a lot. Like, that's the point. That's why David's story is a little bit different than Abraham. Because, like, do you guys realize, like, David could have killed Goliath. He could have fought Saul on. He upheld his armor or his honor and did all of that. But do you realize David could have been like, maybe the glory days are over. Like, I'm just saying, bro, like, if you knock down Goliath, you know what I'm saying? And, like, you killed Goliath, you did all that, you got the fame, you did, it's like, it's very easy to look back and be like, all right, maybe Goliath was the peak. Oh, I don't know if you feel me, Chad. I don't know if they feel me. So think about it. That could have all been that pretty much he could have been looking at that like, okay, that was the best it was going to get. That was going to be the top. But in reality, though, this is why it goes down to this theme real quick. I got to remind you of the story's not over yet. Because realistically, David's journey didn't start till after. It didn't start till he got out of the whole Saul fiasco. Then he had to wait till all of those people flushed out. And remember, David didn't want to hurt anybody because he said, who am I to go against the anointing of God? It's funny because I heard this too, because remember, I talked to you guys last week and a lot of people were asking me, they're like, well, when do you take in the hand of God? When are you supposed to do it? And I told you what I felt with it, but it applies to this story because literally the whole time David, he not once wanted to kill Saul nor his descendants because he said, who am I to say that I have the anointing? But then if that guy has the anointing don't fight anointing. Oh, they don't feel me, Chad. Come on. Oh, man. So here's the point, though. After David got through Goliath and got through all of this stuff, that was the beginning of his story, believe it or not. It was not David and Goliath was not the beginning. The story did not end even after all of that and led into a whole nother 40 years. There was a lot more things that happened, but it was a good reminder. Again, like I'm saying, man, just knowing that the benefits affect more than yourself, that got me hyped. And then hearing this from Abraham to David, bro, I just got hyped again, man. I got too hyped off of it. And I think it's just a good reminder. The story isn't over, Chad. Oh, man. So, Chad, that's the second one. But now here's the third one. And this one, I like it a lot, too. Again, I'm just giving you my themes over the weekend. I just had to write these down. There was a lot that's came out of it, but it was very simple now. Let me just give you the final piece of this. And maybe you should, I really want you to think about this a little bit. For real, because I genuinely think a lot of you are going through this, and I just, you'll never know. And really what I'm trying to tell you is that you don't realize how big your impact is. Chad, for real, if you're listening to this right now and you have sowed good seed and you have worked hard and you've tried your best, like I really think a lot of you don't recognize how big your impact is, both on yourself, your life, your family, but then like everybody around you that you don't even realize it, man. Like for real, some of you may have set an example for somebody that impacted them and you would have never known probably unless they tell you it, or maybe 5 years from now they're going to tell you it. But again, like a lot of times it's like a lot of you have knocked down Goliath and developed into a David-like character. But then as you face the storms and as that boat starts rocking around, I think a lot of people just look back and it's very easy to discount your impact. I think a lot of you have put an impairment on your impact. I think literally like a bankruptcy proceeding. I think y'all were killing it. Y'all were doing very good. Again, you've made so many positive changes and it was hyped and you knew how valuable it was. But then it's like easy to look back and be like, oh, but now there's an impairment value. It's not what it was. And then now it's like there's an impact, but I just really don't think you felt it as heavy. So that's what happened to me this weekend. Honestly, I kind of tripped out a little bit because I was talking to an old friend of mine and we were talking, but then they were bringing up and they're like, oh yeah, like I forgot. There was someone in my family too, but they were sticking with the long term. They did a lot of this stuff that I was talking about, and pretty much they were thanking me for what happened to somebody that they knew and not to them. But that blew my mind because when they first was talking to me, I was like, okay, I don't know what this conversation is going to lead to. But the fact it went that route, I was tripping out because I was like, damn, you mean to tell me somebody else you knew had a positive impact from it? And like, I would have never even fathomed that, but it was very good. Honestly, like I was kind of worried because I thought things weren't going to be good, but it actually ended up being a very positive report. But then that's where I was like, damn, I wonder how many other people could share that story. I wonder how many people have that happening to them. I wonder how many of you have had both good and bad things happen without anybody ever knowing. But then there was another level now, because then I was like, man, if there was a positive impact that I wouldn't have known about, are you ready for the final one, Chad? I guarantee you there's a couple of things you've done this year that God is smiling about, but you're not smiling yet. Oh, come on, Chad. Oh, y'all don't feel me. That's it. That's it. That made me feel a certain way. Because I realized, I was like, wow, there was a positive impact on another human that I didn't even see coming. And it was an awesome report, like an awesome praise report. And I felt good about it. I was like, wow, that's awesome. I'm genuinely hyped on that. But then I was like, well, that's a human. And then it really made me think. And I was like, well, what else this year happened that God is smiling about, but I'm probably sitting here with my hands crossed, kicking rocks, having an attitude about it. Oh, come on, Chad. So, Chad, I'm ending it right there, man, because that's one thing I really want you to think about. Is there something this year that you are not really giving the impact and attention to, but God is actually smiling down on you because of it? Oh. So, Chad, take all of that into consideration. Bring all of it. Again, everyone around you, don't worry. The blessing and the safety ain't just for one person. Oh, they don't feel me. And the story is not over. Look at Abraham and David. But finally, man, I just really think it's easy to not understand your impact. And a reminder of that, and knowing that you've made other people smile, or another bigger than that God is even smiling. Oh, and it's the truth too. Amen. Oh, it might give you a little bit of that second wind, baby. So I hope you're ready, and I hope you take it to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure, guys, are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boot Camp and Real Estate Course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I love you. I love you. Good. Let's go. Let's get some options.
Options, bitch.
Tell them.
Let's go. Show me your mind. Hey.
I got options, bitch. Talking like Honda, right to got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks. I has my shit vested in everything from value tested dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I can make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you cannot quit it till you get a deal. Need a will, otherwise you'll waste your time just spinning wheels. I do this option shit, they thought it was easy. Like I got here without reading, like I didn't give up sleeping. Tell me what the fuck's a weekend, tell me what the fuck's your reason for this dream you keep on dreaming. It's gonna leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream, I need a couple cents. I'ma go and sell some preem, pay my mama's rent. But I bought that shit, watch me call the top and shit. I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does, I'll buy the dip and then I'll get a nicer whip. The guy disliking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate this shit. I'm busy chasing greatnessness. I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they don't kick in. I be talking options, I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping, never dry. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda, right there, got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks, I hedge my shit. Vested in everything from value tech to dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah. Pray for all of y'all. I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. This has it possible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strangest secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, plain as the wolf. Subtract the host, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast, about to cope. But back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes, I have to go contractual. Selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough. My high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she drop it low. I'm never at the cop it close. Only buy options as homes. You don't got those, leave me alone. I don't wanna rap that. Yeah.
Peasant out, Pluto.
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull up to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lancho, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put some more fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like
fate. If DVN is halted, watch for NCR. That could explain the pop.
Say to me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was sick of shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery, and maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully, and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me, and when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Oh yes, let's go, baby. That's Uncle Answers. But so NCR had a big pop, and then Troy posted that DVN is halted pending news. I think they're related because I'm pretty sure NCR is a energy play, I think, or it's related to building and materials. But keep a look on that one. But yeah, we're back now. It's good, man. U.S. announces 550 additional security assistance. That's once a week, bro. That's once a week. They getting paid weekly. Big halt. It's very weird. Very weird. But then UNG's popping up here a little bit. Uber's coming towards the high, but it looks like a lot of the gas stuff is moving So we'll see, but we are back from PHILO. Again, he's smiling. You just don't even know it, baby. Amen. But the Dow is down 0.31. NASDAQ is down 0.29. And the S&P down 0.46. Let's see what happens there. Why do you keep spamming Shiba millionaires? Do you know calling anybody blank and then millionaires is never offensive? You know that, right? So I'm just letting you know on there. It's just not, don't hit this. It's like, haha, you're a millionaire off of crypto. Wait, you're a millionaire. Okay. So it's good, though. Shout out to Shiba Million. Shout out any millionaire. You know what I'm saying? Amen. But consumer discretionaries, they're up 0.64. Industrials, 0.09. And then staples, 102. It's what we had in the morning. And then energy, still the worst. And then financials down, too. Is NCR banking? Then I'm tripping on that. Maybe I'm thinking NVR. I think that's the real estate one. Unity, the ATSG, that one's still up. World War III. Well, we've been getting a lot of headlines. So even during PHILO, we got like Kirby was saying that they were going to protect Nancy if she went, but then they said that they don't support Taiwan independence and like all this other stuff. It just seems like the more they talk about it till it happens, I think everything is just going to confuse people. But the best way to look at it is just very simple. Is I would watch for the CTRM just popped. I would just watch for the headlines to come in because they will move the China stocks, and they have been all day. Yeah, CTRM just had a pop there. Valero's on the high, too. Watch if energy names start ticking up. Nico. Carvana, is it earnings tomorrow or Thursday? MGAM at 12 now. Womp, womp, womp. 50% instead of 120. You could still make your decision for Christ if you would like to leave. That's it. That's what all this is. Whether you're long-term or selling out of anything, you all need to make your decision for Christ. Okay? So whether it's a hype play and it runs up and you know very well it's all hype, it's up to you on when to take the profit. But it's just like make your decision and don't change it. And like it should be committed in your heart. Same thing with the long term, like we said. If you were really freaking out and wanted to get out 6 months ago, 2 months ago, and now you have finally a giant rip, you got to make your decision for Christ, my friend. Yeah, DVN is halted pending news. Lucid. Oh, and Ford is coming back up again, too. And Tesla's still in the green. Well, I'm gonna get back to 20. I don't know, but I wouldn't hope or pray for it. You know what I'm saying? It can and it can't. It just is possible and probable, I think, are both 50-50. So, like I'm saying, just I'd let your account be the guide and what you're willing to take on it. But, I mean, there's no reasonable way to say a hype name just off of IPO. Again, I couldn't explain why HKD did it. We see a phenomenon occurring, but, you know, you don't have really certainty on anything with a play like that. Even the overall broader market when we get the CPI too. So check out this Uncle Answers on all platforms. You get it on YouTube, Spotify. It's beautiful. Great for the trades. If Lil Baby was getting 200 an occasion before inflation, what does he get now? That's good. I don't know. So he's looking for inflation adjusted Lil Baby, 200 a occasion, 200. Yeah, exactly. Remember, they priced IPO what they thought it was worth plus some premium. Now, some of them without premium. MGAM had no premium. It just started to trade throughout the day with that premium, but 100%. But there's just no certainty on the ups or downs of it. News of Pelosi's whereabouts will be lagging. Yeah, pretty much. You'll get after she's either going to leave or have the meeting, and then we'll find out. I pretty much think, I don't even think they could find Pelosi if they wanted to. That's it. Pelosi in like an invisible plane or something. She got on that Harry Potter cloak or whatever. But like, I think they're just playing I feel like Pelosi has the ability to meet with them and leave without anybody knowing. And then they'll just say it afterwards. But I don't know. Yeah, she might have been in Taiwan this whole time. DVN get unhalted. That CTRM is still running. No, DVN still halted. Devon Core EPS 215. So they raised guidance. That's it. Devon just raised guidance. Pelosi is untouchable. I mean, borderline, I've never witnessed any human being do what Nancy Pelosi has and got away with it. Like, literally, bro. They put the guys in Netflix for jail for option trade. But nah, Nancy is the pure living definition of untouchable. She's got political camouflage. Martha Stewart did time. Yeah, because Martha Stewart, she had good bed sheets and good recipes, but it wasn't enough, man. That's what I'm just telling you. It's a different level. Bro, Nancy is playing a ball game none of us understand, myself included. That's it. It's just different, bro. It's different. Nah, Nancy, bro, she on some other shit. UNG's back up. UNG, boy, it sucks that it's still negative, but that's good considering all the demand drops today as far as energy is related. Not playing Pinterest earnings, but I have an old Leap, but they've been clapped from like 4 or 5 months ago. Cat has earnings in the morning tomorrow, so keep that in mind for Caterpillar. That's going to be a big one. Caterpillar can affect a lot, actually, even though we've got most of the big dogs out the way. I don't know if I want to buy Caterpillar. I feel like post-earnings might be... Again, the premium's just been so wild the last couple days since the earning pops and drops. That's it. Crazy how Pins and Snap were $80 last year. Both of them. A lot. I mean, a lot of everything. Carvana was at $400. I think Zoom was too. There's a lot. Asana was at $90. Like, Palantir was at, what, 30 or 40? Again, this is why I always just have to bring it up, because it's like, yo, Chattadonia, we have been 8 months in this, and it's like, we didn't just arrive here. It's like we have gone through legitimately one of the worst, like, no exaggeration, one of the worst markets in 50 to 75 years. So it's not like it's wild how high like, again, there's already been an incredible amount of wealth destruction that we've witnessed. So it's pretty wild. That's why, I mean, wherever we go from here will be very interesting. Elon, hope to get him back. This is a good exit on anything. Again, if you really were like in the heart of your hearts, like scared and wanted to sell, even if you started getting worrying about your piggy bank in Tesla, whatever it may have been, it's like these are your moments now where you can make that decision. But again, there is consequences where it's like, hey, if you see how fast things could bounce back up here, whether we come down in 6 months or not, or things get a lot better, then that's where we're going to see what happens. But it's just like, that's what you got to keep in mind. But it's like these are your moments to make a move. Dudley and Kishkari did nothing to raise the 10-year. Well, they did calm things down a little bit. I still have the MGAM, but we've talked about it a lot. Again, I don't have any confidence in that play, and it's just a matter of, your risk tolerance and what you're willing to push. And so, honestly, I think if you've been struggling, or it would, 100%, 50% would help your account a lot right now, take it. If you don't have any budget for other plays, take it. Get that money, get paid off of it. But you just got to decide whether you're going to ride it through or not. Spy kaboom time. Yeah, Pelosi's the black swan if it leads to, like, actual war. Otherwise, Pelosi is just going to, like, people are going to talk about it until the next Pelosi headline comes out. Like, that's it. Just don't forget, last week we were talking about the trades. Nobody's talking about it this week. So, just depends. But if it does turn into something big, then we'd have a real problem on our hands. Saving Private Pelosi. So we're stabilizing. TLT's coming up, but we look a little bit more stable here after that drop. So watch the VWAP. I mean, I still think at end of the day, melt up is in the car. I can't believe it's 11:30 still. Like, we actually got mad time right now. Or, like, not that much time. It's surprising. I thought we had way more time. Did you imagine a war over something as silly as the political tour of Taiwan? Well, that's the thing. It's not like you have to think about who cares that much. It's China. They're the ones. Again, if you even say, they will make your athletes and celebrities apologize over any statement. So it's China. This is a very big thing to them. Again, Taiwan is like the Ukraine to Russia for them in a weird way, if arguably 10 times more important, to be honest with you. Revlon's on the way up again. Oh, yeah, and I know we were doing PHILO, Twitch chat. You guys had a couple of stock questions. If you guys want to circle back, I still own my Saki ape, so I'm always open to circling back if you'd like. EXAS on the high, XAS. That's what I call it. Exact sciences, not scientist. Not seeing anything yet. Oh, XAS is running. I'm not seeing the news on it. Now considered medically necessary by FDA. XS Aetna has revised its cancer screening. It's now medically necessary, covered to 1 to 3 years instead of every 3. Oh, so that makes them more, they could benefit more off insurance payments. I still own the Ethereum Classic, yeah. I'm surprisingly not down as much as I thought I was, but still have it still down, writing those out. Believe it or not, I only kept those other coins after I just took the big money from Ethereum and Bitcoin. I still have yet to buy back into that. I have the cash still. I haven't bought a house with it either, but we're just waiting on that. XS earnings tomorrow after the bell. Wow. Listen, Uncle, while I stream Josh while trades changing lives. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Get out there. Meta might get crushed second half. Yeah, it just depends. I think by that time, if we have another trajectory like we have now with economic data declining, I don't think they'll get saved. But pretty much all the earnings, I mean, I feel like Facebook's earnings was bad enough this quarter to take them down to 130, but I just think the bull rally that we have now and things not getting too bad, it's gave us a little bit of wiggle room. So I agree. I think even Facebook and a lot of companies, I would watch for that second half of 2023. We are definitely going to have risks there for a lot of names. Revlon. MGAM, yeah, it's on the low. The chip bills, I'm not a big follower of it. Oh, so there it is, Twitch. So I'm 34. My portfolio got a little out of whack. I'm 80% dividend, 20% growth. I'm only invested in 7 companies. Should I invest in another? And in so, should it be growth or value? Any suggestions? So you're 34, but honestly, I don't know what you're disappointed about. 80% dividend at this point in time. You did well, my friend. That's actually a great place to be right now, especially since we don't know how long things will last. Those dividends are great. So honestly, the best part is your portfolio is easy right now. You got what you need, and then the thing you need to buy is what is the cheapest in the market right now. So I would go with growth. And you don't need to necessarily buy more companies, but maybe there's a new company that's a lot cheaper than ever before, and then you could go for it. But I would just go with growth. Maybe even bring it up to you could buy maybe go 10% at a time, bring it up to 70-30, then 60-40. But I honestly, I think you're good. It really depends on what companies, but if you have solid dividend names, solid blue chip, I wouldn't be disappointed at that age with that many dividends. Honestly, you are actually you're positioned very well, because think about it, even if you're a little older, but you're still on the young side as far as investing goes. So it's like you are now having all of these dividends at the right time. Make sure your dividend reinvestment on them, you know what I'm saying? But then now, growth, the thing that you're lacking on, that could do a lot of work for you in 5 to 10 years, especially if you get them at cheap prices. So I think it's easy. Just go with growth, but don't go out of hand. Okay, let me say that again. Go with growth, but don't go out of hand, and just little by little, and reassess. Go to 70-30, reassess, and then go to 80, then go to 60-40. I'm 34. No, 34 is chill. Honestly, in investing, you technically don't get older up until 40 or 45. And then you're just on older, but you're not technically old. So you have a lot of time. At 34, all of you with the long term and a couple of right financial investments, you could still become very, 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 very rich above all else. But 34, 30-ish is not really, you're getting there, but you're still on the young side. They said, damn, words do hurt. I'm sorry. 45 is the cutoff of okay, now you're in the older regime, but you're not old. After 60, 65, that's when you start hitting old. But if you're 44, but now are you invested? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm talking about starting from scratch. I'm 33 like Josh. I'm not 33, but God bless you. God bless you. 61 here, easy does it, is good, but I'm assuming you're not starting your long term today. If not, then you're great, and then your age factor doesn't really hit too much. That's 29. Well, all I'm saying is I could give a reporter a fake age so that it gets publicized, and then all of you think something. Oh, sorry. I thought I had my villain moment for a minute. TLT popping little by little, but it is hitting a new high of the day. But are you happy for me? Yes, Charlie is the dad of 100 plus Chads. Tread lightly. He brought you into this Twitch. He could take you out. Literally, he's a mod. So, like, he literally can. I'm just saying. That's it. All I know now is I get older and my vacations get better. I feel you on that. Amen. You don't realize that till you get older. You, like, enjoy vacation more. Going to Thailand could affect Tesla stocks. It might. I mean, I think I think Pelosi, depending on what she does, could have a lot of impacts, especially on stocks. We're joyful for you. There you go. Amen. I was just 30 going on 72. 18, I hate you. All you young guys, bro, please listen. Like, I really hope you listen to everything I say about the long term and real estate, because you young guys are going to be like the billionaires. And that's it. So, young guys, you have so much time. Please, wise up now. Like, seriously. Like, be smarter than your peers. Focus. For real, like, work hard. I know they're going to say a lot of things about working hard, and it's very, like, it's always a slippery slope. You know that. I could give you a PHILO on it, because, like, for real, like, you know, they say, like, oh, the wicked get no rest, and then, like, I'm like, wait a minute, I work really hard. Like, Uncle said, like, what, you think I ain't give up on sleeping? It's like I work hard, so I'm like, is this a moral dilemma? Like, do I work too hard? Do I not? But no, listen, man, the harder you work and the younger you do it now, we've already had this discussion. The simple thing that will separate me from most people, like, literally, like, fuck all the economics, fuck the macro, fuck the micro, whatever little option tricks I've learned, whatever, it don't matter. None of that matters. The big thing that separated me from a lot of people is that I just started at a very young age. That's it. And the earlier you start, and then if you could be smart enough to learn from other people's mistakes and put it in the right area, and just, like, and not get caught up with the typical young guy shit, you're going to be great. Trust me. Trust me. I hope they feel me, because you guys have more to lose in terms of opportunity cost. I'm 38. What kind of dividend stocks? I feel I'm getting too old. No, you're not. Again, I mean, honestly, no. Like, bro, that was the whole PHILO. Like, you realize, like, even David had to go, like, 50 years, 40 years, or no, 30 years. David went 30 years before starting his 40-year reign. Again, Abraham was 70 before anything started popping off. You know what I'm saying? So, like, for real, like, I don't know. I hope my conversation didn't misrepresent it. Like, bro, I'm telling you, if you are even, like, 40 years old, you still have more of an opportunity than not. Like, you could still actually become very, very successful, have a great portfolio. Like, 40 is, like, you're still beginning. If you think 40 is too old and you got the cutoff, like, nah, you are gravely mistaken. Like, nah, you have even 45, my guy, even 45. So it was great. It's great. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted, for real. I was just saying, though, the young guys, those are the ones who can really, though, like 18, 20, 21, this is just the difference between a couple of good habits today at that young of an age will change your life forever if you really want it. Yeah, 46, though, I don't know. No, I'm kidding. At 72, you need to buy a casket. Nah, you just got to prepare for the other side, really. And I don't mean like dying, but I mean you got to prepare for retirement and finding assets in ways where that could still benefit you. Again, it's just the strategy changes. A 75-year-old, 80-year-old, I mean, I'm not going to tell you hold for 15 years and yeah, you're young and you're going to love it. Like, no, like it's going to be different. It's just like, let's get mad dividends, mad safety, maybe get you a couple of bonds. Have you thought about a real estate investment, or maybe finding a way to just know your expenses and balance it out from there? Again, that's the real key with that. When you're older, just the strategy changes. That's all. But when you're younger, the strategy is easier, and the strategy, it gives you a lot of room for error. That's the only difference. The younger you are, the more room for error, and the strategy is a lot easier to execute because you have more time. But other than that, if the older you are, just the strategy changes. What if I told you every diploma is going to be an NFT? I would probably tell kids to stop going to college. Just turned 22, made my first 60K at 21 in 3 days in AMC. That's good. Turn it into a house. Trust me. Trust me. That's what, if you are 23 or 25 or younger and you ever get a big bag, just turn it into a house immediately, anywhere in Ohio, in Tennessee, and get a small condo. Trust me, just because, again, 3, 4, 5 years from now, that's going to be your piggy bank, and then that money will never go away anywhere. What about play it safe when you're young and take on risk with age and experience? Well, that's why you could take a nice little balance. You could be young, expose yourself to more risk than not, but then also go about it in a safe way. And then if you listen to people with experience and you gain your own experience and you learn from a lot of things, then you'll be good to go. But you should take more risk when you're young, more off. But you could find a balance. That's it. You don't have to risk it all. But, I mean, I think the long term is a great way to take risk, not too much, and still give yourself an operate. Like, literally, like, worst case scenario, worst market in 50 years, we're down 20%. Woohoo. But guess what? We had growth. We had dividends. We were up 70, 80% with a lot of upside. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's just how you have to go about playing it. But you could take a little bit of balance, but just never put yourself in a position to lose it all, even if you're young. Utilize their talents. Never stop fighting. I know today did fly by. Happy Monday, bro. For real. It's already 10 minutes away. You mentioned being able to get houses with nothing but I have bad credit. Is it possible, or do I have to fix it? It depends. Can you get a house with bad credit? Yes. I'm telling you, I've seen it. I've even done it for people where I helped them get loans, and these were the worst credit candidates ever. We're talking the worst clients ever, but they had cash. So if you don't have credit, you need cash. If you don't have cash, you need credit. Very simple. So if you have no money, but you have good credit in a W-2 job, we could get you a house like 3% down. We might even be able to finesse 0% down. It's a little bit harder now with rates going back up. But you could, no cash, good credit in a job will get you that house. If you have bad credit, but you have cash, then you're going to get the house. So there's recently a Chad who hit me up, and this was his scenario. He found a condo, $350,000, and the condo's a good deal. But pretty much he said, I have $80,000 that I've saved. He had it in crypto. Surprisingly, it's still in a stable coin. He has $80,000 in a crypto USDC. He's ready to go invest in it. He's like, okay, I want the property now. He found a property for $350,000. So this is what I told him. I said the first step is going to go to get qualified and see if you could get a 3.5% FHA loan if you're going to live in it. That's the best that you could do. Because then if the house is $350,000 and you get the FHA, your down payment is $12,000. So all you're going to need is $12,000 and then the mortgage payment. So please hold. So all you will need for that is $350. You need your $12,000, and then you're going to be paying $2,300 a month. You need pretty much $12,000 down, and then you could take out of that $80,000 he has. He could literally take aside $24,000, set that aside, and that will be all of the payments for 1 year on that property. 24 grand. So your first year costs are $36,000, and that's if he had credit, job, everything else you need, right? But now, let's say you don't, then you find private money, and then boom, you're going to need $70,000, and then your payment is $1,769. You would add HOA if it is a condo, add an extra $100, $200 a month. So in that case, though, this is what I told him, though. I said, so listen, I said, you're in a great position because no matter what, if you really want that house and it's $350,000, even if you have $85,000 saved up, you have enough to get it no matter what. As long as you have 20% down, you could get any house right now. So that's all it really boils down to. So just run that money. You go see how much cash you have, and then worst case scenario, you need 20%. Anything better, you're going to be able to get it for cheaper. No, this is in Florida. This is not in SoCal. For a nice condo. Very, very nice condo. So just figure out your 20% amount. Otherwise, again, if you have other stuff that could benefit you, you could get away with less than 20. Good. I'm glad you guys learned. That's amazing. Amen. But that's what I'm saying, though. It's like if you're young, though, bro, like I'm telling you, don't play with it. Like you could go a long way by just getting your house on a title, man. Escrow payment is like your property taxes and all that stuff that you're going to be paying. That's why I like the Zillow mortgage calculator. It calculates a lot. Like taxes and insurance, that's where it is. Your PMI is only $1,500. Then again, if you do less than 20%, you got PMI. His goal is to live in it. So he wants to move and live in there. But I said, as long as you could work out these numbers, he'll be good. Even then, even if he did the 20% down, it would still leave him with almost enough extra cash to be able to pay a year of payments without him bringing in any more money or anything. And that's what I said. That's how you will never lose. If you could find a house right now, I know it's difficult, but like if you could save for it, get the good budget, and find a house where you could buy it right now and then still set aside 12 months of payment for cash, oh my God. Like, dude, like you're going to be golden. That's it. Because even then, worst case scenario, you have all the payments. We'll see where interest rates are at, all of that. But it gives you a lot of flexibility more often than not. And I don't think you'll get clobbered even if you buy at this point, because if you have that reserves to hold on to it, you could either turn it into a rental or see where the market is and have a better idea from there. I'm trying to get a house for 2 years. So I will maybe to live in, but have you considered finding a house to rent? Like where you rent out where you live, but then go buy a house and rent it out for profit. So again, that way you still own a house and you are still getting equity, leverage, and rental income. MGAM back to 10. It looks so promising. So he has three options: sell, rent, or live. Well, in that first case with the Florida house, the simple situation is how he's going to pay for it. He wants to buy the house and live with it. He's already made that decision. But now he has to decide, one, will the situation allow him to get a lower down payment? But even if it doesn't, he still has enough to get it without it. And then after the 12 months of payment, he could go from there, whether he wants to sell the house, rent it out, or do whatever he wants, or live in it still. I don't have the option to buy an out-of-the-state house to rent out. Why? So why do you say that? Why do you tell me you can't do something? Why is that not on the table? LRCX, ASML Pop, chip makers. Spy's coming up. Revlon, another high as well, too. I need a place to live in. So why not rent a place and then use the money you were going to put for a down payment and then and that could pay off probably half of a cheaper house. So like, where do you live right now, or what's your budget for whatever you want to buy? 3M still going. Ford is going. Corsair breaking above supplied. Micron budget is $400K. What? Hanford, California. So figure out the budget. Like, how much were you going to spend on a house, pretty much? Because I could give you the numbers now. So, like, what price point house were you looking for? I'll show you the breakdown with how we could remix it. Ford is still going up, man. The plays are still up like 400 or 500 though. So 270. Okay, let's run the numbers. So take a look. 270. Worst case scenario, if bad credit, bad job, 54 grand down, 1,300 mortgage payment. Let's say best case scenario, we get you in a FHA, you're living in there. It's going to cost you $9,000 down. So you're either going to spend $9,000 to $50,000 down for the down payment, and it looks like you're going to be spending about, what, between $1,600 and $1,800 or $1,300 and $1,800? SPY is popping big now. We're going up. So, yeah, so the houses in Hanford, now I'm looking, some of these are really like, they're kind of more or less the same price as the mortgage right here, right? $1,600. I don't know, would you live in the one bedroom? This one you make money, but I don't know if you want to live there. But even then, hypothetically speaking, let's say we just took over this one right here, 1.5. It's kind of a little bit work. Maybe we go 1.8. This one looked actually nice, kind of, for the most part, right? But let's say you were going to now rent out for 1.6 and 1. What's it called? Right, you're going to rent out for 1.6, 1.8 thousand, but you're not going to buy the house. You're going to buy there to live there, right? So follow with me. And then SPY is ripping. It's going crazy. It sucks. I want to give you a rental that I already know. I want to get you a balance sheet to show you. So please hold. So then I can make this a more realistic one. SPY ripping. I think a lot of the chip makers and then healthcare started to come to life there. That's in the hood. Okay, I'm just going to use like a quick one, but you could get an idea. Oh, they make you log in now to LoopNet? I have to log in to get the data? Man. And SPY back to VWAP. Why is it so hard to sign up, bro? Okay, it's not letting me sign up. All right, so here, I have one, though, but take a look. This is what I'm talking about. So are you still following with me? I hope you are. Maybe it's the lack of knowledge. I've been looking. Don't get me wrong. Well, here, let's explore this. I hope you know. Like, even going over this, I just genuinely want to help, and I want people to be able to see this. So don't even trip, man. If it's something that you really like, you're like, oh, I've procrastinated, or I feel like I don't know. Like, this is why, like, getting exposed to this, you'll get to like understand it a little bit, and it'll make you more confident. But there's ways to go about it. Like give it some time, but there's always a way. There's always a way is what I'm trying to show you. So like take a look here. So like I'm saying, you rent over here for 1.8. Remember, that's how much you were going to spend on your mortgage, right? So now, like we're saying, just go rent out for 1.8 thousand. But now this property here, Cleveland, you could get a 5-unit apartment building in Cleveland with a 4 or 5% cap rate with 5 units and then rent it out. So pretty much here's the breakdown. Net income, if it's a 5% cap, and what's this going for? This costs, where's the $219,000? So this is cheaper than any house you were going to buy, right? Well, I'll just take 219,000 times 0.0452, and we're assuming this is accurate. You're going to be making a net profit of about $9,800 a year. Divide that by 12, and again, that's above the cost of any. That's above expenses, right? That gives you about $824 a month. So now, guess what? If you're renting here for $1,800, but then you go and buy this property, you now own a 5-unit, and then it's going to cover $800 of your $1,800 rent. So if you get a bigger property, you'll make a little bit more, and there's some other things, but the whole idea is you could do this now to pretty much get cheaper rent, maybe even free. If you get a better rental and a better deal, you'll make more. But then the idea is after 2 years of renting, what's going to happen? Your property rents are going to go up on this. You might have some expenses, but then the whole idea is that value, you have 200 grand still working in real estate, and you actually get to own that. And then if the prices are lower for you to buy, to live in, boom, you could pivot into that, or you could go into any other you could pivot in any other direction. So the idea is try to find a rental that could subsidize the rent that you're paying or even make you more money off of it. Cigna, a little bit. XLV, again, XLV, oh, they gave up, though. I forgot where the industry's at. Only industrials are up. Utilities want to go up. That could be, yeah, if you do even do a FHA loan, there you go. Yeah, random play was Ulta calls for August. S Corp and LLC, buying and holding real estate. Depends on the write-offs that you want. Again, even the protection and all of that. But to find out if it really makes the most sense for you, just go talk with your tax professional. You can rent if you don't own? What do you mean? Like you could rent out, you have to buy the house and rent it, but I'm talking about, I'm just talking about getting home ownership, and like if you need to live somewhere or you want to live somewhere cool, like again, like in a high key situation, he needs to live in that area. Boom, we could find a way for you to live where you need to. I know the cost of living is expensive, but by owning a property, you could subsidize your rent, but then still have ownership in a property and still have leverage on hundreds of thousands of dollars on real estate. You see what I'm saying? So that's kind of the point. And like you do that, it'll open up doors, but you could do it even if houses you want. Like again, like you think for me, I'm going to live my whole life buying houses only if I could live in them? No, like bro, I'm a weird person. I go through phases, man. I don't think in 5 years I'm going to be like, I want a penthouse top floor. I'm going to go rent that shit. I would never buy it because why would I put down all that money when I could use it for enjoyment for 6 months, 12 months, live in it, and then go put down $400,000, $500,000, $1 million on investment properties that will pay me more than that will even cost me. So like I could literally, by doing that year after, like imagine if you did that every 2 to 5 years, by the end of a decade, 15 years, you're going to have a bunch of real estate that will pay for whatever you want. I could do anything I want. I could go live on a boat. I could go live in a penthouse. I could rent it out because all the little properties over the years add up, and then boom, 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 one after the next. And that's what I'm saying to do here. At the very least, you'll get free rent to live wherever you want, but then you'll still own all of these units that are collecting income, and then you still get leverage, you get appreciation, you get the rental income, and it just pays for itself. But the idea is you could rent a property and still own a property. You could rent to live, but you could still own and be a landlord, and that could subsidize everything. I'm trying, let's get it, baby. Let's get it. Buying in real estate was wrong once in 20 years. Well, it just depends when you bought it. Is if you bought the actual, like, the worst part, and then now we have more regulations, and then that's it. Can you not live in your primary and rent it without banks? No, for the first year. I mean, you can, but it's well, you could get in trouble. You could own and rent. You could go, just like I just showed here. So like we were saying, someone was like, oh, I can't buy a property. And I said, well, where do you need to live? I said, and then what's your budget? And then they said they need to live here. So we determined that the mortgage payment would be equivalent to what's renting right now on a house. So we're saying, hey, go rent where you want to live, spend $1.8 thousand a month, but then go take, instead of just renting and not buying a house, go take that $200,000 that you're qualified for and go buy a 5-unit building in Ohio or again, and you could do better than this. This was just the first thing I clicked on. But then you could go take that in there, collect the rent from that unit while owning it, and then it will subsidize your rent little by little till eventually your rent will probably be free. Yeah, Revlon's up 92% now. So we got that first loan news here. Pop, chilled out, second pop, and then this is the third leg right here. Buying with a storefront. Yeah, it's like a mixed use property. They're actually really great. It just depends where it is. You might have a little maintenance, but sometimes those are great. It's kind of like residential property with just like a little commercial mixed in. I would consider rent to own, but most people are scamming when they do that. So most like rent to own schemes are scam. If like you see it on Craigslist and they're like rent to own, it's usually a scam to get your lead and they're trying to like suck you in. That 2.5 hit. Oh, what, you got a quarter? Or you had a quarter for, wait, what? They had contracts for a quarter? You giving out the info today. Asking you shall receive, my friend. It's cool, but again, I hope like all of this, man, and when I show you guys any of this real estate stuff, I think it's a great point. I'm not saying this to, like, I just want people's confidence improved. That's it. The more you learn, the more you understand, you're going to have more confidence, and then you could see that you probably have more options available to you. Again, it will be difficult and whatnot, but it's, everything has its challenges, but I hope at the very least, this improves your confidence to see it's like, yo, you got opportunities, and we could find a way to get it there. You get low down payment by having good credit or a good job, a good income. That's it. That's why the people who work W-2, you may think it's BS that your taxes get pulled out before anybody, but at the end of the day, you benefit when it comes to buying real estate. Anybody who has a W-2 job for over a year and a half, you could get a house for 5-10 times cheaper up front than anybody. Cha-ching. Revlon, I don't know. Again, they got that $1.4 billion bankruptcy loan approval, and that's what they're running up on. Have good credit, good job, not sure cash, how much. So that's why go get pre-qualified. Go talk to Lending Tips or any other mortgage person. You can even go to Rocket Mortgage, go to UWMC, and see what they'll give you. And then that way you know where to start. And then if that's not good enough, then you're just going to be left with whatever your cash will get for 20%. But then here's the best part. If you want to get a building like this, oh man, if it's already rented out and it's a commercial building, it's way easier to get the money because you could qualify the income of the rental units as part of your income. So then it will raise what you will qualify for. Rev the only stock that could squeeze. They have insane short data. I mean, they got a brand name too. They actually have assets. So like their intangibles, I think, actually have some money. Obviously, there's an impairment value, but I feel you. I think Revlon has a little bit more value than not. I just hate, dude, bankruptcy. I just hate these like bad news short squeezes sometimes. They get wild. Anyone playing monkeypox call still? I grabbed what was it called? Chimrex today. That was about. It's clapped though, down 30 cents. Via low. Let's find another wheat play in due time. In due time. I mean, we've done pretty good. I mean, low key, it was like ever since the end of the year. It just sucks because we've had so much volatility. It doesn't feel the same as back then, but like every 3 to 6 months, we've stumbled across a big one. I mean, it was Longeveron in November, and then by March, then we had the wheat, and then by May and June, it was another set of oil, and then UNG 2 or 3 times. We would have really hit it on the head with EWG if we. Some of you did a lot better than I did on that one. So, but it's like I just say give it some time. You know, I definitely think every like 3 to 6 months here, we've been presented with a nice multi-1,000% opportunity, but it's just been so difficult here because after you get it, and then even if you don't take it right away, I mean you're getting all that volatility. Rev 86% shorted. The squeeze will be ridiculous. Yeah, keep an eye on it. Honestly, I mean I could be interested. It's already up. I mean it's up 100%. If you're down to lose $400 at $8, you could take it, but. I definitely think that has more of a value short squeeze attached to it than not. And then depending on how they get the value from bankruptcy too. You have 15K looking to buy. Every time I get outbid, it can only for 5K above appraisal, still lose. That's fine. Honestly, God is looking out for you. Trust me. Okay? Because you don't need to outbid on anything. Yeah, right now in this market. Don't play that game. So stick to your range. If that's enough to get you in, you're able to use that money. Just keep going until you find the one that will go through and just make sense on it. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you have money and you're taking all the steps and you're looking and your problem is just getting outbid at this point, nothing. Just keep searching, keep hunting, and don't go for it unless it's a good deal. That's it. Very, very simple. So it will come to you on there. Because, again, any of the ones I ever missed out on, it sucked for a little bit. But then when I look back, I'm like, yes, God is good. He didn't want me to have that one. Yeah, Revlon going up again. Another candle. Apple's trying to climb. Meta's kind of holding up. The news on Rev, they got a $1.4 billion approval in bankruptcy court. It was approval for a bankruptcy loan. I'm going to take for profit at 500. I can't lose another one. Good decision, man. It's just what you said. Like, I get momentum. You see what I'm saying? Take it. It's not going to, you may miss out on a little bit. Who knows? But that momentum is not, that momentum is how we build. Again, if you could hit 1, 2, 3, it'll get you going, and then you'll be able to good. Usually it's the ones you want to squeeze out that'll get you. Thank you for all the words of wisdom since day one. Got it good all the time, baby. Hey, man, now 20 months. I know you've got to hear some of the words, baby. Or not. Amen. Amen. What is a bankruptcy loan? It's like approval from the court for you to, even though you're in bankruptcy, they'll give you specific approval to have somebody either loan you money or a plan to get rid of the assets and try to get your creditors back to whole. So it's them, because again, right now in bankruptcy, you shouldn't be able to get any sort of loans or anything. So they have to go through court to get the process approved and the parameters, and then they have to plan for what they're going to do with it. Again, whoever's providing the loan, the court would have to approve them and all of that stuff. Ford is going up. Those plays are up. Decent amount. 5 cents to 30 cents are right below. First step to out-of-state buying property, find one, and then once you find one, I mean, working with people, finding property managers, people you know who could even help you out with it. But usually property managers, I mean, it's pretty effective to hire people, and that will make that's how I do it. But usually I still have to know a little bit about the area, still talk to people, all that stuff. Oil bound. Yeah, Devin raised their guidance. So that was ends up being pretty bullish for them. Revlon again, another leg, 105. Decent cap rate. I mean, 5% or lower. If you could get anything above that, it's kind of like bonds. It's just risky. And then the class of the property, like A class, B class, C class, just keep in mind, again, some like commercial multi-units, you could get some sick deals, but a lot of the deal is priced into maintenance. So you could see $1 million property go for $700,000, but then if it's a huge 5,000 square foot, 5-unit building, it's selling that cheap because you're going to need a remodel 5,000 square feet, and it's probably going to cost you $250,000. So just keep all that in mind when looking at those. Bought 8-cent rev, sold at 90. My first big play. Good work, baby. Rental market. I look at Craigslist. I look at Zillow. I see what they go for. I look at LoopNet. And then there's like a rent DNA, it's like Airbnb DNA. I forgot what it's called. It's like rent DNA or something like that. It's like Need for Speed Carbon. You want a tuner, muscle car, exotic. Honestly, like, yeah, like low key. Like, just pick which one you want. Pick which one. And what sort of work are you willing to put towards it? Do you want it turnkey? Can you do some work? Are you confident in that? Is it an area you're familiar with? All those questions will help you decide. Close NASDAQ. We're green on the NASDAQ, barely red on the SPY. Revlon again, another 50 cents. Yeah, there it is. It's gone. It's been gone. He's been going crazy. $25 is 23. That's nice. 1,000%, baby. I'm a B and S and hold. Do you approve? It's a weekly. It's up to you. It's just like I said with any of these plays. You got to look at your account. You got to know what you got. And it's just simple whatever your risk tolerance is. I mean, there's in this market when we go up and down and up and down, it's just like there's no real confidence in anything. Like possibility and probability are almost equal. So the easiest way is a ghetto spread. You could walk away with profits more than what you paid. Even if you have 1,000%, you could walk away with something a little bit more, or you push it. It's just one of those two. But it's as long as it's I think the emotional just connecting with it and saying, hey, this is what I'm doing. I'm down to hold it. My risk tolerance okay. If I lose this $300, I'm not gonna trip about it. I'm not gonna bring it into the next trade. That's it. Otherwise, if you need the momentum and it will help, you take it, and then that's it. But either way, you can't go wrong. I mean, if you really make your decision and truly are acceptable with it, you can't go wrong. But you do have to add it all. But right now, it's hard to say which way. That's what I was saying with MGAM. That's what I'm saying with the long term. You got to just make your decision for Christ, make the decision, hold it, and that's it. Mm-hmm. You're going to act weird after the market closed and thinking about it. Hey, you just got to make the decision, and then that's it. As long as you don't just don't get too crazy in there. Oh, yeah, you probably have a fake on Instagram. Be careful. Don't fall for it. Roll it over. The best in the middle is the ghetto spread. And that way you get to take profits. You could get more than what you paid, still have upside, and then that's it. That's why making it free, a little of both, is just always fire. But again, there's no problem with pushing it as long as you are okay with pushing it. No catalyst for Oceans unless there's Nancy news that happens. You might get Fed, but more of the Fed speakers are coming up tomorrow. Intel, I mean, they did good. We'll see for the rest. I mean, AMD and the rest of the chip makers will say a lot. Again, I'm even really excited for Airbnb and all of the travel names too. That one's just gonna have a lot of sympathies. Why is the dollar trying to rise? Dollar's been down though. Again, we saw such an epic rise in the dollar, but like this has also been an epic streak now down. I mean, this was big and it calmed down, but I mean, the dollar's coming back to some of those earlier levels in the year. Because again, that last little push on the dollar, it started costing Wall Street. It was hitting companies 6% at a time. How do you pay for emergency repairs? Does save money or does insurance? Well, a lot of them could be insurance or otherwise you just factor that in. I mean, I tried. That's something I've been saying before the market even went down in 2021. I was telling you guys that's why even with all of the assessments I've given here with real estate, I've even been saying just have 12 months of reserves. It'll go a long way. So usually holding reserves or the property does it, but you would be surprised because you could actually get a lot of stuff could be covered by insurance, believe it or not. Think about how crazy the Nancy news is. A lady going to Taiwan, maybe starting a war on accident. Well, it's not just any lady. It's actually one of the top performing traders on Wall Street. But she would be the highest U.S. ranking official to visit Taiwan, just Taiwan. You know what I'm saying? Like on that scale, since like 1996, I believe, or 1993. So no, that would be the highest ranking official, or 97. Yeah. So it's literally since 1997, nobody, number 3, like literally number 2, nobody in a high-ranking government position of the United States of America has visited any officials on an official capacity of Taiwan since then. Literally, we've been getting all of their chips. Imagine 60% of chip supply coming from there, and we've never sent a high-ranking official to go meet with them. I think it was Newt Gingrich in 97. And he was the highest ranking one. Yeah, Nancy's third in command of the United States government, and her to visit, that's a big deal. Even if you don't think it's a big deal, the people in Taiwan who want Nancy to come, this is a huge deal because they're going to be like, yes, look, we're legit. But yeah, so it's not just any lady, and it's just like the history of it. This really hasn't happened. It's not like a random, she's not like, we going to kick it in Singapore for a little bit, hit up Macau, maybe we'll swing by Taiwan, say what's up, get some margaritas. You know Nancy love margaritas. What the hell? You've seen her talk she love a good margarita. Get out of here, bro. You know, but it's not like, this ain't a margarita trip like that, you know? So she ain't just like traveling. This is just like, it's a lot of implications. How can I build my credit? I have an old video on building credit, but it's just like getting the right types of credit, making sure your payments are on time. But, you know, getting a house, even a car, believe it or not, those would help your credit. But it's one thing for credit, but if you really want to pivot that into real estate, it's about getting a job that will be steady and finding ways to increase income. But credit is pretty easy to manage. It just takes time to build it up. So I'm saying that it was previously referred to as Nancy news. Yeah, it is a whole thing, though. I feel you. I definitely feel you. It is wild, but it is like it just runs so deep. I was pretty fascinated this morning to watch Baba in Taiwan actually react to it. Again, once there was Nancy news, like all of the China stocks just started dumping. It was really weird. How old? I think she's in the 80s. Yeah, I don't know, lizard years or whatever. Yeah, banks will do secured loans. But different types of credit help. So even though it's like, I don't want to tell you to buy a car, but if you get a car credit on your credit report, like a car payment, that helps you more than paying off your credit card bill. It's a different type of collateral. It's usually more money. And it just, if you can make that payment and show you could handle a large payment, it reflects very well on your credit. So it's one thing about, like, you could have a high credit score, but it doesn't mean you're going to get, like, if your highest payment you've ever paid was $100 a month for something, you're still not going to get a good loan, right? You may not even qualify for it. Like, you need a bigger amount. But you'd be surprised keeping your balances in check, never missing a payment, stuff like that. That will go a long, long way. Yancey was born during World War II. The sad part is I think that's true. Again, Nancy Pelosi was in government when Gerald Ford was still president. Like, that's how long she's been working at this. Like, I've been doing stocks since, like, you know, before Facebook IPO'd. I was around, like, Google IPO, stuff like that. But, like, like Gerald Ford. Like, Gerald Ford and Nancy Pelosi worked at the same place at one point in this timeline, which is wild if you really think about it. You know I'm blind. How can I build good credit without the car payment? Other stuff, I mean, real estate or higher types of credit. But what you can do, maybe you have a brother or anybody in your family, if they might want one, you might be able to help them out with it. Even a cosign with it might be able to actually increase it too. So you necessarily don't need the car, but you could probably benefit off of it if you have someone you know you would trust enough to not mess up your credit and leave you with the payment. I haven't checked PIN's expected move, but that is tomorrow. So Revlon climb. Judge okays $200 million borrowing under bankruptcy loan. I thought it was 1.4. They said they could draw on $200 million of debtor in possession financing pending certain tweaks to the deal. Bankruptcy judge David Jones said he would approve the financing as long as Revlon boosts a budget set aside for low-ranking creditors. Among other modifications discussed, Jones already allowed Revlon to borrow $370 million on an interim basis after the bankruptcy began. The approval comes after a 2-day trial over the deal that wrapped up last week, in which company's officials, committee of unsecured creditors, argued the financing forces Revlon to move through bankruptcy too quickly. Financing is being provided by a group of term loan indicators of King Street Capital, Diameter Partners, and Angelo Gordon per court papers. And yeah, that's it. So I think it's $1.4 billion in total, but they get a little bit at a time. Again, they have to adjust plans, they have to set up a budget, all of that. Benny, I like that property. It's just they're flipping it. So that's it. I've seen a couple of these. Like, people have been showing me this, but I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I just got this deal. Benny sent it over, but like, this is what I want you to see. Like right here. So that was just sold for $144 on February this year. So, and somebody sent me another property like this today, and they were asking, what do I think about it? So like, they'll sell this house for $220. That's the price that got sent to me, right? So they said you could buy it $220. They even said seller financing, but what they said, you can't. I'm just showing the numbers here. You don't need to even look at the house. The house doesn't matter. This is all that matters. The numbers, the pricing, the comps. It looks like it comps out, I mean, pretty decent. It looks like you'll get, maybe 260. I don't know. It is a house, but some sold a little bit higher, but nothing really anytime soon for a certain price. But this is what I'm saying. You got to be careful with these, because now if they bought this house for $144 in February and are trying to sell it to you for $220, they're trying to make a quick 50, 60%. These aren't the properties I like. Usually the ones where you get a good deal is that the owner is the owner getting the equity. So pretty much they lowballed the owner, got it low from the owner, and now they're charging the premium. Usually on these, it's just not worth it. Because I know they didn't do anything to the property. The property is usually the same condition, but even then, this one doesn't comp out too well. But if someone just bought it in 6 months ago and they're trying to sell it to you for 50% higher, let them. That's my view. Is I don't buy these. Usually, I'll let you fail at it, or it's like you have to come to me where you want to back out of the deal, and then that's it. You see what I'm saying? So otherwise, but it's a little too much for it. I mean, I'll take it at like maybe 160. I'll give them $15K profit if that's what they wanted on it. But otherwise, there's just not enough room at that. It seems like a decent deal, but again, like I'm saying, even if there's like a lot of equity, unless it's like a true home run, this is what scares me. Because then again, it will even look ugly on the property history when you go to sell it. Because even when I sold my property, I had a lot of people asking me questions why we just bought it and are trying to sell it. So pretty much, if you find a property for sale and you notice it was sold in the last 6 months, even if you want to live in it, just be careful, because chances are you're the one paying the premium if you think about it. Sava, is HKD still going? Sava's on the high, up 9. HKD 530 up 34. Oh my gosh. Jeez, and then you guys said MGAM kinda, but MGAM was at 20 this morning. There are good wholesale deals. I'm nothing wrong with that, but usually, so the thing with a wholesale wouldn't show this because the wholesale hasn't been sold yet. You see what I'm saying? It would be a whole different scenario where it's like, again, like if I'm giving the money to the homeowner, I'm way cool with that, but you could see it. They already sold this house. So this isn't it's a wholesale, but it's not. again, because if it was a wholesale, it shouldn't reflect the sold in the last 6 months. You had this question? Does anybody ever play that you know could possibly avoid a L, and then you don't care, then you look and be like, I could have saved me some money? Yeah, it'll add up, but that's what I'm saying. I think if you made your decision, it's cool, but I think some people do that, but they're not really set on the outcome, and then they get disappointed when the outcome is like, oh, I should have just kept it. But I think if you make your decision, you'll be good. Is Pinterest, actually, I think Pinterest might, I thought it was tomorrow, but a lot of you keep asking about that. It might be today. Oh, yeah, Pinterest is today. My bad. So here's the earnings preview if you guys want it. Bloomberg, they said, look at them. They said new CEO vision and focus, as well as users going down. But they said there's 9 buys, 22 holds. And, oh, no, I think I'm on the wrong scene. I hit the wrong one, yeah. They said that's why you couldn't see it. Oh, I was showing this. So you guys didn't see this? Oh, I think Twitch saw it. This is what I was saying with the house. Oh, yeah, my bad. I thought you guys just wanted to see pictures. I was like, what the fuck? Like, y'all, why y'all want a picture book? I don't even need to see that house until we get the numbers right. Yeah, this is what I was talking about right here. See? So it says sold at 144. They want to sell it to me at 220, and they just bought it. They bought it when the market was good. Now the market's not good. Why would I pay that? You see what I'm saying? So, and this isn't a wholesale, because if it's already been sold in the same year you're trying to buy it, chances are they bought it from the other person. I could probably see. Yeah, they bought it from somebody at 150, so they gave the person less money. That's what I'm saying. It's like usually I could get a good deal by giving the homeowner money, but if the wholesaler, if they scam the owner and then try to double charge me, it's like I can't do anything with that. Because look now, here's the property history. Take a look. HKD going again. But here's the property history. The guy bought it in 2018 for $150. He tried to rent it, couldn't get it rented. The house needed a little bit of work. He ended up selling to these guys in February after holding for 4 years. He sold it to them for $10,000 less than what they paid. So they just got a good deal, and now they're trying to do the upcharge and sell it, but it looks like their timing and everything came into a crunch, but they still have good equity. So they could sell it, but this isn't going to be a home run deal. They already made the money between here. But like I'm saying, if it was a wholesaler and we went up to the homeowner and I was like, hey, I could give you 180, and then we give 10K to the wholesaler, go in at like 190. You see what I'm saying? He walks away with the money. Wholesaler gets his 10K. Now I have 40, 50,000 more of margin, but it may not work out like that. So sometimes the sales history could tell you a lot too. Trash volume, let's take a look. It's higher than the last couple weeks where it was really low, but it is a little bit lower. HKD, they were down and then they came back up. Again, it's just still this IPO phenomena. Let's go, MGAM, your turn. Yallah. So anyway, here's a Pinterest. Is Uber after hours, or I thought Uber's tomorrow, pre-market. But Pinterest has 9 holds, 9 buys, 22 holds, 1 sell. Average price target is $25.57, 34% upside from current price. Implied one-day move is 15% following earnings. Adjusted EBITDA EPS has beat, or adjusted EPS, not EBITDA, excuse me, has beat 11 of 12 quarters, and then shares are down 73.6% in the past year, while the SPX is down 7.2%. MGAM gonna pop? I don't know. I mean, you've asked the question a lot, Ryan, And like I've said, we've talked about it, but if it's plaguing you, just sell out and don't play with the random hype gods. Essentially, you got to be careful with it. If it's really that concerning, or keep an amount that you don't really care about, but it's either going to be hit or miss, it's going to go crazy or not. So Uber. So here's what Bloomberg says about Uber. Their analyst, Mandeep Singh, he says, despite positive momentum for Uber's mobility segment, we believe the focus will be on the potential cash burn in delivery and whether new verticals, groceries, convenience, alcohol, and others could help improve unit economics for this segment amid a slowing economic environment. Let's see. Bloomberg, free cash flow, deliveries, 43 buys, 5 holds, and 1 sell. Average price target, $46.30, 95% upside from current price. One-day move implied earnings is 11%. GAAP EPS has beat 6 of the last 12 quarters. Shares are down 45% in the past year, while the SPX is down 5.9 or 7, depending on if you looked at it today or the day before. The scriptures on losing family. I'd have to think. I have a couple, but I don't know if they're directly towards it. You know, man, I think all things work for, in the favor of those who love the world. I had another one. I shared it with someone the other day. It just is slipping from me. I'm going to get you one, though. I'll ask Mom, bro. Mom might have a lot with there. But even then, there was one I shared the other day. But keep that chin up either way, bro. Where can I get real estate info? You can come to the Colt Call. We're actually going to do stuff. We're actually going to try to organize a lot of the real estate stuff in the easier play. I mean, I think reach out to Colt Real Estate on Instagram is a very effective way, or come to the calls. But, I mean, we talk about it a lot here, but we'll get it popping. HKD, I know we just had it. For those who love the world. I said God, relax. I was blanking on the verse. Please, if you're going to be a weirdo about it, I'm just going to ban you. So thank you. God bless you. I'm trying to find somebody a verse, or I was trying to read something to them again while answering other questions in here. I appreciate the person asking it. Seemed like they kind of understood. But if y'all going to get weird and like judgmental Christians, I'm banning you. I don't like judgmental Christians. You know that, right? I don't like you just as much as the silencing mother effers. Again, you guys both have the same history starting out. Again, that's what I said. Growing up, where even if I was right, I would be silenced. You know what I'm saying? So nah, just calm down, please. Calling China's bluff. Remember, Jamar said it. Invite the meetup. I don't know when they do the meetups, so those are a little different in person, but they do the call every Wednesday. HKD, I don't know if you can. Can you short it? I think that was the problem earlier. And serious, I'm holding Simrex. I'll ride with you. I mean, again, I put like what, $800 towards it. I'm not the most confident, but like my reason is, dude, I saw so many headlines over monkeypox this weekend, and like even after Sega had it all, but like they were going crazy, and then they were talking about Chimrex in the Bloomberg this morning. So I thought it was interesting. Silenced? I don't think you are silenced. You're complaining for nothing. You're good, baby boy. You're good. But read the rules if you don't want to get banned. Very simple. Uber called. No, I'm not playing Uber. I'm playing Uber with cash by holding and then taking advantage of up or down. I saw so many. I just saw people getting it. I saw at least 10 TikToks of 10 individuals with like bumps all over their face, bumps everywhere. And they were like, yeah, well, I got it from my partner, but it wasn't through like intercourse. It was because we shared the bed. And like I was like, and I'm looking like hella suspicious, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, But then there was a video of a lady on the subway with monkeypox in New York. She literally just had all of them all over her, and she was just sitting down. And then they were like, it's this and that. So I'm like, oh no, it's crazy, man. I just saw it everywhere, bro. Everywhere. My homie's a nurse. I think they're getting it. I think the part that makes it wild is that a lot of the ones I've seen over the weekend is that everybody was like, they were insistent on, they were like, I got it from my blanket. They're like, I got it. It's a towel. They're like, and then there was one girl, she was like, she said she got it because I forgot where she worked. And she said she worked somewhere where like she was touching a lot of, she worked at the racetrack. She said she worked at the racetrack and she was just touching a lot of money. And she's like, yeah, a lot of like homeless people and other stuff. And then she was like, I touched a lot of money that day and I kept touching my face. And then now I got monkeypox all over my face. So I was like, I don't know. I don't know, man. 726 on no way, it just went up $200. Holy crap, in one candle? Bro, it was just at 5:30 when you guys called it out. I was like, oh yeah, it's at 5:30. Dude, that's crazy, actually. It's an STD. Well, people say, I mean, the World Health Organization said it's primarily through like sexual contact, but again, a lot of people just go, I don't know if you have to go on YouTube and just like try to like look up like real stories of monkeypox and you'll see what people are talking about with it. But a lot of people lately are saying it's just they're like, again, they said they shared a bathroom, shared a blanket, toilet, bath towel, whatever. It's called a short squeeze. I don't even think you could short HKD though. That's it. Like, I don't even think it's liable. Like, can you? We could try. I have hard to borrow on TD Ameritrade. Also, one share at 900. Yeah, you're not allowed to short it. It's unmarginable. Yeah, so it's not even a short. I don't even know, like, what about it is a short squeeze. HKD killing what GME did. It really, I mean, $10 to $700 is insane. That means every $1,000 turned into 70 grand if you got it at the very low. But I'm sure, I don't know how everybody got into it. It's because one fund in Brazil owns 97% of the shares. Literally jump, bro. It's insane. I've like, GameStop was one thing, but this is like, I don't think I've ever seen anything like, dude, I just called this out at the high at 526 and then everybody was like 767. I thought you guys were talking about Boeing. I thought you guys, there was like a plane or something. I was like, no. And then you guys were like, new high. And then I look at it and it's at 767, bro. I'm like, what? I just called it out at a high at 538. Dude, this thing's crazy, dude. Halted again. I thought there was a decimal. Quarry. Qure. What explains who's buying HKD? There are bids at 7. I mean, my experience doesn't matter because in the last year and a half, we've experienced something new. So my whole career of stock trading, I've seen short squeezes and I've seen things go up and pumps and dumps and all of that, but I've never seen the psychology that I've seen here. It's the world nowadays. It's like it's one thing, fundamentals, the criteria, the IPO, and I've seen a lot of big IPO moves, especially early on in the day, but there is at least 20-30% of the market that just buys stuff to buy it, or right now, or that they will buy anything that looks like it could have a quote-unquote short squeeze, even if this stock is unable to get shorted. So I can't tell you how much of this demand is random people trying to make a bag. COGT, Cognate Biosciences getting clapped. Okay, I need to go pee here before we get the final bell, but that 10-minute rig just came in.
I think corporate earnings have held in there very well.
Is it Raymond James, CIO?
All these
follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you.
We're overdone, and I do think that we've had a very good season. I think that'll continue. By the way, American companies continue to be very resilient. If you look at a lot of the tech companies, for example, a lot of people were looking for negative performance last week out of them. They've come in much better than expected. And I just think the one area that you have to keep a close eye on are those ones really tied to the consumer. But again, they're not the bulk of earnings.
And Larry, to Taylor's great setup with value versus growth, where do you sit on that at the moment? Which one's going to outperform in the month of August, as we suddenly saw it shift in July a little?
I mean, if you look at our favorite sectors, you're going to have a modest tilt towards value, with energy and financials, and then, healthcare. But the bottom line is, I think going forward, there has to be an emphasis on growth, because I think that's what's going to take the market higher. We've had the bulk of the PE contraction. So I think this is a market where selectivity becomes much more critical, and you got to find those companies that can continue to beat their earnings going forward.
How are you thinking, though, about the signals for your equity market that you're getting from the bond market with further inversion now, 30 basis points on the 2s, 10s? How does that signal any cues to you?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, that when you look at what's happening there, they're looking for a much bigger slowdown in growth than what we're looking for. We don't see a recession this year. We see the possibility of a very shallow one next year. But again, it's very shallow. And I think that that's an environment where a lot of these
he does sound like the
can...
South Park reporter. Now I can't keep listening after that comment. You ruined it for me. The curve is back to 0.3, I believe. Yep. Which is pretty big, and it's weird considering how much the bonds have moved. FaZe Clan on the high. Pinterest results. So get ready. I mean, Meta already reported. So honestly, I think Pinterest might just have a bigger effect on Snapchat, but even Snap is kind of in its own little world. Who was short? I don't think... I mean, does Webull let you short HKD? That's the question. Will Webull let you short HKD? Otherwise, nobody got clapped shorting, because I don't think you could even short the stock. It's an IPO. It's brand new. It's super low volume anyways. But I don't think Interactive Brokers might let you. I think people might let you B-book it, but I genuinely don't think there's too much shorting. I don't think there's any shorting activity at all. Webull won't let you short it. Yeah, so I don't think people even got like crushed on that. Then the ATSG, that one actually came back down even though the stock's up. Ford still holding. TSM puts are still actually going up even though the stock is climbing a little bit. I did not get any HKD. We got MGAM instead. I mean, we're still up 50% on that one. So maybe they'll start going that. But this like IPO phenomenon is just, it keeps going. Can there be no shorting? MGAN did 30 million, then people buying and selling. Well, yeah, I mean, you could sell 1 million shares in between everybody. Like literally, if you buy 1,000 shares and sell it, that's 2,000 in volume right there. Because you bought it off someone, then you sold it to someone. Somebody had to buy it. So those are kind of the, like, I mean, technically it's possible, but it just has a pretty wild impact, more or less. Eli Lilly, didn't they have earnings? I think they got earnings in the morning. Eli Lilly's going to be a good one unless they came out this morning. who is the Melvin on this play. I think it's just different because again, like any of the stocks that got squeezed, like AMC, GameStop, they were around for a long time. So like people could have built up shorts for like years. Like, you know what I'm saying? Whereas this is just like it's a phenomenon. It's weird. The IPO volume is the lowest it's been in 2 years, and all of a sudden we're watching 4 or 5 IPO names like never existed before just go $10 to 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 10,000%. It's like, what? Like, it's something between retail, low flow, and then just like it's just weird. I don't even know how to describe it. Phenomena. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It is about 82 degrees and sunny. A little bit of the clouds out there, but should go away. Kind of enjoying the day here, just like the S&P, waiting for more news. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, even though Biden got it twice in a week. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Bring it home. Finalize it. Earnings after the bell. A couple of small ones, but then they get bigger. You even got Uber in the morning and a couple of others. I think even Regeneron, they may be Thursday. What else do we got? We actually got a bunch there, so not too much time remaining, but I hope you finalize it. Let's see. What do we got? Tuesday morning, you got Hun, DD, Caterpillar, JetBlue, Geo, Marriott, Vale, Uber, KKR, Argen, ENTG, Zebra, NRZ, ETN, and SPWR all in the morning. Oh, ANET today? Oh, maybe we should play ANET. I love my ANET. That's a good one. ANET's a good one, baby. 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Bring it home, baby. Oh, finalize it again. Are you going to play Uber? You got to make your play right now. You have less than 30 seconds left. Markets somewhat neutral after a weird day. Keep an eye on China stocks. That Nancy Taiwan news is going to hit. You got a little bit more economic data tomorrow. Only jobs openings and car sales. So keep that in mind. A lot of data on the backside. We're going to hear from the Fed. And then everything is up to earnings in the bonds. Less than 10 seconds left, Chad. Looks like we're probably going to close around VWAP. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, let's go, baby. Oh, let's go. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Oh, how you feel, Chad? GG, 7 hours in the books, huh? 7 hours, Chad, and you did it. Oh, we're back. Let's go, baby. Oh, let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. At least you learned something, baby. I need my GGs in the chat. All the real ones. Laggers, lurkers, lovers. If you trading with real money, I need a GG. We need that good sportsmanship back. Hey, man, GG, bro. Good game. Nah, you hit a good game. You hit a good game. There it is, baby. Hey, man. God bless you. You don't know. Good game. Hey, yo, a lot of things happened today. That's good. We back, though, bro. You made it this far. Good game. Oh, yeah. Let's go. If you worked on your craft today, GG. I see you, Twitch. I see you, Twitch. They have me the money, then have me some fun, bitch. I'm back. I ain't done really rapping. Let's go, baby. Oh my gosh, why am I so hyped? Bro, today flew by. I have so much energy. It feels like we've only been here for an hour. Good game, bro. Good game, man. Get ready. We still got earnings. Over 150 companies this week. Hey, man. Hey, man, bro, how we do? Good game, bro. No, you did good. I see you working on your craft. Yeah, for real. Good game, bro. Good game. I need me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Cut it. Chad, we did it. Chad, we did it. That's the day. Where's Pinterest at? I forgot. Oh, Pinterest is popping. I forgot. It's Monday. Usually we don't get too many earnings, so I don't have to go in like full earnings modes, but I don't know if Pinterest is popping. But the earnings haven't came out yet. No. The earnings ain't out yet. So Chatadonia, in the meantime, while you're here, I'll kick it with you for a little bit. But can I tell you how grateful I am to be? 1.9 thousand likes. Oh, not too many haters today. We got some lovers. Oh, and let's go. God bless you, Chatadonia. Hey, man. Check Roblox, too, if Activision's running. But listen. Chat. Before you head out, again, we're going to go over Pinterest here for a little bit when it comes here. But listen, I love you. I appreciate you. God bless you. Thank you all for clicking on the video today. And just big up to you, man, especially if you contributed, you didn't litter, and you made this a positive place to be. You had good discussion. You brought in news, or you brought in questions, or maybe you were just curious to learn something, and your question helped open the door for somebody else to even understand something. God bless you and thank you, baby. And shout out to the Chad. Oh, it's beautiful. But for real, man, thank you. If you liked the video, God bless you. You didn't have to, but this is just for everybody, man. Every time you like the video, every time you share it, every time you support what we got going on, I hope you realize you are helping us spread our mission. We had a lot of talks about it today, but like I said, man, we do this for everybody. As you can see, it don't matter. Even if you've been banned, I cannot stop anybody from accessing the fastest news in the world that we pay big money to get and we work real hard to get, but that's the whole point, because that's the mission, baby. We want this open for everybody. So I hope you realize every time you share the link, every time you like the video, every time you contribute and make this a good place to be, you are contributing to that as well too, baby. So thank you for helping me spread it. God bless the Chad. I know, HKD, I want to buy one share. Can I just buy one share? Is it weird if I bought one? I think it's too much. I should have bought it at 500, but I went to 900 in 2 minutes. But Chatadonia, God bless you for real. Thank you guys for supporting and helping me spread this, man. It means a lot. So God bless you if you came in here and made the most of it. You know, I got a shout out to everybody, but it don't matter if you got a membership badge or not, stream alerts or not. Like we said, it's all freemium, but if you come in here and make it a better place and you got something to contribute and you make the most out of it and you're actually coming in here to learn something and get something out of it, I salute you and thank you, and I hope you know this is right where we're going to be, baby. 7 hours a day. In the books. They don't feel me. I need to take my sweater off, bro. Why am I so hyped? Why did today go by so fast? Bro, how is it 1 p.m. right now? Like, I need a poop, and my body understands that, but like, bro, why does it feel like we have only been here for 20 minutes? Like, I don't know how to describe it, bro. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. I need to get this HKD up. This is bullshit. This is fun. I need to at least get some entertainment in this. Oh, yeah, 924. Let's go. MGAM the $70 tomorrow. Let's go. Call it a day. That's it. If that thing's at 7 based on my supply-demand side imbalance, I think to the moon is where my price target will be. So we'll see. HKD, no one knows what HKD is. You don't need to know it. Don't do it. Please don't do it. Because one of us go in and we all go through it. Because the market maker's going to scam it. And they going to take it when Oh, sorry. They know. Okay, anyways. Chat. I love you. Okay, but for real, God bless you guys. If you made this a better place. If you didn't, man, all I can say is I encourage you to make the most out of what this is here. You know what I'm saying? And we would love to help educate and teach people stuff. And, you know, you could always try again tomorrow. Don't worry about any trades. Again, you could always try again tomorrow. But overall, I appreciate all of you guys. And thank you again for another awesome day. Big shout out to the members, baby. You see those membership badges. Oh, and they even like, yo, man. They say, I seen it all, Josh. They've got to get the words of wisdom. And it's always great to see people hold it down, man. Members, for real, we wouldn't be here without y'all. Y'all have helped me accomplish all of this for years. Y'all have been here for years to watch everything we've done, good and bad. You know, we don't make it. That is so much. We've done so much. And that's not our only story. But I'm just so humbled to be able to share it with so many of you guys and see so many of you guys throughout the year. So again, man, y'all are helping me do this. So let's get it, baby. Let's change the world. Oh, and your membership badge showing it. It's showing it, baby. Even without it too, baby. That's why. Make your conversation grateful. And last but not least, baby, Shout out to the Stream Alerts. We love them. We make sure they don't miss it. Stream Alerts. I know they got to work. Again, Stream Alerts. That one costs money, but if you're able to spend your time here, well, you get everything the Stream Alerts gets. Again, we do not limit anything to anybody for any reason. They don't feel me on that. Oh, let's go. God bless you, Chad. God bless you, for real. God bless you. So Stream Alerts, we're going to make sure you don't miss it. You ain't never going to miss the yield curve at the very least. I'm just telling you, one day there's going to be a Stream Alert yield curve that comes out. I'm going to Stream Alert it 20 times, and we're going to make sure you don't miss anything, baby. But God bless you, and thank you guys again. But that's the day. That's the day. Pinterest, there it is. There it is. Pinterest earnings. Hold on, I got Pinterest. Where is it? Users 433, estimate 429. So they beat on that. Revenue 666 million. Estimate was 665.5. So they beat. EBITDA missed, which wasn't good. Adjusted EBITDA missed, and then EPS was a loss of 7 cents per share, but I don't know what it was. So it was it wasn't as worse as feared, but it wasn't the best. I'm actually surprised they're up because that EBITDA, adjusted EBITDA was pretty wild. But at least they have a adjusted EBITDA gain. So I think you could take that. They're actually having some level of profitability on there. It kind of reminds me of Facebook. So they missed on some, did good on the other ones. So we'll see. ANET, is it another ANET part 2? It popped. Yeah, remember that ANET. We did $30 into $3,000 on ANET. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. It don't move like that anymore, though. We need to hit one of the big earnings on there. Pinterest is rocketing, but ladies and gentlemen, that's the day. We got our earnings. Again, nothing too big by the morning tomorrow. The rest of those will start moving, and even after hours, again, coming into later in the week, that's where it gets nuts. So we will see what happens. But check out the links. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. Don't miss it. We're going to recap everything. And surprisingly, we made quite a bit of plays today. And I'm going to go over the Lockheed Martin play. I think that one will actually be a very interesting one. So hopefully we check you on the watch list. Don't miss it. 10,000 people are going to beat you to it. I'm just saying. You going to get it first or you going to get it last. It's up to you. Third link for the membership badge, baby. Shout out to all the members. Oh, I blew out it fell. Hey, man, God bless America. God bless Chattadonia and the cult. But that's the second link or the third link. Check out the merch. We have beautiful, breathable merch. Again, don't fall for the scams on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, but you might get reached out to by a fake Josh. If they're not selling you merch, you got the wrong Josh. All Josh does is give away the news, and he'll explain real estate and macroeconomics to you for free and in grave detail and sell you merchandise, and that's it. That's all. Josh is going to ask you for a like. Anything else is not Josh. That's all I'm saying. They don't feel me, baby. They don't feel me. I hope they feel me. But check it out. Check out the new channels called Real Estate, Cold Cards, called PHILO. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And check out these tutorials, how to find 1,000% gainers. Great option trading tutorial. Guarantee you will learn something. How to set up the long term. Again, the long term, just don't sleep on it. The time is always now. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. The longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. Amen? They don't feel me on that. They're going to try to give an anecdotal example about just the last 6 months, which have been the worst 6 months in the last 50 years. Fuck it. I don't believe in that. All I'm trying to say, long-term, baby. Long-term. Defense. 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 They don't feel me, baby. That long-term. We in it. We in it. We in it, baby, for years. We ain't changed our mind on shit. I don't care how it looked like. Oh, they don't. I hope they feel me, Chad. We in the game. We did not get into this game to learn all this bullshit, to walk away not owning anything. Oh, they don't. So y'all fuck out of here. I don't care. You can have money in your account. Yeah, whatever. I'm just saying, I did not come this far to walk away owning nothing. I'm going to own as much as I fucking can until they kill me. That's it, baby. Let's go. Because even if we own it, it gets passed down. They don't. Oh, my gosh. Oh, come on. I hope they feel me, bro. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me, man. That's it. That's it. That's it. We going to own the land. We going to ownership. That's the scary part about the membership badges. I can even the ones without the membership badge, but I know all those membership badges are owners. That's it. I'm just saying we have built up such a wild community here, but they are all owners. They all own stock and or real estate. They got businesses, but I just know they own stuff. And I know they own the right asset. Oh, come on, Chad. Yeah, don't worry, non-members. I see y'all too. I'm just saying. I know for a fact. I saw everybody. I'm just saying, owners. You're surrounded by owners. Listen, let's say you go to a basketball game, right? Would you want to sit in a normal seat or the owner's seat? Okay, I rest my case. That's it. We walk into the arena as owners, Chad. That's all. That's all. Okay, so that's it. I'm sorry. I get hyped on the long term. You know me, but check that out. We love you. God bless you. Keep fighting. Again, it's only been a couple of months. 36 months is still only a couple. Oh, they don't feel me. But finally, Chattadonia, very, very simple. Very, very simple. The prayer request wall. Me and my mom, we like to pray for y'all. This is what we do on the weekends. I pray for y'all every single day. Shout out to you and thank you if you're praying for me. But we believe here, if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. So we want all of y'all to succeed. We are praying for y'all. We're praying for your peace, praying for your success, praying for new ideas for everybody, praying for peace again, because that's a big one. But all I'm saying, man, everybody could get it. We believe there's room for everybody. That's why we want to support and encourage you guys as much as possible. But this is why we do this, bro. It's this very simple belief that we have. I think it's good, man. Even if you don't fill it out, we still gonna pray for you. Even if you click on it and fill it out, we're not gonna tell your friends. It's not that deep, but man, it's just we are wearing your jersey and we are rooting for you. It's simple as that, man. It is simple as that. So God bless you. Chad, pray for your brothers and sisters. I know we got prayer warriors, baby. So pray for them. You know what I'm saying? Pray for them. Pray for them. You know what I'm saying? Pray for everybody in here. You see names every day that you encounter. Your brothers and sisters. Pray for me. I'm praying for you, and let's keep it going, baby. You know why? Because I told you he's smiling, and you don't even know it. Oh, amen, baby. They don't feel me. Bro, God is smiling at you for something you did this year, and you don't even know it. You still feeling pouty and sad when God is over there smiling down on you for something that you did this year and you don't even realize the impact. Oh, my gosh. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. That's all. That's it. That's it. That's all. God did. No smile on my face, but he's happy for me. Oh, man. Let's go, baby. This gang, amen. That's all I want God to say. I feel you, right? And it's a good feel. Amen. So just think about that. Meditate for a little. I'm not going to go into the whole PHILO. Again, there's blessings for more than everybody. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we can make it clear. I just got to make sure you don't forget it. This story is not over, baby. I hope they feel me. Oh, man. So, Chad, I love y'all. I hope you have a wonderful day, but that is it. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And if you don't know, actually here, before anything, we need to vibe out with that uncle. You know what I'm saying? We need to vibe out with that uncle. I kind of want push-ups. Uncle Hero. We're going to end it with Uncle Hero. Amen. Woo! Amen, Chad. Amen. Can I get an amen in the chat? Can I get an amen? I just need an amen. I'm gonna drop my own amen. Amen, baby. Amen. That's all we need. Oh, is this the beat? Oh, yeah. Amen. Hey, that's the other beat. Amen. There you go, baby. Amen. That's it. Amen. Honestly, say a little bit more amen in your life. Trust me, it's good for you. That's it. A lot of things could be answered with amen. You like, oh my God, this really good thing happened. Amen. Oh wow, this really bad thing happened. Amen. That's it. All glory to God, baby. Stop playing with me. That's fine. Amor fati. It's okay. Stop playing with me. That's fine. It's a life. I know life is extraordinary, exquisite, and very hard to explain. But all I'm saying, bro, I know who hold it. So amen, you know? Amen. That's it. Amen. They don't feel me. So let's go, Chad. For Chadadonia, that is the day. Amen. Yeah, yell it. Let's go. I feel you, bro. I feel. Amen. Let's go. More Fati. That's more Fati. Amen. Just vibe with it. That's it. Amen. That's it. I know. Just no discuss. Amen. Amen. Woo. I hope they feel me. So Chadadonia, that is the day. I love you all. Okay, I already told you the books and everything, but, just one more time, just don't forget why we here, okay? Why we keep going, why we know it's not over, and why we understand the impact may be just waiting for us in the future, but somebody is already in control and we good, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 See what I'm saying? Hey, wait. Hey, I want to say amen. Amen. Why not A non-binary? Is that too much? No, okay. But listen, hey, hold on, wait. Oh, wait, I thought I was supposed to go. Get Biden out the fucking way. Yeah, that's not nice, Elmo. I still love you. I watch you every morning. Oh, I don't know about that. Can you bring down gas prices? I'm sorry, I can't talk like this anymore. I don't know. Yeah, well, I did. I write it down. for $30 a gallon, 30 cents. You save $30 a month. I'm not joking. Come on, it's a big impact. American families eating dinner at the dinner table, sitting at the table eating dinner. They feel it. So I know, and we made the change, and it's a transition. Come on, just transition, huh? Come on, can I get an A binary? No? Okay, it's fine. Listen, I tell you, this guy, stop it. Stop this guy. Hold on. He's talking about it. What do you mean? Can I get an A truth? Simple. I told you. These guys don't know what they're doing. Even Elmo. Elmo has no idea. Elmo, the company Elmo works for, what are they doing out there? Nobody has any clue. I have the clue. I'm the one with the clues. I should have worked for Clue. I could have been an investigator. Call it Truth Social Investigations. Come on. Please. Don't forget, I was president. Gas, $2 a gallon. You could have filled up a whole F-150 for $10. Where can you do that now? Nowhere. That's me. Goodbye. Yeah, you're a clown. Shut up, clown. You prick. You're a little prick asshole. No one listens. Okay. You guys have a happy Kwanzaa. Okay? Good morning. I'm leaving. I'm going to go wake